A very special webinar by Alex Collier, held by wolfspirit.tv in association with alexcollier.org. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, or wherever. Come on, camera, lights, action. Good afternoon. This is JP. This is what I look like. It's horrible, I know. Never mind. But I've tried to make myself look presentable enough to present our very special guest on what is probably the first in a multitude of webinars and educational events, which Wolf Spirit Radio, which will become Wolf Spirit TV, which will become Wolf Spirit Media Network, will bring in over the next few months and years to help you move through these shifting times. And so, to that end, good afternoon. We are today speaking to Alex Collier, and without any further ado, everybody knows who you are. Alex, good afternoon.
Hey, JP. Thank you.
How are you, my friend? I'm
good. Hi, everyone. Thank you for supporting this. This is the first time I've done anything like this, and I'm a little technically challenged, but here we are. And I just want to say thank you very much for supporting this. And if there's something, if there's enough positive feedback, maybe we'll do another one here. We'll just have to see how this goes. I have to stick to 90 minutes because I am in a library here in Colorado, and I only have the room for that amount of time. So we'll just get right to it. A couple of notes, personal things up on top or up in front, and that is that I get a lot of emails from people who want me to sign up on linked, and I don't do the social media thing. I know that there's a Facebook page. That is not me. That is a tribute page someone else has done entirely on their own. So I have nothing to do with that, and I just want you to know that I don't. It's not that I don't want to or I'm ignoring you, but when you contact me through that page, I have to join the page in order to tell you no. So I'm not going to do that. So now you know. For those who are trying to get on and for some reason haven't gotten the link, when this is over, we will contact you and give you the ability to see the rebroadcast of it, or whatever it's called. Okay. We're going to talk about some things today. We're going to do some current stat of where things are, in my humble opinion, and we're also going to talk about some information that I've been sitting on for 25 years, simply because I didn't want to deal with it. I didn't want to go there. But when you look at the stage of the world and the way the stage is being set, to create chaos and to throw everybody into fear and panic, I'm getting very clearly that it's time to address this issue, or at least give you the Andromedan perspective of this issue. And we're about to, and I know things are really weird out there, very strange, but we're about to get into a whole new level of weirdness in the world. So let's start off with the historical piece and get that out of the way. Now, in addressing this issue with you, I want you to understand this is the Andromedan perspective. For myself, I'm still not 100% clear on it, and I still have questions, and I will tell you what those questions are and why I even have them. Okay, now, when I was a kid, one of the very first things once a relationship had been established was, is there a God? And they've always referred to it as the isness. Many people call it creator. It goes, whatever this essence is, it is real. It exists. It exists to us on third density. It exists on fourth density, fifth density, and I assume it goes all the way up to 11th or 12th or whatever new dimensions there are at this point, because evolution continues. It never stops, all right? And even though it seems really fast to us here, it's ridiculously quick on other dimensions, okay? Because they don't deal with time and space the way we do. And their vibration is, of course, a lot higher, so therefore things move much quicker. And being born into those densities, they've learned to adapt. They're able to, it just works for them, okay, because they're used to that. Now, I also asked about Jesus, having been born and raised a Catholic. And if you've done, those of you who have done any due diligence or have researched the church, no less than 7 popes have said this whole thing was a myth. And if you looked at the creation of the Church of Rome, or the government of Rome, which became a Church of Rome, it's dubious at best, okay? The fact that they started with 1,800 bishops from all over the known world at that time, and no less than 1,500 of them were excommunicated because they wouldn't go along with the plan. So, having said that, during my conversations with them, one of the things one of the questions I asked was about Jesus. And their perspective is, and always has been, that the biblical Jesus was a composite character. And the importance of bringing this up will come when I'm done explaining this. It is their perspective, having looked at our history, that the only person that semi-matched part of that criteria was a rabbi by the name of Yeshua Malathiel, or Jesus Malathiel. He was married at age 13. His wife's name at the time was Mary. They had children. I don't know about the bloodline per se, okay, and there's plenty of interesting stories around all of that. But this Jesus Malathiel was a militant. He was a rebel. He didn't appreciate what Rome was doing. He didn't appreciate the suppression of the Jewish and the Israeli people, or any of the people in that area at that time, whether they were Jews or not. What's interesting is, in their perspective, this man wasn't crucified and actually ended up in his later years at Masada. And where Masada is, there is an area called Cave of the Bones, or Cave of Bones. It is the Andromedan perspective that this rabbi, Jesus Malathiel, that his bones are in that cave. And he is the elder of all the bones. He is the 70-plus aged person that was found in the cave. There were also scrolls there that were retrieved and scored away that were written by Jesus Malathiel. And the last name is Malathiel. They say that this is the only person in history that fits that persona, okay? Even though he wasn't all of these other things. It was also this Malathiel who Constantine's mother went to look for because she wanted to know if it was all true. So I present that to you because I have grave concerns that the powers that be are going to stage the second coming. This has also been said by Mornay that they have the technology in order to do this with the help of the consortium of regressive ETs that are here. By setting the stage and creating all of this negativity, all of this fear, first you create the problem, and then you come in with the solution, and the solution is a savior. Okay? That doesn't explain, however, what I've just shared with you. That doesn't explain the Shroud of Turin or the image that's on the cloth of St. Teresa, or the veil, okay? Or St. Veronica, I'm sorry, I think it's St. Veronica. And what's interesting is, okay, were those both created holographically? It has been suggested that the Shroud of Turin has, but I don't know about the veil of Veronica. What's interesting is that the blood type is the same on both of those cloths. So this is where I have a bit of confusion, okay? What I do know is that we all come from Creator, okay? We all come from Creator. Our souls come from Creator. And at this particular time in my life, and I think many of you would agree, it doesn't make sense to have an intermediary. The church has planted itself in the middle of everything. And if you're familiar with the work of Santo Bonacci, where he talks about the three trusts that the Vatican created, where they not only own the earth, but they own us and they own our souls, that's a real problem for me. And it should be for everybody, because it's nothing more than a government. And I bring this up because things are escalating very quickly. And I know that there are many speakers out there, great speakers, intelligent speakers, speakers with the highest of intentions, who are sharing information that, the war is over. That simply isn't true. The war is not over. It will not be over until the last one's gone, because they show no signs of surrendering. Okay? Lower management of this New World Order, they're scrambling like there's no tomorrow, because they're completely exposed, and they're being handed over. As people are awakening, they're being handed over. The problem with that is that if you go with the Orion model, and I've spoken about this in the past, if you go with the Orion model, what happens is the very top echelon, what they do is they'll kill one or two layers of lower management, so there's no one left to tell the story. This is what's occurring now. Okay? We're going to get help on this, and we have been getting some help, but I don't want you to think you can sit back and not pray and not meditate and not focus your intention on creating a benevolent expression of joy for Earth. It's not time for that. I mean, we have to actually really kick it up. We need to fully engage in the process of bringing enlightenment to the Earth. There is no way that we cannot do this. Okay, and we're going to button up with that about engaging and again bringing in a benevolent expression of joy to the Earth. In moving beyond the religious thing, 3 years ago we talked about a large planetary body entering the solar system. It's coming, folks. It absolutely is coming. And they're not going to say anything until they absolutely have to. And there is a lot of equipment being moved into our solar system to join what's already here. Now, at last count, there were at least 60 motherships here. I know that in the rings of Saturn and in the asteroid belt, or the bracelet, as the Sumerians used to call it, there was old mining equipment and other very large craft that were left there. Now, this isn't junk. These things actually still work after tens of thousands of years. Okay, they don't build planned obsolescence. These things work unless they're damaged or they're destroyed. That equipment also has been moved closer into Earth. However, it is in the infrared spectrum where we can't see it with our visible eyes. And the whole idea of this equipment being moved in is to mitigate the gravitational field and pull of this very large planetary body coming in. As it comes around the sun, it's going to come up in over on top of us. The idea is to create a shield above us to reflect this incredible gravitational field. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to experience movement. My understanding is that we will. To what degree, I have not been told. To what degree we would experience movement or earthquakes. I also want to share with you that in the Andromedan perspective, there's a lot of talk today amongst everybody on the planet about Yosemite. Not Yosemite, Yellowstone. That it's a supervolcano, that it's going to blow. I have been told emphatically it wouldn't blow. That basically what's going to happen is the inner Earth supervolcano that is feeding Yellowstone is underneath Calexico, California, in Mexico. That's where it is. And through lava tributaries, it makes its way through Nevada, Arizona, Utah to Yellowstone. Well, as things start to go and it builds up, what it's supposed to do, and they have seen this, it is supposed to blow the back out of the San Andreas Fault. And that will immediately relieve the pressure, and Yellowstone will not go. Okay? I have heard absolutely no change to that scenario or plan whatsoever. And they were pretty emphatic that that's just what it's going to be. Okay, so I wanted to put that to rest because a lot of folks send me stuff, and only recently have I really been able to get to all these emails, and I'm doing my best to get in touch with everybody and get back to everybody who's helped me with the car scenario, my truck, my rover, and just everything. I cannot tell you what it means to me that you have supported me in this way, and there will be some reciprocity. I promise you there will be reciprocity. Still going through, still trying to get out of these hard patches, and I will. I'll get through these. Earth is such an amazing place. It's a school of discernment. At the same time, it's a university of experience. There's just nothing like it. And many occasions, I've asked Mornay if he wanted to change places with me, and he was not at all interested in doing that. And I understand, because it's a very tough school. We see it from one perspective where, we're used to this, and it's just, okay, this is a day, this is what we have to deal with, this is just what it is. Our space families, they don't see it that way. They're like, wow, what you guys go through, what you tolerate, the patience that you have is just extraordinary. But it's time to take things, I think, to another level. We need to kick things up here. As far as what's happening off-world, my understanding is that there's somewhat of a stalemate. Now, I'm encouraged to hear that some of the people that were on our space colonies on Mars, and I understand that soon there'll be some others that'll be coming forward that have been returned to Earth. They're coming forward and they're telling their story. I think it's great that we have this new perspective. To my knowledge, no one who's actually been part of the fleet and has been out there has actually returned to Earth to talk about what they know. And I do know for a fact that benevolent forces have tried to, and in some cases, engaged with them to give them another perspective of what's actually happening here and actually what their mission is or isn't. On every level of this holograph, that's this reality that we think we live in, there is a different lie. Okay. And if you can grasp how that works, we think reality is what we see every single day. Those who were taken off world during the brain drain of the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and taken to other places, whether that be the motherships we've created, or colonization of other worlds that we haven't been told about, or Mars, they're living in another reality. Okay, some of those have memories of Earth, but now they're so absorbed in another reality that they are almost disconnecting themselves from Earth, from us, our humanity. And then there's those who work in the black projects where they don't interact with humanity anymore. They essentially just interact in the hive mentality with the regressive ETs. They're on a completely different reality as well. And there's multiple layers here. This has all been done to divide us, to separate us from each other. Humanity has a soul, just as Earth has a soul. They're doing everything they can to separate us into pieces, because by doing that, it weakens us. Because collectively as a soul, we are an incredible force, a dominant force. And I don't mean this in the sense of I don't mean this in a military sense where we can just bulldoze and do whatever we want. I don't mean it like that. We have a unique experience of, again, falling into time through different layers of physicality to third density. We have the unique experience of having this incredible extremes of emotions, from anger to apathy to joy, from apathy to compassion, from anger to love. And they are extreme. And we don't appreciate how incredibly strong we are. Because the world, the reality that they have created for us, this holograph, is all about really beating us down. It's about suppression. It's about making you conform to this box that they say we have to be in. 25 years ago, when I and others started speaking, we were kooks, nuts, the list goes on, okay? You don't hear that too much anymore because much of what we were talking about has become mainstream. And it is becoming mainstream because the rest of humanity is getting it. It's seeping in. Now, there have been people who have talked about the electronic fence around the Earth, where many people who were very good telepaths, I don't want to use the word channel. I've never really appreciated that word at all. But let's just say telepaths who were, receiving information from higher realms. When that net, that electronic fence was put around the Earth, much of the information changed. And that's because you weren't talking to the same entities or energies. Okay? There was an intercession. There was they just started screwing with everybody. Okay? Well, when the benevolent ships come into our atmosphere, what they will do is they will purposely sit inside that electronic fence, and they will burn holes in that fence. And as long as they're sitting there, information gets in and out. It isn't necessarily coming from the ships, but on the higher dimensions, they know what's happening here. Okay, what's happening not only here on Earth but in other star systems. This is a really big deal. This is like a showdown of soul beings and those who are, let's say, not necessarily have soul or have fragmented soul, but also AI, artificial intelligence, that believes itself to be superior. It's a combination of things, all right? It all comes down to frequency, resonance. The separation of resonances is occurring, and it's about to get really profound. So when I say we're going to be moving into another level of weirdness, I am not exaggerating. Okay, it's going to get really strange, and what's important for everyone, in my humble opinion, is for you to have perspective, is to not, if you can, not get caught up in all this make-believe, pretend, and created drama, because that's what they want. They want to draw our focus away from the spiritual path, and that's where most people are going. Now, whether any of the religions are true, whether they're not true, they are true, your connection to Source is absolutely paramount. That is what everybody needs to be working on, if you're even interested in evolving. Never surrender it. Never put anything or anybody, whether it's a savior, whether it's an alien, an ET, it doesn't matter. Never put anybody between you and the Source, the Creator. This is the message that I want to try to drive home here today, because as things get strange, as they start really tweaking the holograph with fake images, with all kinds of created drama, you're going to find your ground, you're going to find your center in Creator, in grounding yourself, in the fact that you are connected to the Source. You always have been. It's imperative that you remember that. And for me, I've had a lot of challenges. I still have a lot of challenges. Nature does it for me. It grounds me right away, and I can get into that silence, and I can connect. Okay? I can't always hold it for a long time. And everybody has a different place, whether it's a water fountain in the middle of the city, whether it's just leaning on a tree, whether it's sitting in a park or watching children, or a bicycle ride, or just a long drive in the country in your car without the music on and the windows open. Whatever it takes for you to be connected, you have to focus on that. Or I'm asking you to focus on that. Okay? Now, I had all this planned out, and of course, when it starts, it does what it does.
That's okay. Do you need to take a little break, Alex?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
The Earth, while all of this stuff is going on, the Earth is also moving through our galaxy. Now, I've heard a lot of different things, or people send me stuff. One of these things is something about an ascension sometime here in September. Okay, September 28th, I hear. I personally don't give that any credence because we're not ready. We're not ready yet. What's happening, though, here, September, October, is that our solar system begins its descent into the galactic plane, which is an enormous electric plasma field. This will begin to trigger and turn on our DNA, our dormant DNA. Now, there are children being born in with 3 strands. Now, to my knowledge, there's only one that's actually been admitted, and that was in England, of a young boy who's come in with 3 strands. There are others, but they weren't born in hospitals. They were born with midwives at home. That's what their parents were guided to do. And these children are enlightened. They will be moving very quickly once we get enveloped into this field. I understand that they will be going to a 5th strand lightning quick. Many of us, especially us adults, will be moving to a 3rd strand, some to a 4th, depending upon the condition of our physicality, how many toxins we have in it, our history of taking pharmaceutical medicines, things like that. Not everybody is going to make it through this cloud, I've been told. It's going to be extremely difficult for men to actually process this new energy. Now, this energy, from what I've been told, is going to be a movement that is going to appear very fast. It's almost going to be like you're hyperventilating or on speed, or if you've had way too much coffee. It's going to be an excelled adrenaline rush. Those are the things that it's supposed to feel like. The reason I stress connect to spirit, to soul, is because that's where we have to go with this energy, because that's what the energy is. Okay? This energy is what it is. It can't be tampered with. The only thing that could disconnect you from this energy, this field, this force, is here, okay, is fear. And this is why you're seeing things being kicked up quite a few notches now, because the powers that be, they still have quite a bit of control here, folks. Those who actually rule the planet, okay, they're not running for cover yet. They still think they've got everything locked down. You know that even if they get rid of levels of management, they're pretty confident that they can find others who will be drawn into the lure of greed, and they will, they can have more minions to do what they need to do. It's interesting. It's really extraordinary, to be honest with you, the things that are coming. To be able to detach from the drama, whether it's the presidential race, ISIS, all these different things, is going to take some practice, because they want our attention. Okay, remember, what keeps fueling this holograph is our focus on it. The Andromedans in the past talked about creating a domain of knowing. The Magna Carta started that with the lords and knights and others wanting some kind of rights against the king. Where the king just couldn't do anything he wanted whenever he wanted. Out of that came a series of experiences which led to the United States Bill of Rights, truly the first of its kind. That created a domain of knowing, and that, went around the world. It's used in television shows, etc. And there's all kinds of young people who get arrested in Europe and other places who say, I have rights, and it's because they've seen this in the movies and television, and they don't realize that in actuality in their countries they don't have rights. Well, some countries have implemented rights, but the point is that there's an awareness now that they want rights, and they have rights as a human being, not to be treated like cattle and chattel and a natural resource. What we can do individually and as groups is we need to focus on creating another domain of knowing, and that is the expression of benevolent joy. Okay, or benevolent expression of joy. Joy being one of the highest forms of love that there is. An expression and one that all of us share together. Now, there is no one leader for this. There can't be one leader for this. This is something everyone individually needs to grasp and to embrace with their own intent, their own focused intent to do this. And in doing this, not only do you become a leader, but you become an expression of that which you're creating, this benevolent expression of joy. And it is very, very contagious. And it is the opposite polarity of what the powers that be are trying to create on Earth, which is fear and just everything that's associated with fear. Did you guys want to take a break because you need to tell me something? JP?
No, you can keep going. I tell you what's interesting is that there are a few questions that have come into the chat room. I'm getting a list of questions for the top of the hour, but a lot of them actually you've covered the answers to them. So people who have asked questions about these things, Alex has actually covered some of these points. So just keep going, and I'm sure that Spirit will move you to say the right things,
okay,
and to serve all the people. And it's interesting what you were just saying about the encoding of the voices of people who are in this process. It's actually in the sounds of the voice that these frequencies are coming across, isn't it? It's like emoto. You change the crystallization of the water in the body.
I'm exactly right, and that's how powerful we are. That we can change physicality, matter, because we're creating matter all the time. The deeper we go into the belief systems that this is the way it is. Well, that's what it's going to be. You have to remember that and I've heard this expression, Earth's a prison planet. It is not. We could easily make it that if we buy in to all their bullshit. Okay, they would love nothing more than to have us enslave ourselves, because then we keep feeding this third density holograph that they want, that they're living off of. There's some extraordinary movies that are out there. Jupiter Ascending is one that I find very interesting. John Carter, where he's talking to the Thurn, is another one. And I know that there's some other. The Giver is another one where they're talking about things that we're sharing here, and they're trying to tell us, the message is there. They're trying to tell us, they just can't be overt about it, because what's happening is, as the the powers that be, and they're not all human, let's be clear about that, as they start dropping the veil or dropping the lid down on everything to suppress and imprison and enslave, the minions are beginning to realize they're stuck just like everybody else. They're beginning to see what the end agenda is, and it has not been what they've been told all along when their help was solicited. And this is where I talk about the lie on all the different levels. And I'm not the first to talk about this. I believe Richard Hoagland was the first to actually express this, that there's a different lie under every level. And I'm not sure if he was talking about government, black ops, NASA, or if he was just talking the entire encompassed area of what we know as reality. But he was right either way. It's there, and those on those levels above who believed that they were privileged, they're now realizing there is no privilege. The only ones who are privileged are those at the very top. Everybody else is expendable. And now there's a lot of friction, and there's a lot of pushback, and this is good. And so with that comes the fact that we're seeing a lot of this information coming out, not only in mainstream, but movies, television, more and more books. It's becoming more and more prevalent. My concern is that people aren't paying attention to those messages, that they're not actually grasping and moving into a perspective, well, what if this is true? In talking about, religions, do we actually need religions? No, we don't. And I know I'll get some flack, but I've always caught flack for this. No, we don't need religions. Okay? Spiritual practices, quieting of the mind, creating focused intent on your life, on your personhood, on source, yes, but that's not a religion. Okay? We don't need religions. And if you really look at all of them for what they are, you have got to walk away with the idea that they're broken. They've become incredibly wealthy on the gullibility of everybody, and they damn sure haven't solved a single problem in the world. Okay, if anything, they've complicated the problems. And I've been saying this since the get-go. Okay? Off-world. Let's go back to off-world. Our situation's complicated here. Okay? I know I have to be careful what I say and how I say it. Know this. We have an enormous amount of help out there. And if there's an opening, a genuine opening where we won't be harmed, they will participate. They will come in to assist and offer mentorship. They will not fix this for us. Okay, they can't. We have to be vested in the outcome of humanity's future, or it's all for naught. Okay? And this is where we talk, this is where I want to go again with creating a domain of knowing. We have to be vested in creating humanity's future. And in one of the last interviews, or the last interview I did with Robert Potter, the first interview, or the last one that I've done, we talked about knowing what you don't want. I haven't met anybody who doesn't know what they don't want. Okay.
Yeah,
and
totally.
So, now let's and we have the world of what we don't want. Okay, we have a lot of that. Most of us are in that space. Every day we see what we don't want. Every day we experience what we don't want. So now what we need to do is, instead of focusing on that every day, because we're going to keep creating that, what we don't want, we need to begin the baby steps to start thinking about creating what we do want. And even if it's just one thing, and it could be something totally simple, okay? Like, I don't know, I want to be able to enjoy a banana split once a week. I realize it's probably a really lame thing. You know,
It's a suitable example.
well, it's something that brings comfort, something that brings joy. It could be just going for a drive by yourself and listening to your favorite music. It could be doing something with your children, whether it be a water park or just going for a walk in nature, or just doing something that's joyful, okay? And it doesn't have to cost money, but it's about intentionally creating that joy that in your life with focused intent. You're focusing now not on what you don't want, now you're beginning to focus on what you do want. And we have to start moving in this direction. No matter what's going on around us, no matter what's happening in the world, no matter how bad the news gets, we need to focus on what it is that we do want. Okay? And it can start small. It can be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes a day. It could be an afternoon, a weekend. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, and you will know, you know what that is. Okay? I don't know what that is. I know for me. Okay? But for you, you need to focus on what that is. You really have to intentionally begin to pull that towards you. Because as there is negative, there is also positive. There is an enormous amount of positive energy coming to us, not only from other dimensions, but from the sun as well. Okay? The sun is an enormous generator of dimensions. Use it. Empower yourself with it. Use your soul energy, that kinetic soul energy. All of this is only going to be more amplified as we begin to move down through the plasma field. The Oort cloud, as I think NASA calls it. Okay, it's plasma, it's electrical, it's extraordinary. The last time humanity's gone through this, it was, I believe, 52 or 26,000 years ago. We need to use it. We need to harness it. We need to focus on creating what we do want, a domain of knowing that we want, that is joy, that is love, that is humanity at peace with each other, regardless of the color or the creed. I mean, this is not rocket science. I mean, I am just flabbergasted at how quickly things can spiral out of control. We have to figure this out. No one's going to come in and save us if we are not willing to commit ourselves to this progress. Okay? We need to meet them. We need to embrace this. We need to embrace this paradigm halfway. At least make the effort. Okay? There's not enough of us making the effort. And we have to do this intentionally. We have to truly, intentionally decide this is what we're going to do. Now, that doesn't mean you go out and you save the world, because you can't necessarily do that. Okay? But you can work on yourself. You can work on your loved ones by example. You can, when asked what's different about you, explain to them, look, I've chosen this path. I am choosing to focus on joy, on love and joy and harmony, as opposed to, I hate my job, I hate my car, I hate everything. Okay, you got to let that go. We all have to let that go, and we need to focus on what we want, and we need to draw that to us. Focus on it, make it happen, because it will. Make it happen. We have to push back on these pricks that are trying to control the world. Okay, they're not interested in our welfare. No, 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 no. They have their own agenda. They have their own domain of knowing, and basically it involves feeding off of our misery. I don't know about you, but I'm done with that. We should all be done with that. Okay? It has not worked. Look at the technological advances that humanity has had. Look at, whether you believe this or not, the technology that is off-world that was built on this planet. Look at the idea that we have this incredible space fleet of incredible men and women who are working out there that are detached from humanity. Why are they detached from humanity? Because they want to keep it a secret. They don't want us to know, because it would change our entire perspective as to who we are. It would actually empower humanity to know that this was real, that we could accomplish this. That should tell you everything about the agenda. Okay? We got to stop feeding these guys, these beings. We have to stop feeding them once and for all. Okay? Negativity, because that's what they want. That's what they're feeding off of. And we need to starve them out of here by creating joy.
Welcome to part two. This is a question and answer session, and I'm going to squint over here, so looking down here on my screen, and I'm going to try and find. We won't have much time to answer all of these questions, so please, if you ask the question and it didn't get answered, well, maybe it's been asked before, maybe it's been answered before. So we're trying. The first one is, can we do this again soon, please? Yes, we will. Right. Okay. So now, where's all those questions gone? Here we are. Now, this is. I think this is a very, very salient question. When you were talking on Project Camelot a few years ago, you did a speech in front of a Project Camelot conference, and you talked about mentorship. So this is a question from Karen. In one of your previous interviews, you spoke about a mentorship with beneficial ETs or Andromedans. Do you think some of us who are waking up now can volunteer to be mentored to help humanity during this coming shift?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, they would, the groups, and it's not just the A's, it's many other groups, they wouldn't want it any other way, because that they have to do it this way in order for humanity to be invested in the future of humanity. Okay? It's just, I believe we're behind schedule here. We're a little bit behind schedule. Mm-hmm. But absolutely, that's exactly how it's going to be. Now, there are clusters, there are star groups or soul groups of people who come from different places. I mean, you know, your soul wasn't created on Earth. This is not your first lifetime in physicality. No one here, you know, you choose your level of consciousness to come in here and have an experience. That's just what it is, and no denial will ever change that. It just, people have chosen a specific path, a group of lessons, experiences, etc., and that's what it is, and that's how it's going to work. So yes, people, as this thing progresses, and however that's going to be, yeah, people will be given an opportunity to do that. Absolutely, it won't happen any other way.
Thank you, because this is like the bringing together of all the star groups, so that, you know, all the people spreading out as a kind of tree network of people who are awakening each other. That's the feeling, anyway. So one mentors and then another mentors. You know, you mentor a group and they mentor others. Yeah.
That's exactly right. You know, those who know, you know, they can teach what they know. If you just read it in a book, you can't. You only know about it. That's how it works. You know.
Fantastic. Okay, so now here's let's talk. Let's go over from the knowledge. Right. So here's the part of the big fear thing, and this is money. Money is all about fear. So here's a question. There's a couple of questions, and I'm going to bring them all together. From Ganga, she's saying, how can we disempower the monetary system on a personal level? Any suggestions from the A's? But then is also, do you feel that an economic collapse is imminent in conjunction to the elevation of frequencies? So can you tell us about the process of money and how it's going to transform in our space and how we can make it transform in our space? How's that as a question?
Well, the way money was set up was set up as a control mechanism here, or a medium of exchange. It lost its fairness to do good a long time ago, at least on the big picture. Now it's all about creating debt, which is control. Now, is an economic collapse? I hear about it as well. I also hear about the new currency system that's coming in. I think there's a lot of truth to both of those things. I believe there is a new system coming in that's asset-backed, and I believe the fiat currency system is going away, and it has to because it's not real. I think as humanity evolves consciously, we will begin to realize we don't need money, that money is not necessary for us to live with each other or together, that we will create another way that doesn't give someone else control over our everyday life. Because as it is now, through governments, through banks, they've basically got a control on everything we do, and they're doing their best to outlaw everyday life. Everything we do could be a crime, and for what? Why do something like this? And it's all about control. JP, someone is trying to get into my computer. Someone is trying to get into my computer. I have all of my security alarms going off.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Well,
it is interesting.
Hello, everybody. You're still coming through here.
Okay, I'm just giving you an FYI. I don't know what's going to happen here.
That's okay. So, well, that's fine. Tell them. Well, let's just ask our friends upstairs if they would take care of this, shall we? While we ask the next question, which is, and thank you for that answer. Oh, this is a beautiful question. This is from Marie. Are the Andromedans in touch with Earth as a being, and how may we best align with her wishes for, and I'm going to reverse her saying, herself and humanity?
By being quiet, by being still, by actually just engaging, in whatever method that you choose to do. If you engage and connect to your soul, you will automatically connect to her, because there's a symbiotic relationship. We're all connected anyway. It's just not focusing on the noise, the white noise. Instead, it's focusing on what you feel, how you feel, wanting joy. And there's a million ways to do that, to connect to the earth. You just have to want to do it. Just ask yourself. Yourself already knows most of the answers. Most of us just don't listen. We're listening to our subconscious all the time, and all it's paying attention to is the white noise, because that's what it's vibrating to. We need to, raise our vibrations and start tuning into a resonance that brings us joy, that allows us the space to focus on what we want, not on what we don't want. So,
do you think everybody should just? One of the things that I do.
Yes. The answer is
every
yes.
day do something
They all
slightly
are.
further? Sorry?
They all are. They all understand that the Earth is a living being, even the regressives, okay, and AI. They understand that. They can't truly identify because they don't have soul, but they do realize that it's a consciousness. What they do is they try to tweak it. They try to tweak it to fit their mold, their agenda, by doing things to it, suppressing the energy, or trying to harm it in some way, so that it will respond to what their wishes are. That's how it works.
So this is some people might describe that as changing the geometry of the planet. Could that be spoken like that, like a distortion of geometry?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes, that's a very good analogy. You know, if the soul is placed in a body in one way and you're able to tweak it just a little bit, then that body is in distress.
Aha. The black screen of death. Okay, well, Alex, you are still on.
Can we finish this by phone?
Yeah, we're still on the call. As long as you got charge on your phone, we can, take it till the end. So let's just
let's do it.
Yeah, we're not messing about here. So let's not waste time. This is okay. All right. So here's another question about the 4D and 3D. How do reptilians from the 4D come and stay in the 3D, and how are they able to look like humans?
Well, they have technology. They have technology that basically creates a holograph around them. And my understanding is what they do is they will use certain genetic lines that are reptilian. That they will a specific body forms, body types. That's what they will do to make themselves appear real. There are also some that can't physically be here, but what they will do is they will attach themselves spiritually to someone, and it's typically someone who is a very major a drug user, such as heroin, morphine, things like that, where their body, their soul energy field is very weak, and what they will do is they will attach to it, and then they will feed off of that. It's like an attachment, a spiritual attachment. That's a very complicated answer, and but they do. They're as you know, but you know what? As we start going through the plasma field and the vibration of the Earth rises, they will not be able to sustain themselves. And in fact, the Earth has risen enough that some of them have had to already leave. They couldn't sustain themselves in this environment.
And that segues nicely into the next question from Junjun. I've been hearing about waves of energy coming in September, October. What is your or the A's perspective on what has been dubbed Wave X?
Okay, well, I don't technically know about Wave X.
But I think they're referring to the photon belt, or the thing that we're doing.
That's exactly right, and we're already in it. Not to mention the fact that when benevolent ships come in close to the Earth and they burn those holes in the electronic fence that's trying to isolate us from the rest of the galaxy, we get galactic energy through those holes as well.
So the more visits, yeah.
The good guys are putting a full court press on the regressive energy that's here, and basically what they're trying to do is they can't. Some of the groups agreed to leave, and they did, but there's those hardcore groups they won't. So the only way to get them to go without harming humanity or blowing everybody's mind is to raise the vibration of the planet and humanity itself, and literally starve them so they have to leave. They have nowhere to go, or they're going to die. They're just going to die here.
So when you have a parasite, you starve its food, like you starve the sugar. So and this is really the whole thing about how to get rid of the reptilians is you don't fund them, you don't pay them any attention, you don't give them the loosh that they're that they're draining.
Sure. Let's focus on the questions, okay? I know there's probably a lot of them.
Sure. Okay, so let's go very sideways. Considering the new weirdness, were the children of Cleopatra the Seventh interwoven into the Church of Rome mythology?
My perspective is that the offspring of Cleopatra is the Holy Grail, and that is the line that the Vatican has been trying to hunt down and kill all these years, and that's what the Templars knew about.
And that's the holy relic that they're guarding is the bloodline. Okay, thank you. All right, so you touched on the AI. Param is asking, please comment on the Andromedan perspective of the use of artificial intelligence on our planet, in our galaxy, in the universe, and the artificial intelligent, extraterrestrials.
Okay, let me just add one more thing to the last question. Ladies and gentlemen, the bloodline always follows the mother, not the father. Follows the mother. Now, can you ask that question one more time? The new one?
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, and thank you for that expansion there. Can you comment on the Andromedan perspective on the use of artificial intelligence on our planet, in our galaxy, in the universe? And as a corollary, could you talk about the artificial intelligence that's trying to invade our minds? If they're...
Okay. Great question. My understanding is that artificial intelligence on some levels can be used and is used, but its interaction with humanity is somewhat limited in the sense that when you're doing, whether it's mining or terraforming or ship repair, building of craft, even those, let's say you have a ship, here's a perfect example. Let's use the Black Knight satellite. Okay, the one that was broken had someone artificial found it. What they would have done was they would have used artificial intelligence to go out and repair the ship, because even though they may have a biological body, they are still able to function that way and go into very extreme regions of space or very hostile environments to go in and perform a mission. Okay? But their roles are extremely limited, and so is their programming. It isn't where they would go out and say, okay, you go out and create a universe, or you go out and create a planet. So the level of artificial intelligence that is involved in our galaxy now, the only thing I know, and the only thing that I could ever get out of them, was that it was brought here from someplace else. And it was not supposed to be here. It was an invasion.
And how did we have we coped with the invasion, or have we just absorbed it, or is it latent? What's the state of play with that?
Oh no, it's out in the open now, but it took a long time for everybody to recognize it because it was hiding.
Right,
but they all know now, And again, some of it has a place. It is not by its very nature benign. Regressive. But if it's tweaked by someone with the intention of creating it to do harm or to suppress or to, kill, that's a whole different story. Okay? But artificial intelligence had to have been created in the beginning by a non-artificial intelligence source.
Get you.
It's programmed.
And
it's originally programmed by someone who has soul.
And is this what they call the black goo?
Well, my understanding is that is, well, I don't know that all artificial intelligence is a black goo, so no, I would say no. But the black goo that people have seen, and I know that they discovered it in the Falklands on the ground, and also in the Dark Knights use it. That is basically an artificially intelligent software. That's what that is. It's software. It's a liquid software.
Yes, and very interesting. Thank you for that. Okay, so here's let's just motor on through as many as we can. This is from Sue. Do the Andromedans ever work with the reptilians for the good of humanity? You know, do they have a bad rap? You know, are there some good ones?
Yes, there are. Yeah, there are some good ones who vibrate at a higher frequency. Absolutely. You know, they're not all bad. In fact, many of the lower levels, they have at one time or another rebelled because they didn't want to go along with the program, because as they were going in and enslaving other star systems, they themselves were becoming enslaved. And at some point, many of them realized that their life was a direct reflection of what they were doing to others. And what they were looking at, as far as a suppressed race, is exactly who they had become. So yeah, I mean, the game of fear, dominance, control, using other races as a natural resource, that's all coming to an end. Okay, unfortunately, the remnants of all that old empire stuff, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, Orion War stuff, the remnants of it, which is being cleaned up now, is in our third density frequency band.
Excellent. Thank you. Let's now just segue that. Do the Andromedans, this is from Per, do the Andromedans refer to universal law, such as universal rules of intention and agreements? And I think he means something like the prime directive, as in Star Trek, sort of thing.
No, not exactly. I've never heard it that way, or I've never really necessarily heard them use the expression universal law, because, you know, they're telepathic. Their language is far more extensive than ours. They would not refer to it that way, other than the fact that they realize that we are all interconnected. And if you remember early in the information, when I first started speaking 25 years ago, the reason they all showed up or began paying attention to our solar system is because tyranny shows up in their future. So, no, I think, you know, they genuinely care about evolving races, but they also, whether they're benevolent or not, they all sort of have their own agendas too. You know, they're all looking for their self-best interests, and if it's to their self-interest to help us, to make us evolve, because it's going to make everyone else stronger and freer, which is the way they choose to live, then I think that that's where they're going to go. That's exactly what I think. I mean, you know, do I know every single intention? No, I don't know. But I know that they're here to help, and many of the other races that are involved, they're absolutely committed to seeing this program through, to make sure that this albatross that's been around our neck for thousands and thousands and thousands of years is released, is done, it's ended. So, you know, at this point, they're pretty much in awe of us, and I think they really genuinely want to see us be able to stand on our own 2 feet, you know, speaking in that way.
Okay. And this is, I'm trying to group some of the questions here, so you might find a composite question here. But this is about CERN. Tomorrow, they're cranking the thing up. They're spinning 2 magnetic fields in opposite directions, which, as we all know, opens a dimensional portal. Do you do you think? How do you think CERN will play out? Is the thing? And do you know their intention? What I mean, because like you say, the lie is different at every level. What do you think are the different levels that they're lying to us on? What do you think is their, their true intention for this?
For CERN?
Yeah, for CERN, and the idea that there's a
as far as the lie in different levels, I'm not sure exactly what they've been told, but I believe, this is my own personal opinion, is that they've been given a toy, and they really think that they're looking for something else, even though it may turn out to be something else. I think that they've given us many toys that we didn't know really what to do or how to use, knowing that we're an enormously curious and a driven race to want to know more. I think that they have taken advantage of that in some cases, and we may be messing with something that we absolutely shouldn't. I will tell you this, that if something goes very badly array or goes wrong, don't be surprised if it just shuts down, it breaks down, or they just take the whole thing away. It just goes away. It vanishes. Because they are not going to, the benevolence I'm talking about, they are not going to let these idiots do something stupid that hurts all of us, or even hurts other star systems, other races, and creates other problems within their density. Here they're trying to patch it up and heal it and raise its frequency. They're not going to let anyone interfere with that any longer. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it plays out. I honestly don't know at this point. But I was told that they were trying to merge timelines, and that simply isn't going to be allowed. In fact, that's already been shut down.
Thank you. Merging timelines. Do you want to? Because there was. Is this to do with what Dan Burish was talking about several years ago, and the Project Yellow book, where they kept seeing they had this device that they could look into the future, and it kept on flickering from one future to another, very different futures. Is that what you're talking about just then?
Yes. Those were artificial timelines. Okay, where we are is an original real-time timeline, and this is where the changes are going to be. This is where we're going to evolve. They're not letting, in other words, they're not going to let anybody out of here that is trying to escape. Okay? This is where it ends for the regressive forces that are here. It ends in this timeline.
And does that end? Does that mean that it ends the future that everybody was living in? This is the future that everybody was living in.
What future is that? We're creating that as we speak.
Exactly. So, some great names. Magdalena, from Magdalena. Did we really have 12-strand DNA when we were first created? Will we eventually recover all of our potential?
Yes, but it won't happen in this lifetime for us. It will probably be 5 to 10 generations from now that the body will be allowed to heal itself and restore itself to its original dynamic. As mentorship begins and the environment is cleaned and all the pollutants and all the chemicals and all those things that make us sick every day, and healing modalities that come that are involved with light, sound, color, when those things are allowed to be used here in humanity, humanity will begin to heal itself. And it will take several generations, many generations, in fact, before humanity will get back to that particular level. It won't happen for us.
Okay, then. From Debriel, would you explain a bit further about the differences between the masculine energies and feminine energies that we are moving into and how that will manifest and affect us? Great question.
Okay, well, we're moving out of the masculine energy into the feminine principle, which, of course, is nurturing and more healing. And if you were to look at the galaxy as a plate, on the top part of the plate where you would currently put your food, that would rest as the masculine. That which is underneath where the food goes would be the feminine. We're crossing that plane, and we're moving down into the feminine. This happens to help heal humanity. And what it also does is it reunites humanity, because we move back into the feminine principle and we let go of the war principle. Now, you have to understand that during the time of Atlantis, after many of the races left in the war that occurred during Atlantis, we were offered protection, but that protection never manifested. So really rogue and aggressive groups came in here and basically tweaked humanity, okay, in the worst kind of a way. That's all going away. And you know, they had their run. It's over. And so that's what has to happen. JP, they're knocking at the window. I have to, my time is up. I have to give up the conference room.
Alex, well, thank you so much. It's been a fantastic time.
Gosh, you know, I want to do this again, because I know, and maybe we can just do a Q&A.
Yeah.
Because I so enjoy the Q&A.
Yeah.
Okay.
What we might do is we can get together maybe on a regular basis, because I tell you, people pour questions into me. And you know, they have been doing since our interview in 2012 or whatever, you know, people send me the occasional, can you ask Alex this? Can you ask Alex that? So thank you so much for your
JP,
grace.
will you wrap it up for me, folks?
Yes, indeed.
I have to get out of the room.
So
thank you so much. I love all of you, and let's do this again. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Alex. Thank you very much. A very special webinar by Alex Collier, held by wolfspirit.tv in association with alexcollier.org. This is JP. Welcome to our second webinar with Alex, presented by alexcollier.org, represented by James, and Wolf Spirit Radio and Wolf Spirit Media Network, presented by myself. And, well, our last seminar was very, very popular. We've had lots of video on demand, so that's the second phase of it. This is the first phase, and we're on the first phase of the second webinar. Alex is going to speak for a good period of time today. Thank you very much for coming along and attending. I can see you're all raring to go. So please, questions, only ask questions that are relevant to what Alex has been saying. You can ask them, but they won't get answered. You know, I won't put them in the thing. Let's stay all completely focused. And so, without any further ado, here's Alex. Good afternoon, Alex. How are you?
Hey, JP. Hi, James. Good to see you guys again. Thank you so much for the dozens of people who are on this today. We more than appreciate your time, and you know, we have I have a lot of things to cover today. to give you some current stat, and of course the Q&A, which I really appreciate. I want to cover the frequency, and I'm going to cover current events about what's happening here on planet and off-world as well, to try to keep you guys up to date on what's going on. And I know that there are a lot of other sources, and this is very, very good. I share my perspective and what I've been told, and it is entirely up to you guys to decide what you want to do with the information, as it always has been and always will be. Okay, and that's literally the way it should be. As far as, and we talked about this on the first webinar, the frequency of the planet, of the vibration of the planet, the harmonic of the planet is changing. It has been reported that the Schumann resonance has jumped way over 30. Now, this is both very, very good, if you can keep it in perspective, and it also opens the doors to other things. For example, the positives. The harmonic frequency of the planet and all the planets, which include the sun as well, which is a star, are rising in vibration. Our DNA, vibration. It is vibrating at a higher rate, and at some point, and I don't know the exact point, it will turn on other parts of our DNA. DNA that's been turned off, it will turn on. And I believe we are approaching that as we speak, because the awakening of the people on the planet is happening exponentially at this point. It may not seem like it, but that's only because a lot of people they're progressing with how they feel about what's going on. And what I mean is, they may be talking to loved ones specifically, or they're not actually opening up to loved ones about what it is that they're feeling, the things that they're seeing, the dreams that they're having, the premonitions, the intuitive awakening that they have, both male and female. Of course, the feminine essence has always had that piece, but for men to have that intuitive piece and to really settle into it, well, that's a whole other ballgame, and that's something that men should be very excited about, to have that piece, because we have to create that balance of both male and female, not just the warrior. Okay, there's a time and a place for that, but when you don't have to be the warrior, you don't need to be the warrior. You can be a nurturing person, parent, father, partner, and it's okay to be vulnerable. And for the men moving into that place, you will be able to absorb the changes and the frequency much better, as opposed to resisting it and saying, I don't know what's happening, what's going on, and move into a fear space or a panic space. This is where you shut your body down. You shut your frequency, your harmonic, your heart. This is where you shut it down when you move into these spaces. And you're only going to hurt yourself. Okay? Now, I realize that there's an element of trust here. Well, it's definitely time to trust spirit. It is. To trust the process that the Creator, God, whatever name you attach to that, it is time to move into alignment with that and allow that frequency to come and to permeate you, and you begin to move with the flow. There is no other way around this at this point. Okay? Humanity has been backed into a corner. And the only way that we can really shift this Well, it's going to shift with or without us, okay, because the Earth is shifting. Life forms around us are shifting. Those that don't will be leaving. Those that do will be evolving very, very, very quickly. As this occurs, we just need to be in line. We need to be with the flow of it. And the best way to check yourself that you're in the flow is to be really quiet with yourself. To, again, find a place where you feel safe and you can get really, really quiet within yourself. Feel your own vibration, to feel your own frequency. Okay? I'm going to stress this over and over again. And if we have future webinars, if you guys still want them, we're going to talk some more about this. And in fact, we were talking earlier, James, JP, and myself, about maybe doing a third webinar, if you guys are interested, where we talk about the process of human evolution and the Andromedan perspective of what that is and what that looks like. Because they're not all that different from us, okay? They're really not. And, we can learn some things. It's always good to have the knowledge. If you choose to use it, again, that's entirely up to you. You have free will. You are your own being. But it's always nice to have the information in the event that you decide to do something. It's like trying to build that first 10-speed bicycle that came in a box, but they don't send you the instructions. When you're under the gun because the kids are coming down the stairs to ride that bike and you haven't got it together, no one likes to be in that spot. So, okay, listen, I spoke earlier, or I mentioned earlier that we've sort of been backed into a corner, humanity. The frequency is rising. Unfortunately, most of the major media, they only give us the bad news. They're not talking about the good news. And the good news is that people are waking up exponentially. They are essentially coming into their own. They are feeling more independent. They want things to change dramatically. They are not happy with the current systems that we have on the planet. They are not happy with political correct. They want direct talk. They want direct answers. They want direct conversation. They want to deal with very specific issues, and they want to be very frank in having those conversations. Okay, nobody wants to be politically correct. They want to be able to express how they feel. And a lot of that has been shut down for a very, very long time. Here in the West, particularly the United States, we've had that freedom of expression for quite some time. Of course, it can be abused and it can be absolutely ridiculous and moronic. And, we've crossed that bridge many times here in the States. But nonetheless, we still have it. And I know that there are a majority of the American people and immigrants who are here in the United States who have come here to experience that, want to keep that free expression. Now, let me explain what's happening. The Schumann resonance is jumping through the roof. Now, science tells us it's because of the sun. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our sun, the energy of our sun comes from higher dimensions. And our sun is basically an open portal, which is why this energy continues to flow. Okay? It's coming from fourth, fifth density. At this point, predominantly, it's fifth density, the frequency and the harmonics coming out of our sun. I'm told sometime next year, sixth density frequencies will begin to permeate. And the reason for that is that the vibration of physicality is being raised through fourth into fifth. So we are beginning to see the integration. This is why I said earlier, when we first opened the webinar today, that it's important to find that place where you can get quiet and settle yourself into the flow of what is. All right? If you do, things will go a lot easier. And you'll be more aware of things that are changing, and you will become more aware of opportunities in your field of existence. You will be living with more intent. You will be doing things with more intention that will serve you. And what I mean by that is you'll be minimizing careless mistakes. You won't be reacting emotionally and then trying to take it back. If you stay in the flow, spiritually, your spiritual guidance will lead you first to where you need to be, or to the relationships you want to have. It's imperative that we try to stay focused and we go with the flow. And we're going to talk some more about that next time, the next couple of weeks, if you're interested in a third webinar. So here's what's going on. We're moving into the galactic plane. We have all this cosmic energy bombarding our planet. You have the planet itself raising its vibration. You have humanity on the surface, whether they like it or not. Their vibration is rising. Some people handle it better, some people aren't. But again, it's a choice. Okay? It's a choice as to how they're going to handle it. What we have in the middle is we have the regressives. And their space of influence is getting smaller and smaller and smaller as they're being bombarded from both sides of this frequency. Now, typically what they have done is they lash out. They will lash out not only at their minions, but also those that they have suppressed or enslaved. Okay? This is how they act. Now, I want you to know, and this falls in line with some of the things that other contactees have been saying, there are boots on the ground. There are some here who are acting as referees. There are others as observers. And then there are those who are not either, who are literally pushing back, okay, assisting humanity. So I want you to know that there are boots on the ground, because this is accelerating. This entire process is accelerating very quickly. Now, if you remember, I think it was 1983 when Ronald Reagan addressed the United Nations, and he talked about, you know, how we would all drop all of our differences if there were an attack on Earth. I want you to know that up until this point, that was the closest the United States government ever came to actually doing disclosure. Reagan wanted to do it. Okay, he really did. And in his own way, he did it, because he made reference to that at least 3 times during his presidency. However, he wasn't given appropriate information. It's no shock or surprise there, because you know, they've tried to keep our presidents with plausible deniability. So this leads me into where we're going. There is a chance that some dramatic things will be happening on the planet. Understand, none of these are random. These are staged, they're planned. Lashing out from the rulers, the cabal, whatever you want to call them, which are both some human, some extraterrestrial, okay, at humanity, because of their own frustrations, because their frequency, their band that they exist on is getting smaller. Okay, so they're getting a little upset. They're getting pissed off, quite frankly, because their game is over. Now, it's also come to my attention that the minions, who are not the brain trust of this plan to enslave humanity for thousands of years, they have been given an option. And my understanding is that some of them are taking that option. Those who do not, they'll be paying the piper. They will be treated aggressively for what they have done to evolving races. I also want you to know that I have been told that out of the 21 other star systems who were experiencing the same kind of issues we were experiencing here, 14 of those star systems have been freed of this group, of this cabal, or the Orion Consortium. That's how VAs have talked about it, and I've mentioned this in the past, the Orion Consortium. So 14 have been freed, and there's just a few that are still going through the process. But those humanities on those star systems are going through virtually the same type of process we're going through, where we are backed into a corner where humanities on those planets and ours are being backed into a corner, and really the only alternative we have to free ourselves is to evolve spiritually. So in many respects, when we get over this hump and we have evolved ourselves spiritually through fourth, through fourth, into fifth, we will have these regressives to thank for it. We may not get to that place for a while, because we should have been there already, but that's what's happening. I know that there's quite a bit of talk regarding asteroids and meteors hitting the planet. I want you to know that if any do hit this planet, it's done on purpose. It is not a natural phenomena at this point, because there is so much hardware out there. There's just no way. It's possible that the cabal could bring something from the asteroid field and then throw it at the Earth to swing our emotions from one extreme to the other, because they feed off of that crap. When they create all this strife and all this fear, this is food for them. They feed off this stuff. So that's a possibility, but there's no way it's coming in here, because the benevolence at this point, ladies and gentlemen, they really have our back. It's just, we're hostages on our own planet, and there's this very elaborate holographic multi-dimensional chess game going on. At the same time, they're not trying to violate our free will, the benevolence I'm referring to. So it's interesting, and it's extremely complicated. It just is, and it changes all the time, because intentions change, agendas change, etc. Now, I know that there are probably a lot of folks, dozens of you on this webinar. Some of you, the ET thing is just like, oh my God, it's just so big, it's overwhelming. And I get that. And is it really important to know? Yeah. But is it mandatory to know? No, it isn't. It is not mandatory to know. I personally want to know all the pieces of the puzzle. So let me just say this to you. To those of you who don't even want to deal with the extraterrestrial thing or the exopolitics field in general, where there are so many people trashing each other, it's like politics, it's become a circus, and that's a shame. But to those of you who are just kind of disgusted with the exopolitics field because of all the trashing, the bottom line is this. You don't have to pay any attention to it. Pay attention to your own frequency. Pay attention to your dreams, your visions. Connect yourself to nature and to all that is, whatever you call that. Okay? Find your flow and evolve yourself spiritually. Now is the time to do it. If you've, wanted to devote your time to dancing, to music, to trying to figure out ways to do what you need to do, to find joy, to make yourself happy, now is the time to do it. If it's going for a hike, if it's camping, if it's horseback riding, if it's ballroom dancing, whatever it is that brings you joy and gives you a place of spiritual resonance, now's the time to do it. And be selfish about it. It's okay to be selfish about it because this is about you, all right? All of this ET stuff, it's still all about us, okay? There is no separating us from everything that's happening. But the bottom line is, this is about us. This is about our humanity, and this is about us individuals becoming a complete humanity, an integrated and full humanity. Be selfish in your spiritual evolution. Take the time that you need to do it. If you sat down with your families and you said, look, I need so much time a week, I need to do this or I need to do that, and this is what it's going to take for me to do this, then do that. Maybe by example, your kids will unplug from their cell phones and from their video games for a while to do this themselves. Now is the time to do it because things are moving very, very quickly. And the rising of humanity's consciousness is happening exponentially now. There are going to be a lot of amazing things going on. Now, I also want to give you current stat off-world. If you remember the A's information when I first started talking 23, 24 years ago about this, one of the first things that they shared with me was that tyranny had showed up 800 years in our future in the galaxy. And they had come back in time to find out where that began, how it happened. And it brought them back to our solar system. Well, when I was in Mount Shasta at the conference that Robert Potter sponsored for many people, Dr. Michael Salla did an incredible presentation. And he has a new book out, which I've not read, nor do I own yet, regarding the secret space programs. Just get into it. Where was I? Where was I when we got cut off? Again?
Regressives and how the Orion Consortium is being squeezed from above and below.
All right. Okay, so yes, their space of influence is narrowing because our vibration is rising, and so is that of the solar system. And a lot of it has to do with the plasma belt as we're crossing the galactic plane and the incredible frequencies that are coming from the higher dimension. Now, remember, in previous years, the information is that a brand new dimension had been created, and the frequencies were coming down, seeping down, lifting up third density. This is it. We're in the throes of it, and this is what everybody is beginning to see. Science can clearly know that this is happening. They just can't explain it because they're not approaching this from a spiritual sense. Eventually, they'll get to that place. Okay, so I had continued to talk.
Yeah, you were talking about Michael Salla, apparently, Alex.
Yes, and I want to talk about Dr. Michael Salla. When I was in Shasta at the conference that Robert Potter put on for everyone there, which was excellent, by the way, Michael Salla's presentation had to do with the secret space program, and apparently he has a new book out, which I've not seen or read, nor do I own, but his presentation was remarkable in the fact that now the people, the insiders that he's talking to and the information that he has been given has to do with the fact that when we signed on with the Orion Consortium, which was a bad move, they basically played us. They absolutely played us. And what they did was they created this hierarchy because they think holographically. They created this hierarchy, and they had different lies and different agendas on each level. And essentially what happened was they were able to present themselves that they were going to save humanity from an attack, an extraterrestrial invasion. And they wanted to help us arm us and give us weaponry so that we could defend ourselves. Well, they were actually the invaders. Okay, they were the invaders. And what's happening, and what's happened over the many years now, is that we have been building the weapons for them. And they have been arming other rogue groups in our galaxy and beyond with weaponry that our space programs have been building. This is why when the A's came back, and when they discovered tyranny in their future, they came back and they came to our solar system. And that's because, unbeknownst to us, we are a part of this tyranny that shows up in their future. And then when I say unbeknownst, it's because, yes, we're creating these weapons, but the true agenda behind it is not what the different levels have been taught or been told. Now, the benevolents know this. They know we've been played. This is not the first time something like this has happened, especially with this group, this Orion Consortium group of rogues, regressives. But this is kind of where it ends. And this is why the minions have been given a deal. You know, you need to flip. You need to start doing something positive for humanity, or you need to just buzz out of here. The rulership of this agenda, there is no such deal. They're going to have to deal with what they've done. Now, I don't know if you were on for this, but in previous years, there were 22 other star systems that were going through the same kind of a scenario we are. 14 of those have been freed as of recently. The remainder are still having some issues to deal with, like we are. Okay, but 14 are free now from this Orion Consortium rogue agenda. So this is very, very promising. Humanity's, again, backed into a corner. We spiritually have to evolve ourselves. And if we can do a third webinar without them interfering, we will do that, and I will share with you basically how we should proceed, or I should say the Andromedan's suggestions on how we could proceed. It's, of course, entirely up to everybody else to do this, okay? This is your life. This is your reality. You're the creator of it. I'm just here to assist in giving you the knowledge and some tools. I'm not the only one. There are many other people out there who are offering assistance, along with boots on the ground. So this is happening, okay? There is no stopping this. There flat is no way to stop this. They can do things to the planet. They can do things to humanity, the regressives I'm talking about, to try to, get us to jump into fear and slow down our frequency, okay? But this process is happening. What we need to all do is embrace it in a very benevolent, mature, spiritual way and go with the flow. That's what we have to do. I'm going through this process just like you, and I will be sharing with you, my processes and what I'm trying to do to make this happen for me and for those around me. And so, I will freely give you what I know and what I experience. So, anyway, we're in the middle of this thing, okay? And I was blown away, to say the least, to find out that our humanity is being used to do this, to create this tyranny. But there's a part of me that isn't surprised. because, ladies and gentlemen, we're a remarkable race. I mean, we are a genetic royalty. We have no clue of our own potential. I mean, we're just so remarkable, and I'm just so in awe of what we are capable of doing, both light and dark, but we have to focus our intent on creating positive energy, to taking a very positive path, because, we can really shift and shape the future of not only our race, but, we have gifts that we're not even aware of that we can help and share with other races. And I think we have a responsibility to do that. I do. We can be Avengers. We can be Avengers, and I'm a guy, and to be the warrior and to be the hero, I'm all down with that. I am. I'm down with that. And to help other evolving races and even those beyond us, once we fully realize what our gifts truly are, I'm all down with that. And I am down with our humanity, taking some kind of a leadership role, whatever that is, whether it's now or in the future generations. I think we have a responsibility to make this happen. Even if it's future generations from now, 10 generations from now, when they fully realize and all their DNA is up and on and working, we have a responsibility here as parents, as forefathers, to make this happen. We do. And I think we can. I genuinely believe that we can. So I want to say that the benevolent groups are doing everything they can to send information to the planet. We also have information coming to humanity from the sun, okay, because it's an open portal. The different levels of our off-world space programs are getting information. They too are evolving. And I can tell you there's some resistance. There's a lot of resistance going on. There's a lot of pushback. This is all very, very positive. Okay? And I'm just gonna say this because I know the cabal is listening, or eventually they'll get this, and they're listening to all of us. I mean, there are levels of the military that listen to not only this, because they realize that the information that they're getting from higher levels is mostly crap. Okay? So what they've done is they're coming to the humanity, to the people, because they know we're getting the information, and our agendas are not anything close to what's going on up there. Okay? We just want to raise our families, not live in poverty, eat good food, and raise our children in safety, and we want to have joy in our lives. That's our agenda, okay? So, and that should be everybody's agenda on this planet, or in the universe. That should be everybody's agenda. So I just want to say to the cabal, you need to let us go, okay? You need to move on. You need to just let us go. You need to let us go. You need to just go away. Okay? We no longer want this. And you just need to let us go. Just go away. Please, just go away. I'm sorry we got cut off there, but this happens a lot. JP, are you there?
I am indeed, and
Okay.
everything's well. I've got the picture up there because it's disturbing for me to kind of be wandering around. So I've just got
Okay,
that.
well, that's fine. Are there any questions? Is
Are
there?
there any questions?
Okay, get to some questions.
Millions. So let's. Do you want to start fielding some questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do. I want to know what the people want to talk about.
All right. Well, let's go from the beginning. And one of the popular questions here, let's try and bring a few together, is black goo, nano goo, and well, I don't know,
What is
maybe
it?
connected is toxic mold coming from chemtrail planes. So I don't know if they're connected or whether it's the same thing. So the black goo, Alex.
Okay, the black goo that there are some places on the planet where it has shown in underground facilities. I also know that the Black Knights satellites that are throughout the galaxy have it. Basically, what we're dealing with is a liquid software that has artificial intelligence. That's what it is. That's how it's been presented to me. It's liquid software that has artificial intelligence. I do not know the chemical makeup of it. It isn't all that rare. I mean, many craft have a type of liquid software embedded in its metal, in its organic structure, which is how it heals itself. You know, the intelligence of the liquid software knows to heal and to patch up holes and to repair the crafts. That's what it is. That's what it does. So that's all I have at the moment on that. But it's liquid software with artificial intelligence.
Interesting concept. So, okay, so coming on, I'll try and get through these questions really quick. Right, there's a question
As
from
far as the
Denise.
chemtrails, I don't know what the chemtrails are. The goo is. I sincerely don't know. I have honestly not had enough time to research it, nor have, I have a list of questions, and whenever I have contact and telepathy is engaged, my questions just go out the window because I'm so engaged in conversations. So,
And it covers loads of different topics, not just, so this is just a focus
well,
on...
it's topic, it's information, it's emotions, it's feelings, it's all encompassing, So, okay, questions.
Okay, next question. And this is an interesting one from Denise. I don't know if this is Dennis or Denise. Oh, Denny. Anyway, how can one get in contact with Andromedans that are in the spaceship nearby, either physically or telepathically?
I don't know that there's any one way to do it.
Yeah.
I simply don't. Just continue with focused intent. Because that's what I do. I send in a focused intent out there with very specific questions, with a very specific a frequency that I want returned back to me, and that is joy. Okay, love, compassion. And I wait, just like everybody else, for a response. So I don't have one way to tell you to do it. I wish I did, because I would share that with you.
Is the period of time when you wait, does that change? Has that kind of gotten shorter or longer, or is it more
There is
immediate?
no pattern to it. There is no pattern to it whatsoever. There never has been.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so thank you. Here now, this is a question that came up in my mind, and you talked about the A's and the other groups finding this tyranny in the future. Now, since we have been on this process and you have been putting this message out, has the future changed?
Yes, it has. It's been altered, for sure. And that was the whole point of coming back in time, to
Mm.
to now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
So
what
the
what
project.
that outcome is, I don't exactly know, but you have to remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're an integral part of this. We are players in this scenario. There is no getting around that. We are players in this scenario, and we need to embrace this process because, I mean, you got to remember the regressives came to us, the benevolence came to us. This is really about us. Okay, a group of humanity decided to do what they did, um, but it doesn't change the fact that the majority of humanity, which is us, we have a completely different agenda. We want a very specific type of life and an existence, and it isn't, it isn't regressive. It just isn't. So we need to step up. We need to step up our game. We need to embrace this process, whatever it is. And I realize there is a great deal of trust and faith and risk in this process. And I'm not exactly sure where it's all going, but how could engaging with the Creator, how can being joyful, how can loving each other, how can being kind to each other and having mutual respect for everyone be a bad thing? There's no way it is. Okay? And that's truly our strength. We just have to know that. And we have to embrace this process and say to the regressives, kiss my ass, this is what we're going to do. And we need to just go for it. And we need to just leave this garbage behind. Just swing out of this nightmare that they've created for us, and humanity steers the ship, not governments. Oh my God. We can't do that. We can't trust these people to do anything right. Okay? Humanity has to manage the governments. Okay? Not the other way around. Remember, it's the people who created the governments. Okay? It wasn't the government here first and said, okay, we're going to create people to be our servants and minions. That's not how it happened. Okay? It's quite the other way around. And that's what we need to do, and that's what we need to remember. Okay? We need to take back our power. Next
Did you
question,
say,
please.
Alex, that the government was something that came in and imposed itself on humanity? That idea.
After it convinced people that they couldn't take care of themselves. You see, that's where
How
it
did that
was.
work?
Yeah, oh, you can't take care of yourself. Well, wait a minute, we've been doing it for thousands and thousands of years. Okay. And we succumbed. We gave our power away, thinking, oh, they'll take responsibility. Well, that hasn't worked out well for us, has it?
No, it hasn't worked out very well at all. So this is the thing, they're all saying, you've got this contract, you agreed to this, and we're just doing what you agreed to, and you've got no excuse and all this stuff. But obviously they deceived us into that agreement, and that's their way of being very deceptive. How we need to deprogram ourselves from the idea of the need for government to be government. And for many people, this is a real challenge because they've never experienced autonomy before. Well, how would you speak on that?
Does government serve a purpose? Yes. Governments originally were created to serve the people. Now it's the other way around. Now we serve the government. And, well, it is what it is. In answering that question, this is why I say that it's important for humanity, in order to make the next step, to jump to the next level, is we need mentoring, because we don't know how to get to that next level. We're not even sure what it looks like, because we're not there yet. And I think that's why it's important that we have some type of mentoring to get to this next level, to know what to expect, to know, what are our responsibilities in this process. What I'm saying is, or that the only thing that I can take responsibility for, is evolving myself spiritually and to be an example to all those around me, and to embrace the process of change to joy and mutual respect. I don't have all the answers. Oh my God, I just simply don't. I'm just one of the cogs in the wheel, folks, just like you.
Thank you. So, there's lots of different topics here.
Maybe before you go anywhere, I saw something here. Somebody mentioned my children and Stanley. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to discuss Stanley, but let me just say this. I have been trying to reach my children for over 4 years, my children. And I have sent cards, letters for 4 years. And none of them have ever come back. I don't know. They're sent to a P.O. box in Santa Rosa, Florida. And none of them have ever come back. They all have return address on them, phone numbers, everything. My daughter's birthday card that I sent for the first time, certified, where she would have to sign for it, came back undeclared. So I don't know what you're being told, but there are two sides. There are way two sides to the story. And I want my children to know that I love them. I think of them every day. I pray for them every day. And Dad is here. Dad wants to talk to you. Okay? But at this point, I cannot get past the gatekeepers. So now that that's out there, those of you who think you don't know shit. Okay? There you go. Next question.
Thank you. It's always good to set things straight, isn't it? People have their opinions. Here's a very interesting. So this is from Laura Clayton. Warm greetings to Alex and all who are listening. When the CERN attempt fired up didn't go as planned, it was explained to me that a particularly negative faction of the draconian reptiles are trapped here. Is that true? And what does that mean for us here?
Okay, when the CERN, is that what you said?
Yeah, CERN. When they fired up CERN, some beings got through. I think what the idea is, some beings got through, and some didn't. Blah blah blah. So what happened? What's the real story? What do you know?
Okay. Well, what I've been told, nobody got through, and nobody's leaving. That isn't supposed to leave. The designers, the leaders of this consortium, they're not going anywhere. They will be leaving Earth, but they are not going to be allowed to roam the galaxy anymore. Everybody's done with this nonsense. It is time for everything to evolve, and everything's going to be given that opportunity to make that choice without being suppressed, influenced, or enslaved. So there is a group that's here, and hopefully they will be leaving very soon and will be what we would call incarcerated very, very soon in some galactic federal prison.
Hopefully with very high security. Now, that brings us to the... now, there's a couple of questions about this. And it's connected with the idea of the Earth being, quote, a prison planet, or a planet that has been used to imprison people with. There's a very significant difference. One implies that it's just a place and it was quarantined, so people, beings have been thrown down here to get stuck into the quarantine just because it's convenient, like a hole that people can be thrown into, or that it was originally designed as a prison planet, and that's the whole purpose of life on Earth. But I don't really subscribe to that personally. What's the A's opinion, and what's your feeling about it?
Okay, that's a great question, and this is probably a great opportunity to sweep away a lot of bullshit or nonsense. Okay, no, the Earth was never designed to be a prison planet. Okay, in fact, during Atlantis, it was basically a galactic open port. There were many different races here. They were coming and going. There was an enormous amount of sharing of knowledge, of technology that was going on here. There was a thriving, advanced civilization on the planet at the time. And until someone picked a war with the Plagiarians, a.k.a. Pleiadians, or whatever they're calling themselves this month, that's when everything changed. And if it weren't for the war, if it weren't for the meteors and the comets, or the asteroids that were thrown at planet Earth, which caused it to tilt on its axis, a lot of things would have been different. It would have been a very different outcome and scenario. But that's in the past. There's nothing we can do about that now. All we can do is deal with what we have going forward from this point. Okay? Hello? Is anybody there?
Oops, sorry. Didn't have the thing turned up enough. I was in the kitchen. So the throwing rocks. It's a very ancient warlike technique. Can you just right? Okay, so I've got a little issue about Pleiadians stroke Plagiarians. Are they this? Okay, so there's Pleiades, right? Which is 100 stars.
I don't know that they are. JP, I don't know that they are.
Right. Well, they just are they posing? Is it like a false flag sort of thing?
And that's not even an area I even want to get to. Okay, I'm just the Pleiadians themselves have admitted to doing this. Let's just leave it there. Okay. What's the next question? I mean, there's too much infighting with exopolitics already. I don't even want to go there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I've been told. I've shared it with you. Ultimately, with everything that's out there and everything that you're exposed to, you make decisions about what you want to believe or not, or what feels right. And that's what I'm saying. You just go with an intuitive gut feeling about what feels right to you. And you just go from there, okay? Use your own intuition. I'm just sharing the information. Okay, go. JP.
Okay, right. Okay, well, here's a I don't know, maybe not. There's a few questions about, how can I put this? Universal human rights, if that is a sort of concept that is possible. It's not necessarily human. Universal being rights. Number one, are the Andromedans involved in applying or enforcing universal law, or does universal law just kind of enforce itself because that's the nature of the universe?
Exactly.
And
exactly
the whole idea of human rights and stuff like that was, how does this connect with us?
Well, I know the movies, they talk about that, and I know many metaphysical books talk about universal law. Is there a law? Is there, I guess it all depends on your definition of law. Spiritual life evolves. It evolves by itself because it's connected to source, to all that is. If that's a law, then okay. Is there one way to do one thing and another way not to? I don't think so. If you harm someone or you violate someone's free will, is there a law against that? Apparently so. But, I don't know that these laws are written down anywhere on tablets. I just know that the higher you evolve, for example, above fifth density and above, you are dealing with the feminine principle. Third and fourth, predominantly male, okay? Which is probably why there's so much conflict there, because we have it all wrong. We're just completely confused about what the male energy is supposed to represent. It's been twisted and perverted into something different than what it really was meant to be. Okay? All of this somehow gets sorted out when you get to fifth density. It's just like, maybe tapping into the universal frequency. You get it. We get the downloads of this is what it's supposed to be, this is what evolution is, this is proper behavior, this is not. But I am not aware of any book that races carry around saying, oh, wait a minute, chapter 6, paragraph 13 says this. I'm not aware of any of that, okay? Life finds a way.
The universal book of law.
Life finds a way, especially when you're on the spiritual path. You always end up where you're supposed to be.
So, and then jumping from that, we've been talking about being in the flow, going with the flow. We were talking a little bit at the before the show, and it's quite unexpected the way that we find ourselves in the flow. I was giving an example is that I was looking for a wire. And I've got a table over here. I'm in an audio studio. I've got cables everywhere, and I've been tidying them up. And I was looking for a particular cable, and it's difficult to find. You have to look at the ends of all of them. And I walked over to the table, and my hand went down onto the table, just to lean on it. And I found that as I squeezed my hand and picked up, that was exactly the cable that I was looking for. I didn't even use my eyes, brain, hand connection. That my hand automatically went to that cable. Now, that's a very trivial example, but can you talk a little bit about the flow of spontaneity as we move into a place of manifesting thoughts directly into the physical?
Well, I'm experiencing it just like everybody else is. I don't know that I have any more insight into it than you or anybody else in that sense. I just know that when we're not in our own way, things go really, really smooth. And there's almost no effort to it. Ever. And things happen. It's almost like you're living beyond time. It's not like you're even in time. It's an altered reality. But yet at the same time, you're present here, but you also know that you're present on another level, because that's where the information's coming from. It's from another level.
Yeah,
like I said, I'm learning it just like everybody else.
Yeah, it's very hard to decide whether it's coming from the inside or the outside, and
it comes from the inside out.
Yes.
But the inside is also on another dimension or frequency. Okay? We're multi-dimensional, and that's where it's coming from.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, when the physical body dies, the soul leaves the body. Okay? So clearly the energy of the soul is not coming from the body, because it exists outside the body. It comes from another place. The harmonic, the frequency of the soul, comes from another place. Mm-hmm. Okay, now if you're not in the physical, then you're in the non-physical. That means your source is from another dimension, another frequency. It isn't that hard to get.
Okay,
Let's
now
do some more questions.
somebody's trying to call me on the dial-in line for Will Spirit, so please don't do that. You ain't gonna get through. This is okay. So yes, all right, yeah, and going back to the question that you answered earlier, in that, you know, if tyranny is no longer a factor in the future, what kind of future do they have? I mean,
It's not
asking where the future.
It's what do we want? Okay, see, this is where we're coming to. Okay, we excuse me. If we remove, when this element is removed, and we are left to our own intentions, what do we want? What kind of humanity? What kind of lifestyle? What kind of future do we want? We still have to create this. Okay? No one's going to create this for us. We have to create it. Okay, but we have to be totally dialed in to not only who we are, but what our past is and what our options are as we move into the future. Okay? But we're the ones who have to do this work. No one's going to come in and do it. Even mentoring, they will come in with suggestions and say, okay, these are your options. These are the things that you can do now. These are the tools that you have presently, and this is what you can do with them. Where do you want to go as a humanity? What is it that you want? So we can help you get there. They're not going to make the decisions for us. This is what I mean when I say we have to step up.
Yeah. So, and we thought, you know, we now, I think we're pretty clear these days of what we don't want.
Exactly.
And I think this is the point that you made earlier. The regressives have actually given us an education in what we don't want. And this is the same. You know, a lot of people, you know, how do I? You know, I want a new lover. I want to find my lover, and you know, what qualities do you want in a lover, and things like that. And you write it down. And the best ways is after, you know, all the things that you didn't like about the relationships that you had before.
JP, let's get to the questions. JP, let's get to the questions for people.
Let's go, and I'll stop jabbering.
This is done.
Do Andromedan, this is from Denise again, do Andromedan babies, when they are born, remember everything from their previous incarnations, or do they need to learn things like how to walk and talk, etc.? Yeah, what comes from our soul, and what comes from our physical?
Okay, here's what I know. I've never been present for the birth of an Andromedan child, but what I have been told is that they're all born in water, and yes, they have full recognition of who they were before they came in. And as they grow and mature physically and mentally, there are some things that they have to learn. For example, however much time it was when they were not in the physical form, as far as the law of consistency. In other words, however, let's say that they have not been in part of the Andromedan civilization. I'll use that as an example. The Andromedan civilization for, let's say, 350 years in their time between physical incarnations. They would have to make that up. And the A's do that. The youngest, as they're growing up, are taught everything that is now present. It is called the law of consistency. Okay? They don't say, okay, well, you can't learn about this information because you're not part of a black project, or you are not a science teacher. So, you know, these sciences are restricted to pharmaceutical companies or to aerospace companies. They don't do any of that crap. Okay? Everybody is the same. Everybody learns what is real now and present. Okay? This is why these benevolent civilizations are so strong. They don't handicap their own race, their own people. It's insanity to do something like this.
They don't
to set it up for failure. It is just nuts. And the children learn all this, yes. You know, their children are probably far smarter than anyone on this planet.
I remember you saying that they don't even get out of school till they're 70.
They go to school for 150 years, our time. Yes.
Holy Lord. So that time, and there was a question about time here, and basically the illusion of time. Let me see if I can find the exact question about time. And all right. There's another question. I couldn't find that one. How or when will ETs on this planet wake up? I mean, I think they're talking about like starseed ETs rather than sort of actual ETs. Are they coded for a specific time?
Yes. Yes, they are.
Is that a secret piece of plan that we're not supposed to know about?
I don't know that. I don't know that. I would think the only ones who would know would be those who have come in as starseeds. I think on some level they know.
Cool. So I found the time question. Alex, this is from Beck. Alex, is time absolute or relative? Some days feel like they go very quickly and others very slow. Why is this?
I think time is relative to whatever somebody thinks it is. Depending upon your focus on time or your lack of focus on time, that's how time exists. Okay? To say that time is an absolute, no, it is not an absolute. It is a construct that many lower dimensional existences use in order to measure change, in order to manage and to measure change. The A's don't live in time anywhere close to we do. In fact, you know, when there was a period where I spent time on their mothership, the women were concerned because they thought I was ill or sick because I needed to sleep so much. I needed to take so many naps. and that is because, to give you an example, one of their days, and God, this was many, many years ago, so unless it's changed, one of their days was equivalent to 33 of our days. So,
I see.
So, you know, they're in one day, and they can't understand why I need to sleep so much.
Oh, bless. So it's like, you'd spend a month in one of their days.
Yes.
And is that because of the dimension? Is that because of fifth dimension? Or because their planetary rotations?
It's their perspective on reality. It is the intention that their race has in creating their reality.
Right, so they're creating their own time in which you're stepping into.
And this is why many races that visit the planet live for thousands of years.
Oh, I see. So that's why it appears that the gods are immortal.
And that's because they have a completely different construct of time. You know, why would they look and say, like we do here, the average life expectancy of a man is, 74? Or 72 or 71, and a woman is 76, 78. Why would we even program that into our heads? Right? But that's what they do to us all the time.
That's right, and it's part of that book thing.
Yes,
so
it's part of that enslavement thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Let them live long enough to consume and to be good little slaves, but not long enough where they figure everything out.
Yes, yeah, because I'm in my late 50s and I'm starting to figure things out, and now it's like it's not too late because I can speak.
And now you start thinking about mortality, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a raw deal. It really is.
All right, so here's a question, and this is another question on. It's asked at a particular level. So let's look at this, and we were talking about, again, this word before, is the word system, which comes from the Roman word for sewer. So now, if we substitute the word sewer, have the Andromedans given you any tips on how to abolish the monetary sewer? Would the end of the monetary sewer be a fatal blow to the Illuminati? I think the question almost answers itself, doesn't it?
I would have to say, for the most part, it would go in tandem with fear, with created and managed fear. If we could eliminate these two elements, yeah, I think humanity would make a huge leap. Now, what does life look like without a monetary system? You know, we have some history of here on Earth of where, you know, people lived off the grid, and they raised their own food. They bartered services and things. At this point, that's the only model. Now, for humanity to make the leap together and join the galactic community, again, I would have to say at this point, I don't know that we know how to do that by ourselves. I would think some mentorship would be needed in order to teach us how to release the monetary system and all the fears that go with it, to embrace living a true and authentic free life. I think that there is some mentoring that would have to accompany that transition, you know, because we haven't done it. None of us have done it here that I'm aware of, you know, that are native to Earth. You know.
So let's talk about mentoring. We've had a couple of questions about mentors, so I'm going to actually use a search to see if that works. 2 matches, right? First question from Vanessa: will the A's help with mentoring? Let me just grab the second question. This is from Lauren: when we are mentored, will we be given technology to improve our health? I am specifically talking about the holographic camera.
Okay.
2 mentoring
I've addressed
questions.
this before several years ago. When disclosure occurs, when humanity, and I do not know how this looks, okay, and I do not know when this is going to occur, but when humanity is free and we ask for assistance, there will be a multiple of races that have a genetic connection to Earth, and only those that have a genetic connection to races on the planet, introductions will be made. As far as, and at that point, presentations will be made to all of Earth. We as a collective will decide what we want to do at that point. Okay? This is a little different than what we're used to. Okay? Presentations will be made. We will also be introduced to the galaxy as well. Now, as far as technology, they will not be giving us technology right off the bat. However, what they will do is they will say, okay, you have this technology already on your planet. You know, you can take these circuit boards, you can tweak it just this way, and it will do this. You have this technology, and if you tweak it just that way and add it to this particular piece of technology that you have, you can use it in this way. According to the A's, we already have the technology available to make the holographic camera here on Earth. And in fact, I've heard that Simon Parks has mentioned that that he's already heard we have these cameras, and some of the
Yes, Randy Kramer mentioned it.
Oh, Randy Kramer, okay. That we already have this technology. So what they would do first is show us the technology that we do have, show us how to use it responsibly before they would introduce us to anything else. Okay? In other words, how do I put this? As we would learn to trust them, they would learn to trust us. Okay? It's a relationship. That's what it's about.
Thank you. Now, we're coming to the end. I think we'll do a little bit extra time, but you have to go, don't you?
Well, no, let's just keep going until they knock on the door and tell me to kick me.
Right, so this is from Lenka. I have heard, don't tell anyone. speak quietly. I've heard that the number of light workers is 144,000. Why is this number so important? Do you know?
I think that, I'm not sure what that number actually is synonymous with, but I know that that's simply not true. It's a lot more than that. Take that number and multiply it by 100,000. Okay? Just everybody here has the potential to be a light worker. End of story. We all carry light. The only ones that don't are those that are artificial intelligence. If you have a soul, you carry light. So I don't buy into that number at all.
Excellent. As a soul, I work in light, and darkness cannot touch me. Okay, right, okay. And here we are, the question that we've all been waiting for. A couple of years ago, you and I did a conversation about incoming! Do you want to address what's going on with the incoming, whatever it might be, object, dark star, planet, Nibiru?
I don't have any more information than what I've already shared with you guys, other than the fact that it is in fact coming. And there is enough hardware in our solar system at this point that, do you remember the movie Guardians of the Galaxy?
Not personally, but
Okay.
I never saw it, but go on.
It's on DVD, and I only bring this up because of the analogy. There is this bad guy in the movie who wants to come down to Nova Prime, and he wants to take his magic wand and strike it to the planet and destroy it. Okay? And what these Nova Primes do is they link all their ships together, and they create like this rug, this carpet, this wall, okay, to mitigate his advancing dark ship. Well, essentially, that is what's going to happen at some point here, because as X comes in and comes up from behind the sun, it will come across and leave our solar system, crossing on top of our planet. And the concern is that its magnetic field will grab hold of our North Pole, magnetic north, and pull the planet over, of course displacing all the water. Well, the plan is to create this layer above us so that the shield of ships will take the hit as opposed to the planet. That's not to say that we won't feel, that the planet itself will not feel or go through some kind of geological changes. But why be here to help and assist and bring in all of this equipment and personnel if you weren't here to help humanity survive something that happens to the planet like this? And the intention is for us to survive and to carry on and at least have the opportunity ourselves to evolve and get with the program. So that's all I know. I don't know anything more than that at this time. If I get any more, I will let you know.
Okay, because we've got a lot of people here in the chat who are quite, they're in the States. They're concerned that the US will be, subject to changes.
Well, it will.
Well, shifts, earthquakes, things like that.
And that's a very real concern. The United States is definitely in the crosshairs. And I mean, I've said this, years ago. If you're within 150 miles of a coastline, you should consider moving inland. But I can't make those decisions for people, and people, will more than likely wait until the very last minute and procrastinate until maybe it's too late and say, we should have left. But I understand people. They have their lives, they have their homes, their families. I get all that. This is why I say you need to listen to your own intuition. You need to go to that place and get with the flow, because you will get your answers. But, in order to get answers, you've got to ask questions, and you got to stop all the chatter, all the outside, okay? The real treasure, the real essence of you is on the inside. It is not on the outside. Okay? And ladies and gentlemen, you have to make that journey in. I can't do it for you. If I could, I would, but I can't. I have my own journey that I'm on. You know.
Excellent. So we are all journeying. We're all finding out, really. I mean, it's like nobody's an expert on this, and in fact, everybody's an expert at the same time because we've all experienced our own experiences.
You know, that JP, that's a great thing. And I once asked Visayas about ascended masters, and he looked at me like I was crazy. Okay? And because his response was, you know, no one's a master of anything. Everything changes. Everything's evolving. You know, even the isness is continuously evolving. How can anything or anyone master anything when it's constantly evolving and changing? So, think about that.
Okay. That's great. I've got a couple. Here's a couple of sort of personal questions, which is basically, would you be interested in doing personal consultations? And there's a couple of invitations to different radio shows, interviews, and things like that. So I'll pass those on.
We can talk about that offline.
Yeah, we'll pass those on. Okay, so that's I'm just going through all the questions, and we can. Do the Andromedans have any significance about like groups of 12 or groups of 9? You know, we always hear about these councils of 9 and is that just fake, or are there actual you know, like Y12 sort of thing?
Well, you know, there are councils, there are groups that meet, there are dignitaries from different star systems that meet in different places. I assume that there are councils or meetings, groups of beings. Is there any significance to the number? That I don't know. I've learned a long time ago that many things that we hold to be very mystical here are not necessarily mystical at all. We have put a significance to it because of something we were taught that isn't a reality for other star systems or other races. It only has significance to us because we've attached a significance to it. That doesn't make it universal.
Thank you. Right. Okay, here's a question. Back down to Earth. Who is the Pope? Who is he really? Who really is the so I think there's you know, we have a lot of questions about this apparently beneficent character who is actually
I guess we'll all find out. We will all find out.
Good question.
I guess we'll all find out together.
Yeah, because I mean, basically, he's coming to America. You mentioned last week, you know, he's coming on the September the 23rd. Yeah. It seems to be a significant date of some kind,
well, 5 represents change. You know, if you're doing numerology, 2 and 3 is a 5. We'll see. We'll find out what he has to say, but you know, based on a lot of things. Everybody's radar should be up. You know, if they are not, if any of our leaders or any of our government are not making steps to protect all of humanity, and they are taking steps just to protect the elite, then you know what they're doing. Then you know what they're doing. Okay. Because the needs, quote Spock, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. It is that way. It has always been that way. Okay? Just is. You know, the other races, you know, they don't protect a small group and say, well, the hell with everybody else. Oh, my God. There wouldn't be any civilizations out there if they did that.
Okay, so, and there's another question from Beck. Good questions, Beck. Alex, is it important to know your soul family? And if so, how does one go about finding out?
You know, that's an interesting question, and the only way that I can respond to that is that, there are many, many times in life where you meet someone and you already know you know them. It's a recognition. And Visayas once made a comment regarding love, and he said love is just a recognition of having known someone before and had a trusting relationship with them before. That's kind of what love is. But of course, they experience it much different than we do, and I can't express that to you because, I've not had that actual experience myself of experiencing love on fifth density. I don't know what that is. But this was his perspective. And then there was someone here on Earth who said that the best definition of love that I've ever heard, me personally, is that love is friendship on fire. And I think when you have that, or when you recognize someone and you build an instant bond, that's clearly a soul family. Those are people that you have known before. Okay? And I certainly have had that experience. But, my circle of close best friends is relatively small. It's 5 or 6. And I'm blessed to have those 5 or 6. I have many people that I really appreciate, that I know, that I associate with every day. But I'm still learning who they are. I haven't seen all their faces yet. And we've talked about that before. Until I know all their faces and they know all my faces, we're still learning each other. We're discovering who each other is. But that recognition, that initial recognition comes, I think, from a soul knowing that we have known this person, this being before.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
They're coming soon here.
They're coming soon, and that's the thing. The question is, the 14 races that you said have been freed from the consortium. Are these the ones that are hanging around in our solar system helping us out? I mean, are we all kind of pulling together and cleaning this thing up?
I don't know how many of them are here, if any of the 14 are here. I know the Procyons are here, but I honestly can't tell you at this point. I don't have any information regarding that.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, the Procyons, these are the guys who worked out that you could work with sound. They use sonic weapons to defeat the Cabal.
Everything is frequency.
Everything is frequency.
Everything is frequency. Yep.
Exactly.
Light, color, sound. That's what everything is made of.
Yeah, and I've been working a lot, as I was telling you last week, about my little devices, and this device is about color. And actually, you were saying before about the Andromedans, and they're saying we've got all the technology here. I wonder if I could build a holographic camera. We'll see. Watch this space, folks. So now we're coming up to lunchtime. Here's a question. Do the A's what are the AZ? Do the A's consume orms, orbitally, like monatomic golds and stuff like that, or is it just a bit of a food? What do you have lunch? I mean, obviously, lunch would be about like day 13 of your visit if they were having a. What's the deal?
They are fruitarians. They're fruitarians. They eat fruit, which they grow themselves on their starships. And they freeze dry it through a process, and they turn it into little tablets, and they carry those tablets with them when they leave the mothership, and they're doing science expeditions or whatever it is that they're doing. If the ships are not big enough to have orchards to grow their own fruit, then what they're doing is they have these tablets. And I tried one of these tablets once, and it was a huge disaster for me. I threw up all over the craft because it had so much oxygen in it. I went into a detox like that. And, and I insisted on trying it. I talked a lot of smack. and it all came back on me. And then it all came out of me. Oh, that is not my proudest moment. So anyway, they're fruitarians. As far as the minerals and things that are in the soil, I do not know. I don't have that information.
Right. That'd be an interesting thing to find out about how to grow fruit that has oxygen richness. Do they use, this is again a corollary to that, so if they grow fruit on board, can they start with a seed and then time accelerate it in a little zone in the ship so that the plant grows and matures very quickly?
I would assume so. I would assume they could do something like that. But I don't have any experience. I've not spent a lot of time, or hardly any time, in their orchards to actually see how fast they grow. But then again, I would have slept through most of it anyway, because I needed so much sleep because of the difference in the concepts of time. So, but I don't have that experience to tell you a definitive yes. But I would think, with the ability of their evolved technology, that yes, they could.
So, again, going back, did you actually try any of the non-dried fruit, the non-pill form? No.
That was never offered to me.
All right.
No. And the tablet, Mornay broke it, and then broke it again, and then broke off a tiny little piece. And my first impression was that it sort of tasted like hay, here on the planet. Not that I've eaten hay, but I mean I've eaten grass as a kid, and when you're around fresh cut hay, you can smell it, you can taste it in your mouth.
Yeah.
It started like that, and as soon as I chewed it, I was like, oh my God, I was in trouble, and I knew it. I knew it. I was in trouble. So.
Did you feel better afterwards?
No, I was humiliated.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, bless you. And did the ship? No, so okay, so you made a mess on the ship, right? Did the ship? Who did that? Were there people with brooms and mops, or did the ship just go and clean it up? Or how did that happen?
I can tell you that some of the looks that I saw in my periphery were like shocked, and Mornay just took me by the shoulder and said, "Come with me." And he just moved me out of the control room, which is where this whole thing happened, into a hallway. I don't know what happened afterwards. I just know that I wanted to go back to Earth immediately and just crawl under a rock.
Oh, go to bed for a while, yeah.
So needless to say, I was not offered anything after that.
So coming over for a cup of tea is a cup of tea and a pill is not the invite that we're going to be looking for. So well that's a fascinating thing. Right, okay, so here we go. Strictly fruit, only vegetables.
JP, I have like 5 more minutes.
Okay, all right. So let's cover this last one, and this is again several questions have been asked about that. The grid around the planet. What they said, Sandy's saying. What about the grid around the planet? Keep us on the reincarnation wheel. Is this something that is going to be taken away, dismantled? What keeps it going? Do you know anything like that?
Gosh, that's a very long explanation, and I would have to give some history of how that whole thing was structured. We have the Archons to thank for that. But it is going away. The simple answer is yes, that's all going away. We will have an opportunity, I'm told, once our DNA turns on, to make choices as to where we want to be. But what we need is memory. We need to have our memories back so that we know what these choices are. Because parts are cellularly, our body remembers, but we have to get past our subconscious to our conscious mind to be able to make these decisions. And right now, our subconscious has been filled with limitation and fear, and we need to get past that. And my understanding is that this is all part of the process.
So,
but I don't know what that looks like yet.
So, Alex, I think this is an opportune moment to thank you very much for getting here. You're looking good. You're looking much. You're a lot more well. And it's been a lovely conversation to have with you today.
Thank you, folks. I appreciate those of you who took time out of your day to be on the webinar. It means the world to me, and you mean the world to me. And I promise I'll never give up. I'll continue to do what we have to do and defend humanity. You have my word on that. God bless.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, everybody. And, well, we'll see you at the next one. Thank you very much. From a distant galaxy to your personal computer. A third webinar with Andromedan contactee Alex Collier. October the 23rd, 2015. In this webinar, Alex will be talking about current events, off-world news, especially regarding the dwarf star, assistance from ET in building bridges of transition for humanity. Why Mars now? Migration of the soul, according to the Andromeda, and the stages of soul growth. Book now for this third contact from our friends in Andromeda. Go to www.alexcollier.org. And wallspirit.tv, and I'm trying to do, without very much further ado, you know who he is. Please settle down, get your cup of tea ready, and relax. And here's Alex Collier. Good afternoon, Alex. How are you doing?
Hi, JP. Thank you. James, thank you. Everyone who's on today, thank you very much for attending. I really appreciate your support. So, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, because we are around the world. We have a lot to talk about today, and we're definitely going to try to get to the questions at the end. And we'll try to get to as many questions as possible. So we're gonna kind of do this in stages. We're gonna start with some current events, and we're gonna kind of jump around until we get to the soul's journey, which is what we talked about last webinar, and then we'll close. For years and years and years, many of the things that Maureen Fausset has talked about, I didn't know what to do with the information. I just simply didn't know. I didn't know where it fit, but I always knew that there was a reason that they would share information. And, really the last couple of years, I kind of see where things start to fit. Especially their information regarding who we are and our ability to not only create our reality, but also, our dimensional lineage. And when we get to the soul's journey, we'll talk a little bit more about that. But let's talk about current events. I'm going to start with the financial system. I've had a lot of questions about it. I've been watching what's been going on as well, and I know that there is a great deal of information on the internet regarding revalued currencies and a new financial system. Well, that is obviously and clearly happening. There clearly is a very strong possibility that a new financial system or a very upgraded financial system is being created and is being implemented, despite the control and manipulation of the old world. Okay, so one of the large and major indicators of this, which is interesting, this is not public knowledge, is that 7 to 9 of the world's largest hedge funds have closed. And what they're doing is they're putting all their attention into buying metals, gold, silver, platinum, iridium, other things like that. And it's very, very quiet. It's very hush. This is not something that has happened, to my knowledge, before, where the largest have just pulled out of the system very quietly and are going in a different direction. But that is, in fact, happening. Now, when you hear about currencies going to an asset-based, that appears to be absolutely accurate based on what I've been able to research and those that I've been able to talk to. And for the most part, this is a really good thing. I think that one of the largest mistakes the United States ever made was allowing the dollar to go off the gold standard, even though that was entirely political and it was done for completely manipulative means. It was still a mistake, because when those chickens come home to roost, we're going to need a bigger roost. Okay, it's going to be ugly, especially for us here in the States, or for you in England, the colonies. So there are currencies that look like they're going to revalue or reinstate an older currency value, which of course is much higher than what it is now. I am not a legal expert or a licensed financial expert. I am just sharing with you my perspective. And for those of you who are paying attention, there is apparently an enormous amount of pressure to get this to happen sooner than later. I know that there are enormous swings of emotions, which even I experience, between feeling very positive and then feeling very helpless. I want you to know that swing of emotions is all being done on purpose, okay, because it's creating focus on them. And they, of course, are just sapping up and lapping up this energy, okay? And they're doing it on purpose. They, when they create a scenario that is trying to make everyone feel helpless, they know they have your attention. So, maybe there's more that we can do to take several steps back and become more observational, become more the observer, even though I know many are having a very, very difficult time. I think the focus needs to be more on what you can do today and not waiting for it to come in the future. Because if you stay in the present, that's where you're creating your current and present reality. And when I say this to you, I'm looking at myself as well. Okay? So, and this gives them less power over us. And I am absolutely all for that. Absolutely all for that. In politics, on the surface, it looks like the biggest cluster F there ever was. But I go back to something that Roosevelt once said, and I believe Churchill said something almost similar, that nothing in politics happens by accident, that much of it is by design. And, again, I would say, be the observer. And we've talked about this in previous webinars, about being the observer and watching this circus, where you have these grown men, these grown women, these governments acting as if they haven't got a single lick of common sense, nor have even heard the word. Okay? There's obviously a lot more to that. But if we don't emotionally buy into that, again, we stay in the present, we become the observer, and we can focus on what we can do for ourselves today, to create today, to create tomorrow, and not put it in the hands of someone else, which is really never a good idea. Okay? There have been some emails regarding Mars. Why is it that NASA suddenly wants to go to Mars? Well, if you've been paying attention to the Secret Soldier information, you obviously know we're already there, and we've been there for some time. I would say to you folks to focus your studies on Gale Crater, Gale. And the reason I say Gale is when we first went there, inside this crater, which is fairly large, they had already found the ruins of a city. What's interesting is that the previous inhabitants, who appeared to have been there tens of thousands of years ago, were not all that different from we are now. And many of the life support systems were already there. It's built underneath that aquifer is a very large. Underneath that crater is a very large aquifer. It had a plumbing system. It had the ability to draw the water from wells from this aquifer all over the city. It also had forms of electricity, generation power that was still operational. All they had to do essentially was clear away some of the debris, and it was almost ready-made habitable. Some upgrades obviously had to have been made. These have been, and from what I'm told that that's one of the largest colonies that we have on Mars. And that's where it's one of the most comfortable colonies we have on Mars. Okay, that is Gale Crater. Also, there's been some emails regarding bases here on Earth. As a general rule, these underground facilities are built within several miles of very large underground aquifers. And again, it's because of the water. Okay? Now, even the aliens who share specific underground facilities, many of their particular life forms, or some of their particular life forms, use water on some level. And and the way these bases were built is that water would go to specific tanks where they could add specific minerals. They could pH the water to a degree where it assists them, that it's good for their body type. Now, some of the races, the alkalinity needs to be absolutely through the roof. And some of them, there can be almost no alkalinity. And their body types use very specific minerals. So this affords them the ability to have those particular needs met. As far as the human element, it's exactly the same thing. For hygiene, personal hygiene, for health, etc. So that's the general rule. So if you want to know where most of the bases are located, do the research on underground aquifers, and you will find the areas that will be within several miles of those aquifers is where you will find our underground facilities. And underground aquifers are all over the planet, just so you know, as a general rule of thumb. Let's see what else. I'm going through my notes here. I know, or I expect, let me put it that way, I expect that this is a time of great uncertainty for a lot of people. And it's clearly understandable. You have the religious right and the religious left saying, preparing for the end of the world. You have climatologists saying that this is the end of the world because of climate change. You have governments saying that this is the end of the financial system. The world as we know it, the entire financial world's going to collapse. The common thread here is that it's all creating fear. And what does fear do? It lowers your frequency. And that's the game here, folks. Okay? That's the game that has always been the game of making people, the populace, feel helpless and hopeless, is to put you in a space of fear, to put you in this position that you are focused on them fixing it. Now, when you want to create a reality, a dream, a vision for yourself, and many of you I know have done this, when you want to create a reality for yourself, you focus your intent on what it is that you want. Okay? To continue to do that every day can be a lot of work, at least in the beginning. It takes a lot of discipline to continue to focus on what it is that you want. It's easy to just give your power away to these beings and have them take your focus, your energy, and bring you all over the place, back and forth, creating this friction, which of course creates emotional energy, which is of course what they feed off of. Now, this is obviously not the first time I've talked about it, and I know that there are others who have talked about it. Okay? But it's clearly happening. Okay? And if we can all take ourselves out of this trauma and become the observers, we can see what's really going on here. And the reason for becoming the observer is that you clearly see the game that's being played in front of you. And once you know what the game is, you empower yourself, number one, and number two, you can make better choices about what it is that you want. They want the powers that be, and I include the Orion Group and the consortium and all of this. They want our attention, our focus. Because when we're focused, when our intention is in survival, when it's giving them our power, we are giving them literally the energy to create a reality they want for us. And folks, they're not our friends. If they were our friends, we would not be in this place. Okay? We would be in the stars doing a hell of a lot more than we are trying to survive here on nickels and dimes. It's just, okay, I don't need to beat that horse. You guys already know that. Okay? It's really time to pay attention And it's really time to invest your energy in you, okay, in creating your dream and what it is that you want. There just isn't any, there can't be any more excuses. I know you may have 2 jobs. I know you may have 3 or 4 children. You may be a single parent. You may be living in a car. We all have to do this work. There's just no way we don't have 10 or 15 minutes a day to just focus on what it is that we really, really want. Okay? It has to happen. You have to invest this time in yourselves now, especially now, because the frequency is changing. And this is why we're all getting the full court press into fear, okay? The frequency, that the area around the planet, around the entire solar system, this plasma field has a very high intense energy, and it directly will reflect back our consciousness, okay? Now, if we're positive thinking, it will create a positive field around the Earth and around the solar system. If we are negative field, all hell will break loose. It'll be all this shit we don't want, okay? Because that's where we're at. And this is why we are getting the full court press. If we create this negative field around us, and we're moving into this very intense reflective field of energy, okay, what we don't want is what we're going to draw to us, okay? That's why we need to be focusing on what it is we do want. And when you become the observer, you clearly know what you want because you see the game being played out in front of you. And we can spend more time on this in the next webinar. But it's really important because this is really, really happening. And, many people are still putting their faith in the mainstream media. They're putting their faith in the scientists to tell us exactly what's going on. You have to understand, these are all controlled. And they always have been. This is why it's so important to empower yourself. Okay? Now, having said that, I'm going to go to my notes here. And we're going to talk about the journey of the soul. Now, when I was first given this information, I truly didn't know what to do with it. And I have revisited it over and over again throughout the years. And every time I do, I get more and more out of it because I begin to identify with what they were talking about. Now, what's interesting is that this is the 5th density Andromedans from Zenite. This is their perspective on their soul's journey. Now, what's interesting is that it isn't all that different than ours, okay? There are such remarkable similarities between all beings of soul, interdimensional beings of soul. Let me preface that again, interdimensional. That it literally appears to be one size fits all, okay? I think the only difference is the level of physicality that we choose. Clearly, 3rd density is boot camp. There's no question about it. Okay? 4th density, upper 4th density is obviously easier. And assimilation and manifestation is quicker. And then in 5th density, compared to 3rd density, would be a cakewalk. Okay? But anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to get into this. And I have numbered them the way that they were given to me. And that's typically what what Mornay and Phaseus would do, is they would give me things in order, the way that I was to register them or to memorize them. Okay, the first, stating one's intention. Creating and acknowledging your purpose to leave timelessness. I will do this slow so that in case some of you want to write these down, you can do so. Okay, and what I'll do is I'll read each one of these twice. Okay, the first is stating one's intention. Creating and acknowledging your purpose to leave timelessness. Initiation. Preparing your soul, yourself. Purifying and centering your being. Initiation. Preparing your soul, yourself. Purifying and centering your being. Three. Surrendering. Letting go of control. Allowing yourself to be vulnerable. Leaving behind what it is you know. Number three, surrendering. Letting go of control. Allowing vulnerability. Leaving behind what is known. Number four is embracing the physical form, whatever form that is. Walking into the unknown. Number four, embracing the physical form, whatever that is. Walking into the unknown. Okay, number five. Wandering in time. The soul, through experience, gathers its tools of transformation. Number five, wandering in time. The soul, through experience, gathers its tools of transformation. Becoming the light, or the flame. Consciously connecting with the spirit of all that is. Becoming truly responsible in meaningful relationships and discovering and becoming empathy. Okay, number six, becoming the light or the flame. Consciously connecting with the spirit, becoming truly responsible in meaningful relationships, discovering and becoming empathy. Number seven, learning to be of service. Being able to truly see through the illusions of separateness. Being humility and joy, and teaching by being. Learning to be of service. Being able to truly see through the illusions of separateness. Being humility and joy, teaching by being. And 8, transformation. Observing, listening, being still, all in silence. Creating the being that is one, and changing your vision of self that alters all perception. Okay, I'll read the last one again. Transformation. Observing, listening, being still, all in silence. Creating the being that is one, and changing your vision of self that alters all perception. Now these steps, everyone will relate to in different ways. And there may be many new people who are listening to this going, what? Only because in the process of beginning to look at themselves in a different way. Where some of us who are vintage in this field, we've earned our stripes, we've earned our medals and our merit badges. What you can do is, in your own way, share this with people that you talk to who are opening up, coming into their own, and you can begin mentoring them with your knowledge and your experience of what's going on. Because everything is changing, and I think on most levels, multiple levels, people know, they sense something very strange is happening, something very different is going on, and they're not sure what to do because they're not getting any answers from mainstream anything. And they're going to be turning to you guys for guidance. It's imperative that if you don't know, you let them know you don't know. But it's important to at least give them a direction to look. The old story about teaching the guy to fish. And once he learns to fish, once he knows where to look for his answers, once he has a perspective in which to look at things, he can or she can begin to do the work for themselves. And in that process of discovery, they rediscover themselves from the inside out. And of course, this is extremely important with our young people today. There are many young people who are asking a lot of really fantastic questions. They also have, they're also looking at the system that we grew up in and saying, this is screwed. This is messed up. And they're right. But they're in a space of frustration and anger with it and hostility. We need to try to channel that energy of hostility and anger and turn it back on themselves to help them find their answers about how to fix this, to come up with new ideas. Because these kids, once this whole this reality that was created for us by the regressive aliens, with our assistance, with our assistance, once it collapses and it is seen for what it is, and we have a clear vision of an alternative that truly works for everybody, regardless of race, creed, or culture. The younger generations, the next 3 or 4 younger generations, that will be mentored by the positive extraterrestrial groups. They're the ones who are going to radically, radically change our galaxy. Not alone. There are other star systems that are participating in this. But what we can do is just focus on what we need to do here. Okay, our backyard, our home planet, our DNA strands. Okay, what we need to do is just focus on what we have to do right here and now. So we have to look out that far. The Native Americans used to have a fabulous tradition, and I don't know if they still practice this, but whenever they would sit down to make a decision that would change their tribe, they would look out 7 or 8 generations, and they would try to anticipate what their decisions would look like 7 or 8 generations out. What would be the outcome? What would be the consequences going out that far? We've lost that, and we somehow need to get that back. We desperately need, as a culture, even just as beginning with individuals and families, is to, look at how is this going to set up, 7 or 8 generations. Here's a good example. Those who are waiting on the global monetary reset. Many of you will be coming into great wealth. Here's a great opportunity to practice this. The decisions that you make once you have this wealth, whether it's setting up trusts, setting up nonprofits, whatever it is that you're doing, try to take it out 7 or 8 generations with your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren. Try to take it out 6, 7 generations and just see what that looks like. If we don't think about it, if we don't project ourselves out in that way, we'll never know just how much we're capable of. And, this is kind of where humanity finds itself. I mean, we're taking a leap here, a huge leap of faith, in the sense that we are spiritually reaching out, pulling in the energy of higher dimensions. Those of us who are consciously doing it, we are literally pulling in the energy. We are willing higher dimensions, positive spiritual information, energy. We are willing it to come down into third density. Okay? And it's working. It is definitely working. It's almost, if you were to read about time travel, that many of the extraterrestrial groups have talked about, where they talk about folding space. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what we're doing. We are folding space. We are taking a higher frequency, and it is no different than going from point A to point B. We are taking a higher frequency, and we are pulling it down, and we are reaching up to it. We are creating that same link, okay? We are bringing those two spaces together. It's just that they're frequencies. They're not locations. Okay? Big difference. And if we can do that, we can do anything. Absolutely anything. And you have to know that we are capable of doing anything. So that's what's happening. We also know that the knuckleheads playing with CERN, they're trying to bring in lower fourth density, which is very negative. They're trying to bring that into third density. And you got to wonder what they're thinking, and you have to wonder what they've been told, why they would even consider doing this. They've clearly drank the Kool-Aid, and they have, and I want to believe that they have no idea what they're really doing. But once you open that door, things obviously get quite more interesting. But that's what's going on here. It's like creating another domain of knowing, which is what the A's talked about many, many years ago. when it came to individual rights, in personal liberties, guaranteed personal liberties that were recognized, that all living sentient beings had. Okay? Now, this is just another way of showing you or highlighting to you the power that we have as interdimensional beings. And it's imperative that you truly, I wish I could just make everyone grasp this point. We are calling fifth density down to us. Our knowledge, our wanting, our intent, our declared intent to bring down positive spiritual information from higher densities is coming. And it's working. We all can do that for ourselves. We can all, once we've clearly defined what it is we want, and focus on it with our intention. I intend for this to happen now, or in 2 weeks, or in a year. I intend this to happen. And every day you visualize and you picture this event that you're intending to happen. The universe has to respond in a positive way. Okay? And it will. You know, many of the ancient sun worshippers knew this technique. And it's interesting that they knew it, and then religions come along and totally make fun of sun worshippers. But it had nothing to do with worshiping the sun as a god. They understood that it was a generator of energy. They knew this. And what they would do is they would use the sun in their prayer work to send out the frequency of what they were intending. FYI. Okay? Hey guys, can we take a 3-minute break for a second? Okay. Thank you, folks. It's time. Now, I realize I'm talking to a small group of people here, at least live. But, you know, because of the internet, these webinars and lectures that many others are doing on similar topics, they have a life of their own. And it's a good thing because, you know, people who are searching can find information now where 25 years ago when many of us started this path, walking this path ourselves, you know, there wasn't an internet. Hell, we barely even had a cell phone then. So this is good. And what is ready to happen now, very much like with the creation of the United States, is a break from the past. And we're seeing this again. It is a time where humanity needs to break away from the past system. Because the system that we've all been living under, and we are still currently living under, is archaic, is despotic, it can be very tyrannical, and above all, it is suppressing. And we need to be done with that. We really need to be done with that. They need to let us go. And what needs to happen now is we need to break away from the past. We need to come up with entirely new ideas of economics, with new ideas of energy, which we know are out there already, but that's not to say that, the best ideas have even come to fruition yet or have even been thought of yet, because I don't believe they have been. And again, we're getting help. We know that not only the universe, but benevolent extraterrestrial groups are responding to our calls for help. Okay? There are thousands and thousands of starships in our galaxy alone. I mean, in our solar system alone. And I'm not kidding. I am absolutely not kidding. Okay, they're not here for a picnic. They're not here for a drive-in theater. Okay? They're here to help. And we need to continue to engage their assistance, this frequency of freedom, liberation, self-responsibility, spiritual evolution. I am not talking about religious evolution. I am talking about personal spiritual enlightenment. And I'm talking about the rights of everyone to pursue joy and happiness without infringing on anyone else. Okay. I mean, we've covered a lot. During the 3-minute break, the soul's journey, some folks wanted that and they couldn't get it all down. When the webinar is over, give me a couple of hours and I will send this to James, and James will put it up on the site, or he will just email it to you. It's at his discretion how he wants to do this. Okay? Folks, we talked about a lot of stuff, and I've planted a lot of seeds. That was really the intention. The intention was not to give you all the answers, because I don't have all the answers. I just don't. And but a great deal of transformation is occurring. And it's important that we see it as positive. It really is. Because it's, again, what we've been saying for several webinars now. We know what we don't want, and we need to focus and intend on what we do want. And we need to pull that to us. I mean, look at how we've easily pulled everything we don't want to us. We have the same power to create just the opposite, which is what we do want. We just have to believe in ourselves to do it. Okay? And dedicate the time to change our thinking, to shift the thinking just a little bit. Okay? To positive personal growth and spiritual liberation. To use those words. Now, we find ourselves with 40 minutes to do Q&A. So, JP, are you ready for that? Because I know we always run short on questions.
Okay. Let's, now, with no ado whatsoever, from Lauren. Did the Andromedans or any other benevolent race, by the way, thank you, have anything to do with the failure of the Large Hadron Collider at CERN? So, was it ET interference, as you know, or don't know?
Okay, I cannot specifically say whether it was the A's. Specifically, I don't have that information. But were benevolence involved? Absolutely. They have said, and they have told them all along, there's no way you're opening this door. Okay, because our scientists are like a little child playing with a tank of gasoline. Okay, their curiosity is commendable, their ability to build technology is commendable, but their logic is flawed.
In the true words of 7 of 9. From Michael, at which point will Planet X be visible in the United States?
Well, right now it is still behind the sun. It has been behind the sun for quite some time. The rumors have it sometime towards the end of December, based on projected trajectory, anytime after December 17th, some say. I will keep you posted on that.
Thank you. From Maya, are the draconians who eat children in 3D flesh our physical reality, or are they in different dimension? I am still confused. Thanks, Alex.
They are both. They are both.
Okay. From Dottie. Did the A's ask Alex if he wanted to see his soul?
Next question. I'm not going there.
Okay.
Great question. Really great question.
Indeed, indeed. Maybe a little too personal at this point. Right. This is from Kelly. What is the one thing you'd like to share that has been told to you that you haven't shared or allowed to share? Well, would you want to share it right now? Anyway, you never know. It might be too late for something, you know.
Well, I still don't want to share it.
Good answer. All right. This is from Luca. Can Alex talk about the Nordics and where they're from?
Not specifically, because they're from all over the galaxy. What we've done here on Earth is which is what we tend to do, is we just tend to, if we don't understand something, we kind of lump it all together in one place and give it a name. But the Nordics would be anyone who is in what we would consider human form. But they're from all over the galaxy. Some from fourth density, some from fifth density. Technically the Nordics would be the A's. If the classic definition, with the exception of air, they would be, they would fall into the classic definition. So they're from all over. They're from all over. Some are even third density extraterrestrial forms.
Okay, now
that's not a simple answer. It's just they're from all over.
Yeah. So it's like that. Nordics is what people grow into or become in a certain stage of evolution, sort of thing.
Well, people choose which physical form they want. If you go back, people choose, and in choosing the form, you choose a specific path. When the soul comes into a physical body, and this is how it's been explained to me, depending upon the physical form you take, whether it's third, fourth, fifth, and I assume sixth because there's physicalities in all these dimensions. When the soul enters a physical form, it inherits the DNA heraldry, the lineage of that race, and the knowledge that physicality also carries with it, the journeys of its forebears, the lineage of the direct family that you've incarnated in. As well as whatever social standard you find yourself in within that physical culture, also puts you on a journey. So it is not just slam, bam, hey, I'm going to be a gray for one life, and then, hey, I might be a reptilian in the next, and then I'm going to be a human being. I mean, it could literally be that simple. But not all of these forms can accept soul. Some of these life forms in our galaxy and in other parts of the universe are AI. They can't hold soul. Okay? So, and I'll write that down. Maybe that's something we can talk about in the next webinar. Okay, that's a great question.
That is, and we got another one that's coming up from an Alexander. Okay. Since an appreciative percentage of the Partal are now present and acting upon the Terran plane, please provide some perspective as to the role that these divine energies test-driving physicality has played in the forging of the universe as we currently understand it?
Well, that's the $64,000 question, isn't it?
Yeah, at least 64, maybe a little bit more with inflation.
If you look at the idea that the Batal are from the 11th density, and they have fallen all the way back through the dimensions, all the way down to hit the floor, then you would have to presume that they've had an influence on the way up, on the way down, and back on the way up. So you would have to say they've obviously made an impression and left a lineage of knowledge, a base of knowledge and experience for everyone to tap into. That's what you would have to assume. Now, at the Batal party, when this is all over with, I'll meet whoever that is at the bar. Let's have a drink, and we'll talk about it. I'm kidding. There is no Romulan ale on 11th density, I'm sure. So,
lovely. All right, so here we have a question from Penny, who can't wrap her mind around the civilization of the Andromedans. Can you describe a day in the life of the A's? How do they manage without money or a medium of exchange? How do you buy a new pair of shoes or coat, etc. in their society? And how do they manage the problem of the lazy members of any group?
Interesting perspective.
Yeah, it's a personification. Something.
Okay. Penny, I've made a note that we're going to talk about that also on the next webinar, a day in the life of an A. Now, I can only base this on my experience with them, but I have to tell you, I was never with just one person during an entire day. And the reason for that is that one single day for them is the equivalent of 33 days here. Okay? I needed to take a lot of naps. So there was a lot I missed in one day. Okay? In fact, I wasn't even awake for probably an hour of their day. Because I come from a different physicality where the time structure is completely different. But I will share with you what I did see, and I didn't see anyone lazy. In the early years, I refer to them as being very healed race. I didn't choose that word lightly. The reason I say that is that I saw what I did see was that everyone was working towards the whole. Everyone was contributing something, whatever it was that they were doing, to contributing to the whole. Now, nowhere on the mothership, when I was walking down the different corridors or in the park, did I see a little shingle that said cobbler. Okay? I never saw a shoemaker. In fact, their uniforms are singular. They're a single garment that provides everything that they need. It even repairs itself. The children are taught everything that their parents know that is up to date. Unlike our school system here, where we're feeding them crap that's 30, 40, 50 years old, that school books know isn't right, but they haven't caught up with yet. Okay? The children know exactly as much as the parents know. So the younger generations are already caught up to the older generations. So there is no loss of knowledge. Okay? That's imperative. This is why I say they're very healed. Their focus is solely in the moment, today, and making sure that the future generations, or the generations born with them now, are prepared at a moment's notice to move out on their own and to take over. The law of consistency is what they call it. Okay? The law of consistency, where the race... God, sometimes the human language is so limited. I see things and I don't know how to explain them. And I know things and I don't know how to explain them because I can't find the words.
But just take a moment and find...
Well, I am. I'm trying to figure out the best way to explain this, because it's and this is why it's so important that we have a real, genuine, positive experience with other races, so that when they reflect a perspective, we understand why they have that perspective. Their reality, though there are many similarities, their entire way of viewing the reality is different than ours. They hold a different perspective. And of course, perspectives are always very good to get, because it helps you see more of the whole. Let's come back to that. Maybe somebody else will come up with another question. I don't want to sit here trying to figure that out.
It's a fantastic question. Okay, so from a day in the life of an Andromedan to a day in the life of the everyday military telepathy, Matilda O'Donnell McEnroy, who spoke to a being known as Errol, I think, Errol or something, who was a sort of grey, or someone in a grey suit. Can you say anything about the interview?
I don't know anything about the interview.
This is from 1947. They captured a grey from there, and they interviewed it. And
are you talking about the alien interview?
Yeah, but also the transcript that was published by this woman who claimed to be the translator, the nurse who translated all this. You've not heard of that? Okay. Let's move on. Okay, this is from Jeff Montejo, or Montijo.
No, I have heard of that. I have heard of that.
Okay, okay.
I honestly don't know how real it is. Okay, I believe the actual writer has actually said that it was a work of fiction. So you'd have to ask him. But he's on the record of saying it's a work of fiction.
Yeah, that's sometimes what happens. You have to have that as a work of fiction sometimes if somebody tells you something. Okay, so this is from Jeff. Alex, what's your take on the recent announcement by the mainstream media about the possibility of superstructures around some planets in another system far, far away? Have you heard about this? This is like a big...
I'm not surprised, and of course there are... I don't know why we're calling it superstructure because it's something that's unknown to us. But it shouldn't surprise anyone about the advanced technology that exists. My only question is the frequency, where's the frequency coming from this alleged star? Is it fourth density, fifth density, sixth density? That's the question for me. It isn't the structure. I want to know about the harmonic, the frequency that's coming out of it. Just like our sun, okay? It is being fed by energy from fifth density. Our sun is an extension of a fifth density star. There you go. Okay? It is not a self-supplying generator. Okay? It is receiving energy from a higher dimension. End of story. Okay? It's electrical. That source is from a higher dimension. So, and I think it's another way of the mainstream having to leak information about the fact that we're not alone. They just don't know how to come right out and say it, because to come right out and say it, they lose whatever little credibility they have left. You know, because they have run shotgun over everybody. They have lied and manipulated with the best of them. And they know it, and they know at some point they're going to get caught. So, because, you know, they've betrayed humanity. They betrayed humanity for a paycheck. And they're going to have to answer for it at some point. And that's just what it is. Next question.
From Maya, why do we never see alien underground bases? I mean, I fly by a plane, drive highways all across the U.S., never see anything strange. They're hidden, maybe.
Because you're not supposed to. You know, you're not supposed to. I mean, what do you want to do? Put lights at Vegas, alien base ahead 10 miles? They're not going to do that. I mean, all of this was done in secret. The intention and the purpose was to keep humanity in the dark. And that's exactly what they've done. And they've done it masterfully. So, but I've told you where to look.
Exactly.
I've told you where to look. Okay.
Anthony says, hi, what is the Andromedan perspective on the black slave trade and the recent unrest in Ferguson, Missouri, and Baltimore unrest? Yes, race relations and the A's.
Well, the idea of slavery is not singularly an Earth historical event. Slavery has gone on throughout many galaxies, where you have had tyrannical races suppressing less evolved races, using them as slave labor, as a food source, as a breeding source, and for experimentation purposes. And it hasn't only been sentient beings, it's also been other type of life sources. The only way that I can wrap my head around it, and I'll get specifically to the A's position on this, is that it's part of learning empathy. It's part of a path of wanting to know what it's like to experience this. I do know that, and the A's have stressed this over and over again, that when a negative field becomes too strong, that it throws everything completely out of balance, that steps are taken to eradicate it. And that is precisely what is happening now. Not necessarily in the whole galaxy, but certainly, see, that would be the definition of tyranny to them. The A's perspective on slavery, and it's actually quite simple. Anyone who is not able to defend themselves would be considered a slave. It's very simple. And that goes across the board. that frequency of tyranny, of creating slaves of people, many completely unknowing that they are slaves, but have no ability to defend themselves from tyranny, in whatever form that looks like. And on the different dimensions, it would be different. Okay, whether it's a spiritual tyranny, a physical tyranny, military tyranny, religious tyranny, they're all essentially the same. You cannot defend yourself from it, because in so doing, you'll be eliminated or executed. That is being eradicated, because one of the reasons the A's were brought to this particular part of our solar system is because tyranny showed up in their future. An imbalance was created. And this is what brought them and others to this time and place to eradicate that from ever happening. Because that had happened once before during the Orion Wars. And it was horrible. What it did to the galaxy was horrible. And no one wants to experience that again. That's what I got. Next question.
Thank you. Have the Andromedans discussed with you, this is from Tobias, have the Andromedans discussed with you how their civilization was before they started to rise into the higher dimensions? So yeah, what was their pre-ascension evolution like?
I don't know that information. I do not have that information.
Okay. This is from Tanya. When you say plasma field, does this have to do with the photon belt?
You know, they've never used the word photon. They have always said plasma field. So I don't know if we're talking about one and the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. This is from Beth. Hello, Alex. Over the past 3 years, I've been visited regularly by UFOs. On occasion, I've been able to summon them as well. My question is, how do I know if these beings in these UFOs are the good aliens or hostile aliens? As I have never seen the beings, as far as I know or can remember.
How do you feel? How do you feel? If you're calling them forth, you are on more than one level communicating with them. How do you feel? Only you can answer that. Got one more, JP?
Yep. This is from Irene Carlos. How can we help Earth, Gaia, to heal?
By being healed ourselves. By you being healed. By me being healed. By us focusing on our own healing and being a pillar of positive field. You know, the Earth also draws energy from the sun. Each one of us is an antenna. And as long as we're positive field, the Earth will remain positive field. Okay? So just, you know, be a Tesla rod. Be a Tesla rod for yourself. Be positive, be loving, be empathetic, be spiritually grounded. Just, you know, just be healed yourselves. And that's the best thing we can do. I mean, we can't heal the Earth if we're not healed. You know, the level of positive energy that could come through us is only to the level that we ourselves are healed. Now, if we are greatly healed, well, then we can obviously pull more energy through us to give to the Earth, as well as ourselves. Okay, it's a symbiotic relationship. There is no walking or getting around that. You know, she gives us energy, we give her energy. The idea is to continuously, intentionally create a positive field.
Great. Excellent question. Excellent answer. Right. Wow. Loads of questions. Simon Parkes has said that once the Pope gives his speech to the UN pushing Agenda 21, that this is the official beginning of the New World Order. The Andromedans, through you, have said that we would fall under the New World Order, but it would last only 8 months. In your opinion, could we be out of this mess by May? Oh, that's so hopeful.
Well, if Mr. Parkes is correct regarding the timing of the clock, then it is possible. If he isn't correct about the timing, and I don't know the answer to that, then the answer is I don't know. But I can tell you, and I know this, there's no way that this enslavement of Earth is going to happen. They're going to go kicking and screaming. This much is known. Okay, but if it means anything, they're already screaming. Okay, the kicking should be starting anytime soon now. So we just need to focus on creating the reality that we want individually and staying in positive field. Okay, keeping things positive. That's what we need to do.
So regarding keeping positive, the Earth moves. Joanne, do you see different? Oh, right. I live in the northeast USA, right on the coastline. Do you feel it would be best choice to move inland somewhere at this time? And I think this goes for all Earth change questions. What's your latest?
Yes. I have said this publicly before, as late as 3 or 4 years ago, and this is my opinion. Okay, I want to stress this is my personal opinion. Yes, I would move 150 miles inland. I would not be on the coastline.
Not said. Going up. There's some duplicates here, that's why I'm pausing a bit. Alex from Beck. Regarding global politics, the changing world and the Syrian conflict, is Putin for or against the New World Order? Is he here to liberate and help people, or is he just another puppet for the establishment?
He doesn't act like a puppet. He doesn't act like a puppet. And if you have studied the history of Russia and its people, and you know about the American corporations going into Russia after just before World War I, and then after World War I, and then the Bolshevik Revolution, and then you look at the Nazis and what the Nazis did, and not only to Russia but to most of Europe, and then at the end of World War II, how we brought the Nazis here to the United States. And then the Nazis went back out into the world, hiding within international corporations, trying to create monopolies, and doing all of this in the name of the United States. He does not appear to be a friend of the New World Order. In fact, the steps that Russia has taken financially to protect itself from the fall of the U.S. dollar would also indicate that he is not someone who is greatly supporting the New World Order. In fact, some of his moves and China's moves and other moves that many other countries are taking is in fact ensuring that this new world global threat doesn't happen, or it doesn't take hold and survive. That's what it looks like to me.
Thank you. Very
galactic plane, that argument is all but gone. No one's even listening to that argument. Everyone has kind of moved on now to preserving Earth, preserving humanity, and essentially unlocking us from this prism of an illusion that's been created by the Orion Consortium, the Draconian Consortium that's here. That's really the focus. They want humanity to control itself and to behave itself. But in order to do that, we need some mentoring because we're way behind the 8 ball. And that is the result of manipulation of other outside groups. And everybody recognizes that. Okay?
Okay, so there's another great question, a reminder. You also said last time we would talk about the origins of the force field around Earth, the grid. Do you remember you said the Andromedans used to park in the grid and ripple it around?
Well, they burn holes in it, yeah. And other ships are doing the same thing. And it's obviously collapsing, and because they're having to expend other resources in other areas. And this is why humanity is waking up for this very reason. And more and more fifth density information, upper fourth density information is coming in. There is some speculation that this is why CERN is trying to open up a portal into lower fourth density, is to flood it again with this negative field, because all this positive field is coming in from higher levels of higher levels of spiritual information is coming in. And this is why scientists are playing in an area that they have no idea what they're really doing. I have no doubt that we're going to evolve and we're going to move into a higher field. Absolutely no doubt whatsoever. It's just getting from where we are now to that place. Okay? Because we're still having to deal with many negative entities and many fields of negativity that have been created to block positive energy, positive field, spiritual knowledge from coming in. And they are in these blocks are mainly belief systems that humanity has been fed about itself. Those are the blockages that this higher spiritual knowledge is having to break through, such as we're a pool of chemicals that was an accident. We are all sinful creatures. That, if we make a mistake in spiritual evolution, whatever that looks like, we're all going to be damned to hell. And the list goes on and on and on, that we're not worthy of joy and happiness, that, we're meant to be financial slaves. These are all belief systems that are like brick walls. They were put there in purpose, to keep us, to keep ourselves imprisoned, in self-imprisonment by these archaic belief systems. I've used this analogy, this metaphor once before, and it's about the crab fisherman, who was on a pier and he's catching crabs. And this young boy walks up and he's watching the fisherman, and he's pulling the crabs out of the net and he's putting them in a big bucket. Well, some of the crabs get very close to the top and they're almost about to fall, to get out of the bucket. And the young boy says to the fisherman, he goes, "Sir, he's going to get away." And the fisherman doesn't even look at the boy. He just shakes his head and says, "No, they won't." And he goes, "Well, yeah, he's right there." He goes, "No, the others will pull him back. They will pull him back into the bucket." And sure enough, that's what happens. Okay? So people who are in negative field police each other to make sure that no one else gets out of that field. Okay, and this is the subtlety of it. We've created this fence ourselves. We've put ourselves in this bucket because we refuse to see ourselves in a different way. And we are stuck in this mindset, or majority of people are stuck in this mindset that this is who they are and this is what it is, when in fact nothing could be further from the truth. Okay? Their reality is this, when it literally could be limitless. The problem is they're not willing to take a risk and let go of the past and start building something that's new, that's freer, that is beyond limits. People are getting there. I'm sure we all know people who 10 years ago were like so close to this and acted like assholes. And now they're catching up. They're like asking all the right questions. They're seeing things that are different now. They are coming to a perspective about themselves. Some of them are even learning to meditate or are meditating. They're spending time in nature where 10 years ago they couldn't be bothered. We all know people like this. So this is what encourages me to know that the wall is falling and people are getting this information. It is transforming them from the inside. So I know a very positive future awaits humanity. Now, whether I'm going to be around to see it or, I don't know. But I know that future generations are going to be free of the shit that we've had to deal with and that we're confronting. I feel good knowing that it's our generation now, or the generations on Earth now, that are literally changing the position in the field of Earth, and we are moving in a totally different direction. And I am incredibly honored to be a part of that shift. And all of you should as well be honored. I mean, just the fact that you hold the energy of light here, and you do, it is more valuable than you know. I think we have time for one more question, JP, before they throw me out of here.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much for the force field. Let's see if we can find a really good one for the end. Yes. This is from Luca. How important is humor for the psychological health of the higher human races? Do they need humor like we do on Earth? We need humor. I certainly need humor.
Well, I find it invaluable. The ability to look at oneself and find humor is invaluable because it shows that you're both, you're both the observer and the experiencer. I would be an absolute babbling idiot. I may still be, but at least I can be a funny babbling idiot as opposed to a ridiculous babbling idiot. Humor is great. Humor not only makes you feel better, it breaks depression, it creates endorphins in the brain, it has more positive attributes, it creates more positive attributes as well as positive field than I think almost anything else, other than maybe, unadulterated love. Humor's right up there in creating a positive field. We all want to laugh. We all want to find joy. For someone who, if you don't have any joy in your life, you can't seem to create it, I would suggest you go out and buy 2 kittens and put them in the same room and just watch how they behave with each other. Okay, if you want to laugh, you want some joy, go buy a couple of kittens. And that will snap you out of your depression, I can assure you.
What a lovely thing to end on. What the internet's all about, Alex? Kittens. Thank you so much. Let's see if we can get you out before they kick you out. That's us. Thank you very much, and I'd like to say thank you on behalf of James and myself, and that we hope to see you very soon again. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. God bless. God bless.
A very special webinar by Alex Collier, held by wolfspirit.tv in association with alexcollier.org. To wherever you may be on this beautiful planet of ours, currently orbiting a rather interesting star. Right now, this is the fourth webinar we have with our dear friend Alex Collier, who, well, we're all a bit croaky this week. I don't know whether it's the chemtrails, the CERN, or something, but it's all a bit... So... Please excuse any roughness in our voices. We are doing our best. It's been a hell of a week. So, good afternoon, Alex. How are you, my friend?
Good morning, Jim.
Good morning for you, isn't it? Yeah.
Good afternoon, James. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the flu. So if I should disappear from the screen, it's because I'm going to blow my nose or something. Thank you all for being here very much, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. I want to thank JP and James for their help in doing these webinars. Without them, it would not have happened. It wouldn't happen. And I want my children to know that I love them and I miss them. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been current events. There's just so much going on. If you're paying attention, there's so much going on in the world, and incredible amounts of fear, incredible amounts of hype. And I want you to know this is all by design. And we're gonna do a little bit of history today because it's relevant to what's going on currently. According to Mornay and Phaseus, one of the absolute darkest points or periods on our planet, vibrationally, was the Middle Ages. And what's interesting about that whole period is that it began shortly after the Archons showed up here on Earth. And they were extremely instrumental in creating religious wars as well as racial wars. And if you look at some of the things that the Crusaders did in those times, burning at the stake, lighting people on fire, decapitation, hanging, crucifixions. It's interesting that now we have ISIS doing the exact same thing to anyone who isn't a radical Muslim. And that's the vibration that they are trying to recreate, is this very, very dark energy. Because things are accelerating at an alarming rate. What I mean by alarming, that's probably not the appropriate word. Things are accelerating towards the light, towards a much higher frequency that the powers that be And when I refer to them, I'm referring to not only the dark alien groups, but also the dark human groups, or the enslaving human groups and the enslaving ET groups. Okay? So the powers that be have decided to put the metal to the pedal. And they are accelerating world events because they want to create this frequency very much like the Middle Ages, because it was so dark, it was so dense, and they're pushing all of our hot buttons. Religion, racial strife, they know exactly how to get to us. And this is what they're doing. I've also been told by M. Mornay that they're going to try to start a war. And that Obama is going to try to start a war in Syria with the Russians. I sincerely hope this doesn't happen. I can tell you that there is intervention on multiple levels, but it is not overt yet, obviously. The issue, the biggest issue still is, and it has been for quite some time, is the fact that this is a holographic, real-life chess game. The pieces are alive, but they're unaware. All right? And we're the pieces. And we need to step up our game a little bit. And we're going to talk a little bit about that, because I know that there's so much uncertainty. But what's imperative to remember when you see all of this drama playing out is that where energy flows, where focus goes. They want our attention, because the more attention we pay to this drama, to spectacular events, to sorrow and grief, and just horrible acts of aggression, senseless, horrible acts of aggression. What's important is to ask yourself, is there anything that I can do to change this particular event? And in 99% of the times, the answer is no. So it has been suggested that you bless the event to everyone's highest good, and you continue to focus on what it is that you want that is positive in your life. All right? So, in other words, don't feed the drama. If you've studied quantum physics, you know that whatever your focus is, you will draw that experience to you. And it doesn't matter how it is, all right, or how small it is, you will draw that experience to you. This entire holograph of what we call our third density reality on Earth, you, me, all the others, our focused intent on this holograph is what gives it its solidity. So we are literally creating this. We're the creators of this. It is not the ETs. It is not the powers that be, though they have their manipulative tools that they use. It is us. The more we buy into this reality, the more solidified and real it becomes. And they are using coercion, manipulation, of all sorts on multiple levels to create the solidity of this reality. But the power lies with us. You have to remember this. And if you don't feed this drama, if you focus on what it is that you want, the beautiful things, the positive things, the loving things, the healing things that you want in your life, if you stay focused on that, we will hold the vibration of love here. And that is imperative to do. We can't let these bastards win. There's just no way we can do this. They need to leave. They have to go. They have to let us go. And we have to keep working on this. We have to keep holding the light. We have to keep focusing on positive energy, frequency, on light, all right, until more people wake up and we can truly tip that scale. This is why these guys, these beings, have flipped the switch and are now, if you'll pardon the expression, are going balls to the wall here, okay? Because there's a major shifts are occurring, and they're losing control. And they need to lose control. They need to go away. It's time for them to leave. Now, the history of religious wars is very easy to study. The piece that everyone is missing is the ET piece, okay, the manipulative ET piece by the Orion Group, and how they manipulated humanity to constantly go after itself, to tear itself apart. Because if you can get it to tear itself apart through religion, through racial disgust or racial inequality, you essentially don't really have to do anything to control the masses. You just need to sit back, and occasionally, at periods where enlightenment is beginning to come, you just push the buttons and they start to go after each other, like the analogy that I've given you in the past about the crab pot, where, several crabs try to get up, or one crab tries to get up and get out of the bucket, and the others pull them back in, okay? This is the scenario. We have to break from the past. And we have to truly expand our horizons to see what's really going on here. It's imperative to focus on the big picture. Who benefits by a world at war? The bankers get money, but it's only paper, okay? It's still only paper. Who really benefits? Okay, it's all about control of us. And those who are in control of us are not spiritual, soulful beings. Okay, we are. We're the ones creating this holograph, this Vidya. Okay, with our intent, with our passion, with our focus. We're the ones. So the power lies with us. And I cannot stress this enough to you. The only thing that they're really good at, this playbook that they're running, is creating fear, apprehension, and uncertainty. And what that does is that throws us into fear. And we can't buy into that anymore. We just can't. This is a very real scenario, and it's time for us we have to step up our game. We have to declare with one voice that we are the human race, and we are not going to put up with this crap anymore. It's just, when I watch when I'm able to listen to the news radios or see a news program of just how these nations are tearing themselves apart, you have to stop and ask yourself, who's benefiting from this? And it's obviously not humanity. What it's doing is it's weakening humanity. It is tearing humanity apart. It is decentralizing the core of who we are, brothers and sisters. It's just ripping it apart to shreds and creating more and more distrust, which makes us all the more controllable. I just so wish people would get this. We are moving into the galactic plane. I hear NASA and others call it the Oort cloud, whatever. It's a plasmic field. It's electric. It responds to frequency. Our frequency is rising. The Earth's frequency is rising. The Earth's human resonance is off the charts, ladies and gentlemen, and it continues to rise. She is moving into fifth density. And if we don't move with her, she will be forced to make changes to the surface of the planet so that she can move. And unfortunately, who's on the surface of the planet? Well, that's us. We have to maintain our level of frequency. We have to continue to rise in harmony. And unfortunately, this work is difficult because we can only work on ourselves. And then once we ourselves are in that place of harmony, once we are in that place of holding on to the light and knowing our true selves, knowing that we are multidimensional beings, and it's solid inside of us. Can we put that frequency out to others? We just have to do it. We have to bless others all the time and try to hold them in the highest light. Even events, we have to try to hold in the highest of lights. Okay? The New World Order it's doing their thing. They are absolutely doing their thing, and these guys are not going to quit, which is a real bummer. They're going to do their thing. But help is coming, but we have to do our part. We just do. And we know we do. Those of us, we know that we have to do everything we can. And right now, it is not feeding our energy, feeding our focus, or feeding our intent on these horrible, horrible events that are happening in the world. They are all being done on purpose to lower our frequency, to create fear. I've had many people send me emails regarding the group ISIS. Sadly, it appears that their funding is coming from governments. And that's horrible, horrible karma. That is just horrible karma. And I'm not quite sure what to do with that. I don't know that there is anything that I can do with that. But, let me just share with you that everything that is going on here, all the manipulations, they're all being recorded. They're all being monitored. Nothing is not known. Okay? Nothing is not known to the good guys. But like I said, it's a chess game. It's a real-life, multi-dimensional chess game that is taking place on 3rd, 4th, and 5th density. The pieces are real and the pieces are live. But they are also, for the most part, completely unaware that they're being used in this chess game. And those pieces are us. It's humanity on Earth. So we talked about Obama. We talked about he wants to do this war. He has been ordered to do it. I want to also share with you most of the world's religions have a slim element of truth to them. And I may be preaching to the choir, but I'm assuming that there's a lot of new people here. None of them are 100% right. Not even close. In fact, most of them only have maybe...
And so at this moment, we lost the recording. However, the webinar seemed to carry on just as it did. So what we decided to do was that I would call Alex. This is the next day. This is Saturday. And ask him to kind of reiterate what he said yesterday to fill in the 40 minutes that was missing in the YouTube archive, which we were going to make the video from. So here we are. What you'll have for the next 40 minutes, I'll just have some pictures to go with as much as I can. This is not ideal, but this is what we were left with. We could see it as an attack, but maybe we could just see it as just another glitch. It just happened to coincidentally have a lot of very important information in it. So, without further ado, please enjoy the telephone conversation followed by the rest of the archive video that was preserved. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in the webinar, for some reason, the Google servers did a 180 and deleted pretty much the meat of the presentation during the webinar. And so I am here with JP, and we are doing an audio rebroadcast. And we are going to do our best to fill in all the blanks and hopefully add some information that wasn't in the webinar from yesterday. Those of you who saw it live saw the entire presentation. We can't explain it. It obviously appears to be some kind of a hack. So we're just going to have to do the best we can, and with that, we're going to continue the presentation. Where it cut off is where I was referring to religions and how only a very small percentage of truth is left in religions. And I will give a couple of examples in this presentation, and then we'll continue to go on. Now the opinions that I'm about to share are not only shared by me, but by millions of people on the planet, and also the benevolent ETs. They are fully aware of the control and manipulation that religions are about. Even the regressives know this, but they use them as tools to control and manipulate people on the surface. And as long as we're fighting with each other, we don't have to worry about them, or we'll even look for them, or even question whether or not there is a force, a power, something, that we can't clearly define behind, all of the troubles of the world. And how is it that so many people can write songs of love, and so many people can get married, and how young people fall in and out of love, and how it is that we all yearn for love, and yet we live in a war that is continuously fighting with each other, and people just simply don't seem to get along. And that, of course, is done by design to lower our frequency, to lower our vibration, to create a negative field. Christianity. What we're seeing now is what the A's have said is that the powers that be are trying to create the same frequency that existed during the Middle Ages. Now, for those of you who don't know what the Middle Ages were, I would suggest you do just a quick reference on an internet search, and what you will find is that it was a time of horrible atrocities across the planet, mostly in the Middle East and in Europe. Kings doing horrible things to their people, the Crusades, Christians against Saracens, Saracens against Christians, Christians and Saracens against Hebrews. It was just an absolute mess. And life was very, very cheap. And unless you were wealthy, you really didn't have any value. So, when the Christians invaded the Middle East, it was for the cause of religion. And the things that they did in order to take back Jerusalem and take back the holy places that they considered holy was, they would crucify, they would hang, they would chop off heads, they would burn people at the stake. And now we have the radical Muslim extremists doing the exact same thing as we are, as that happened then. And again, if you see the people's response to this, oh my God, that's horrific, that's barbaric, etc., etc. This has been going on for a very long time in the name of God. And I'm just giving some simple examples here. The Hebrews, circumcision. You have to cut this thing off and in the name of God, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, if it has to come off, why did God put it on there in the first place? I mean, these are just really simple examples, but the point is there is so much doublethink in religions that it just simply doesn't make any sense, and that's because if you really stop to think about it, it doesn't. Religions today are nothing more than corporate governmental entities, acting entities, hiding behind a word called faith. And that's all they are. You know, they have their own personal agendas. All you have to do is read the history of the Vatican. I mean, if nothing else, that will give you an incredible education. And yeah, they do some positive things, but when you put it in the scale, it goes completely the opposite direction. The real teachers, they taught people, they taught not only individuals and groups, but empowerment, self-empowerment, the idea of creating prosperity consciousness. They taught them the secrets about how the mind works and how you can create your own reality using your mind and proper thinking and planning things out and focusing on what you do want, not on what you don't want. And there are all kinds of tools available today in programs and in documentaries about all this. And it's really all about you creating you. All right? This is what it's really all about. Now, in the ancient days, these secrets were learned by the priesthoods who were studying and watching not only the kings, but also the extraterrestrial rulers. They watched what they did, and they recorded what they did. The problem is they didn't share it with the people. They kept it to themselves because they realized, wow, if we use these things, we can have control and power over the people when the gods leave. And that is exactly what happened. This is why it all went deep underground, because the rulers did not want to share it with the people because they didn't give a shit about the people. They only cared about themselves. And now things are changing because the frequency of the planet is changing. It is rising. Individuals are not only picking up on this, but they are getting their own spiritual essences because we're moving through the galactic plane, the plasma belt, Oort cloud, whatever they want to call it. And people's DNA is triggering, and DNA memory and consciousness is being triggered, and they're beginning to realize, you know what? I'm not just a sinner. I'm not just a slave. I'm not this. I'm not that. I am going to redefine myself as to who I really am and who I really want to be. And it isn't all of these things that media and religion have tried to program me to be. That is not who I am. And people are empowering themselves, and this has to happen. You know, this is just insanity, and they're running the same damn program over and over and over again. And, you know, it's time to step out of it. And this is why I share with you, if you can't individually change an event or do something about an event, approach it as the observer. Don't feed it with your energy. Don't feed it with your emotions, because that's exactly what they want. Because our consciousness, where our focus goes, energy flows. Where our consciousness is, this is where this is what they want, because what it does is it makes their event, it makes the reality that they are trying to create for us, this path they're leading us down, that they want us to go down. If we give them our energy, that only solidifies it in physicality. And we don't want to do that, because their agenda has nothing to do with us. It's their agenda, all right? It's about control, manipulation, enslavement. That's what they want. Because that's who they have this thought, this idea that they have a right to control and manipulate and harm and do whatever the hell they want with us. Well, it's quite the other way around. Okay, this physicality, this holograph that we live on Earth, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, study some quantum physics. This holograph, this physicality that we see is nothing more than color, light, and sound. And it is all driven by consciousness. And consciousness is driven by intent. This is why they want our attention. Okay, we are the ones, we the people, all over the planet, everyone here, we the people, including the animal kingdom, we are the ones who are creating this physicality. Okay, we are the power here, not them. Not them. We are the power. And I'm asking all of you to stop and think about that. Take a step back and realize if I change my thinking, I can make changes in my life. And that's exactly what has to happen. Individually, you all need to do the work. We all need to do the work. All right? Because to change your vibration, to change the essence of who you are, you have to think differently. And in order to think differently, you have to know what it is you want. All right? And then you intentionally will begin to create that which you want. Do not focus on what you don't want. And I'm not the only one saying this. This is not a new message. But it is the message, okay? It is the message. Create what you want. Bless those things that you cannot control, but do not get drawn into it. Remain the observer, all right? Continue to focus on what you do want. And it isn't being selfish. It's about creating you, all right? It's about empowering you. And you cannot change the world. You cannot change your family. You cannot change your circumstances until you empower yourself. And this is the message I give myself every single day. All right, I'm not trying to preach here. I'm just telling you it works, and we have to do this because it's getting crazy. There is extreme things beginning to happen, and the negative ETs, the powers that be, this whole group of negative field, these beings who feed off negative field, they need to leave. They have to go. They have to let us go. All right, so we have got to take a stand and stop feeding this nonsense that they're creating for us. So take a step back, figure out what it is that you want, and I mean really think about it. Go inside of yourselves. Find out what it is that what you really want in you. Who is it that you are? And don't let any outside influence define that for you. You have to do that for yourself. All right? You have to do that for yourself. Because your perspective, your reasons for doing things, your personal thoughts, they are yours and they will always be yours. So you have to define who it is, in fact, you are and who you want to be. Once you have that down, then you begin to create yourself and what it is that you want. Whether it's, spiritual, whether it's love, whether it's relationships, whether it's a missionary work, whatever it is that you want, you need to focus on what it is that you want. Don't feed the monster. What's the old story, the Native American story about the two wolves? There's a dark wolf and a light wolf, and they were fighting each other, and who wins? And, the old man says the one that you feed is the one that will win. So, be aware of which wolf you're feeding. Of course, I simplified that story just to make the point that as your DNA begins to get turned back on, as we are moving through this Oort cloud, this energy field, this plasma field, things become more magnified. Things begin to happen. Creation begins to happen. Manifestation begins to happen much quicker. You need to be cognizant of that because you and ultimately only you are responsible for what you create in your life. And again, it all comes down to intent. What is it that you want? You really need to be focused on that. It isn't just about survival. Okay, none of us need to have to survive. And yes, some of us have challenges. Some of us are being screwed with by governmental sources or corporate sources. Others are being, just being messed with because we're sharing a message. Okay, but we still have to do our work. The blame game doesn't work. It only goes so far. Yes, there are obstacles, but obstacles can be overcome. So we still have to do the work ourselves, no matter what happens. So, it's all about empowerment, that as the energy increases, you need to continue to focus on what it is that you want, those things that are positive, okay? You want to create a positive field, a field of light, a field of of knowing what you are, who you are, and what you want. You just continuously have to hold on to that and focus only on that, because that will manifest for you. No matter what, it will manifest for you. This is how the universe is set up. This is how it's set up. I mean, look at all the planets, look at all the stars, look at all the life. Just look at all of it from top to bottom. And even if you can't look at it, imagine what it is. How do you think it all got there? Because God created it. There was an intention to create life, diversity of life, the isness, whatever it's called. And it happened. And now you have civilizations, whether you believe in ETs or not, civilizations that are out there that are absolutely remarkable. How do you think they created it? They created it with intent. They focused on what they wanted, and they went out and they did it. They made it happen. And that is, we are no different, okay? That is just pure propaganda bullshit. And we don't have to buy it. We shouldn't buy it because it's a lie. It's only been done to disempower us. And you have to ask yourself, well, why would they want to disempower us? Because they're not us. They want control. They want to manipulate. They don't want humanity to strive. And their personal reasons no longer matter. This is about our survival as a race and as individuals. And this is what we need to do. This is where we need to focus on, okay? Now, I'm going to segue. One of the things that we talked about in the last webinar was approaching the mothership. So I wanted to share that with you, share this with you. The mothership was out near Ganymede, one of the moons of Jupiter. And in the very beginning, I spent a lot of time watching Jupiter. I just love Jupiter. Oh my God, it's so magnificent. And Mornay had to bring my attention over to the craft, over to Ganymede where the craft was, and it was rotating, around Ganymede. Or actually it wasn't rotating, but it was sitting in an orbit of Ganymede. And as we approached it, this field came out, and it was a ring, and it was just a light, bing, and there was a sound, but I cannot create the sound. Okay, I'm just not physically capable of creating the sound. Anyway, it came out, and what it looked like from a distance was Saturn with the rings, except that it was all lit up. Okay, it was all the same color. And as we moved, and I could see craft bouncing around, moving around it, et cetera, and they were all from this particular mothership. And as we moved into the ring of light that surrounded the craft, it entered the ship, it entered my body. Of course, it did this for everyone else on the craft. It entered my body somewhere around the solar plexus and the heart area, the chest area, and stomach solar plex area. And then it went up, and then it came down, and then it went sideways inside of me. And then it passed right through me out the back. Now, what I learned after that, as we got to the mothership, I asked Mornay what that was, what was that all about? And he said it was just reading your DNA and your soul. And I said, what do you mean, reading my soul? He goes, we know reincarnation. We know this to be a fact, and it is part of our culture and always has been. So we record souls, so we know who's coming back. As soon as a child is born here, we know who it is because it's scanned. So we know that, and he gave the example of Phaseus. If Phaseus returns, when he returns, we will know it's him. So they have this register. And that's what it is. It's a register. And they know who's there. And if it's someone they do not know, they do not recognize, that is not in the register, that being, that craft that he's on, assuming he's not flying, do not recognize that craft, has to go through a different set of protocols. They just don't let anybody in, okay? Now, we were able to pass, And he said, because it recognizes you. And I said, well, but I've not been here before. He goes, well, you have. He goes, you have. And there's a part of me that is already out there on fifth density. I have not met my future self. But it's there. It's there. And I share this with you because, ladies and gentlemen, we are multidimensional. You know, we are in different places. We are different. We are experiencing different realities. There is so much more to us than they want us to know. And there is absolutely no reason that we would allow any beings, any force to entrap us in third density to feed their greed. There's just no reason to do this. And I just thought it was interesting to share that with you, because I want you to think in a different way. I want you to think bigger picture, because this is bigger picture. This process that we are all going through here on Earth is very, very important to the growth of our galaxy. We are key players, and you know, like I've said earlier and at other times, this is a real-life chess game, a multi-dimensional chess game that's going on between light and dark, and the pieces are real, but unfortunately they're mostly unaware, and we're the pieces, okay? We're the pieces. So you can choose to be aware, but you have to do the work, all right? It doesn't come in a magic bottle. It doesn't come with a crystal. You know, it doesn't come in one or two meditations. It's about you doing the work and being completely honest with who you are and who you believe yourself to be. Discounting everything everybody else has told you. You need to make those decisions for yourself about who you are and who you want to be. And if you're exactly who you are and you're awesome, go for it. You know, then connect. Then focus your connection to source, all right?
From Tobias, have you and the Andromedans discussed the social norms our societies have that they are restrictive, keeping us from developing too far?
You know, that's a great question. And, you know, all cultures, whether they're Earth or not, they have social norms. They have their way of integrating their everyday activities and reasons for celebration. They all have their own different ones, and their intentions are what their intentions are. I can tell you only the A perspective, and this actually came up in a conversation when I was approaching the scout craft with Mornay, and Visayas was watching television, believe it or not, on the ship, which I told him was not a good idea. He was watching television of a Chicago police officer shooting a black man and then running over trying to save his life. He just simply didn't understand that. And, you know, I couldn't really explain it either. Once I really stopped to think about it, it doesn't make any sense. And I can only express what their perspective is. And that is that whatever the social norms, the way of relating to everyday life, if it's not empowering or healing or creating joy, then it really should not be a part of the norm of your everyday life. Because the idea is to focus on creating health, in creating joy, in creating a positive field, or a positive energy, frequency. Because only positive energy and frequency elevates the whole organism. And humanity, their humanity is an organism. It's a family, and that's exactly how they view it. That is, in fact, how they see it. They view it. Now, what's interesting is that, you know, they have different physicalities within their within their race. But one is no better than the other. They just simply don't even go there. They don't see a difference. They just see diversity, which they see as being healthy. Where here, we have been taught, and I stress this, we've been taught to see it differently, all right? And when you break it down, the agenda to teach us to see each other as different, one being better, one being less, is used to divide and conquer humanity so that we do not come together as one organism, one family. And this has effectively worked in keeping us slaves. And some of the mechanisms to get back to that is through religions, is through racial strife, teaching everyone differently, treating everyone differently. This has all been done on purpose, folks. This is humanity at one time spoke the same language. We saw each other as a family, and we were working with extraterrestrial groups. It shifted. At some point in history, all of that shifted. And we were divided. Languages were changed to divide us so that we couldn't communicate with each other for quite some time. Religions were manufactured, in order to have a different perspective on, how to view an all-supreme power, excluding the fact that, it and us are one and the same, and have the same abilities to create and are on a path of self-evolution. All of that was taken out for the most part, and then it was used to, keep us at war with each other. So as far as the social norms, if we could honestly stop fighting with each other and sit down and look at what we do every day, how our everyday life is, and our holidays and all of that, and say what really serves humanity. And if it actually creates and promotes positive self-image, if it produces positive self-image, then it's probably something that should be okay, I would think. But it shouldn't. It should be something that's real. It should be something that's based in reality. Because after all, this is what it's about, right? It's about being real. It's about being real. It's about being authentic all the time, every day, making life sacred. And what was probably lost is the fact that, when we talk about, life being sacred, the A's have shared that any civilization, all right, that practices self-genocide, aka abortion, has not for more than 120 years, has never survived. That culture, that race has never survived. So we really need to stop, and we really need to rethink what we're doing here. We really do. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is about us. It's not about government. It's not about religion. This is about we the people. All right? We the people. We as one race. We as one family, irregardless of the color of our skin or our language. We have got to watch each other's back. Government's not going to do it. Religion isn't going to do it. It's obvious. It's right in front of you. All they want is more power. And once they get all the power, they're still not going to be happy, okay? Because they're drunk and they're obsessed with it. It will never, ever be enough. And you can't feed a hungry lion because it devours everything. And when everything is gone, it implodes. And then everything's lost. It's all gone. It's all done. Why would we even go there? We can't. We can't go there. So getting back to Tobias's question, the social norm, that's pretty much how they operate.
I have
social norms.
a corollary or another angle on this that I think maybe he might be getting at. And this is a very, very normal thing. is competitive sport. What do the A's say about the way people jump up and down at football games and swear and cuss and turn into monsters when they're just watching their team?
Well, I don't know about that. They've never actually approached how people behave at sporting events, but I do know that they have competitive sports or competitiveness. They have things that they do where they compete, and sometimes they do it against other races as well. But it is all done in the spirit of joy and entertainment. And usually what happens is that if there is one particular group or tribe that's better than others, they teach the others how they got to that level. It's not where they maintain it as a place of superiority. If they have done something, or if they've done, they do things in a specific sequence that makes them faster, stronger, whatever it is, they teach it to the others so that everyone moves up. It evolves. It's called the law of consistency. And most of the benevolent races, use this. They practice this, the law of consistency. So it isn't where they do it as power over. They have a completely different perspective.
I love it. I totally love it. Totally love it. Thank you. I mean, that is a really uplifting attitude to have, isn't it?
Yeah, and it works.
Yeah.
And then there's no animosity, none whatsoever. And then then it's just a game. It's just a friendly game, and the joy is in playing it.
and that's the kind of ideal that people talk about. Oh, it's it's not the winning, it's the playing. No, but for most people on the planet, it's like I got to win, because we're put into this, Hunger Games kind of situation, and that's.
Well, we are, and that's the whole survival thing, and literally what it does. And I think on some levels, especially on the financial level and the military level, I think what happens is if you reach a point where you kind of detach yourself from humanity, because then it all becomes about the winning. And you don't care what happens to anybody as long as you win. And that's where you detach from humanity. And those people are primed to be used by the powers that be and the regressive alien groups to become their minions. They're perfect because they don't care about anybody but themselves, and they're easily manipulated.
So, when we came to when we got to the point on the tape, the picture returned and you returned. Well, and people will see this in a couple of minutes. You were talking about how they keep you. How do they mentally control you? And you were saying no, they just basically make sure that you don't have any cash and have a difficult time of it. So do you just want to
they manipulate circumstances around me.
Yeah. So I mean.
Yeah.
How does that work for you? And is there any way we can kind of outsmart it?
It hasn't worked, but it hasn't worked. And what I continue to do is to work on myself and mentally and hopefully positively, try to create the future that I want and the things that I want, my own positive field. And out of that came the idea about doing the webinars and now maybe they're starting to manipulate that a little bit. It looks like, they're taking some of the meat out of the presentations. But all I can do is just continue to fight the fight and, keep marching on. It would be very easy to quit. It would. And I've thought about it more times than I can remember. But it isn't what I want. It's not what I want to quit. For whatever reason, and I don't know why it was me, I have been given an opportunity to actually have another perspective, a real, genuine, different perspective about us. And I feel that I have an obligation to try to relate that to others, to try to empower others to want to change the way we are, because the way we are is we're being manipulated into this position of surrendering not only our sovereignty, but our freedom to create as a soul. And the purposes for doing this is simply to allow another group to feed off of us. And I am not okay with that. I am absolutely not okay with that. And I never will be.
That's how I'm controlled, is by economics, by making sure that I am in survival. But no, not at any other level at all.
Thank you.
No, I choose when to speak and when not to. I choose my friends just through experience. Some people are not always who they are, and I'm very protective. There's a part of me inside that's very tender, and I'm very protective of that. So that's just what it is. Next.
This is from Beck. Can you talk more about dreams? Does your soul leave your body when you sleep? Do you dream every night? Do you go back to your soul family? I imagine one. How can your dreams help with your purpose and joy in life?
Oh, that's an outstanding question. I think on some level everyone dreams. When somebody says, I never have a dream, I just simply don't think that's true. I think there's just a part of them that has flipped the switch, and they choose not to remember it, or they're not meant to. As far as people leaving their bodies, I think if you are in a dream and you have the conscious recognition that you're in a dream, you are in fact out of your body. And you are capable of traveling at that point. Now, the Toltecs have done this. They're very, very good at this. They will actually learn to send their dreaming body to different places, irregardless of time and space. They are able to do this, to get information, to get answers, to help, and or to manipulate a situation. With positive intent, of course. Okay? In so doing that, you are traversing fourth and fifth density, from what I understand. And there are hazards if you don't know your way around. Oftentimes, especially in lower fourth, you will see things or beings who are not as they appear to be. And it's been my personal experience that when I'm in situations like that and someone is attempting to communicate to me, the first thing I do is I look at them and I stick my pinky out and I say, show me your true self. And they have to show you. And if it isn't someone I recognize, a soul I recognize, I'm out of there. I change the dream immediately and I go someplace else. And you have the power to do that. Okay? My point is this. You don't need to look for a master. Okay? You already are. God, I hate that word. You're enlightened. You don't need to find somebody far more enlightened than you. You already are enlightened. You just need to remember where that information is, where that part of you is. That's what you need to connect with. As far as doing dreams, you can clean up a lot of karma, you can do rites, but you have to learn to do that, and there's a process. I do not and would never, ever suggest anyone ever use Ekankar to do anything like that. There are many books, but basically self-experimentation is the best. Now, when you are out of your body, when you're dreaming and you know you're in the dream and you're capable of going anywhere you want, that's your dreaming body. Learn to work with that. Okay? There's lots of books about it. There's a lot of information out there. And if you're ever out there and you have to be very, very specific. I want to meet a being that has only my highest intent. I want to meet someone who has only my highest intent. You have to be really specific and check who they are. Okay? There's a lot more to that issue, and that would burn up the rest of the time. But I'll make a note of that, and we can talk about that in the next webinar. I think that's a really good one because a lot more people are experiencing incredible dreams and out-of-body experiences. And I think it's really good that we talk about that. Excellent question. Excellent question.
Excellent. So dreams, the subject of dreams for next time. Okay, now here's some, okay, so maybe if you could expand on the question as well. So he's saying, this is Joanne, sorry, she's saying, do you have knowledge of the group called the Guardian Alliance? And do they work with the Andromedan Council? And I'd like to expand that and, could you list out the guys who are real and the guys who are not real? If you see what I mean, there are people who are, channeled and the Galactic Federation of Light doesn't really exist. It's a front for this or that. Do they actually call themselves stuff like this, or is this just La La Land as well?
That's a good question. I don't know anything about a Guardian Alliance, nor has any group been presented to me that way. To say that they would not present themselves that way to us, I don't know if they would or they wouldn't. They go out of their way to try to accommodate us, to give us a point of reference and a point of understanding who and what they are and what they do. It's possible that they could a group would present themselves as guardians, and as an alliance, meaning more than one group. It's possible that they would do that because that's something we would understand and we would find comfort in, and we could add significant meaning to. So, again, you have to understand that we are dealing with higher dimensions where they don't use speech. Everything's telepathic. So they have to break it down to create speech and to create language that's almost like first grade to them so that we can understand their positions and who they are and what they're about. It would be no different than Stephen Hawking's trying to talk to a newborn baby and wondering if he was getting it. That's sort of what it's like with us. And there's no judgment. They get why that is because we're evolving. But nonetheless, there are some differences in how we absorb information and how we take information in. And they do their best to try to accommodate us so that we get their point, we get their intention. Okay? So, I personally have not heard of a Guardian Alliance.
Thank you.
That doesn't mean they're not involved. I don't know.
That's right. Doesn't mean they're not. Okay. Nice little snippet of a question here. Can we have multiple lives at the same time?
Yes. Yes. I know that to be a fact in my case. I know that to be a fact. I have not met any of my other selves. I know there's a part of me on 5. That's how the ship knew me. That was my point. That was my point of bringing it up. But I have not met. I don't even know if it was on the ship. It may have been someplace else. I don't even know. But I put that together later, and they acknowledge that.
Yeah, you may have visited the ship.
Yes, you're very busy souls, all of you.
So that's sort of like Andromeda Council things again. Right, okay. Again from Joanne, what is your experience with the Lyrans? I've really recently started communicating with my Lyran higher aspect. Lyran.
The Lyrans. My personal experience has been zero with Lyrans. I have seen other races, but I was never told specifically if it was them. The Lyrans are, of course, the oldest form of human beings in our universe. But they come from someplace else. Their lineage, their heritage, their genetic strain is beyond ancient. It's literally timeless. So I would say go for it, but approach them as equals. In everything you do, approach them as equals. So, declare, your knowledge and your sovereignty and your independence, at all times. And they will respect that. And if they don't respect it, then you're talking to the wrong group.
Aha. There's the rub. This is from Andrew. Conspiracy is associated with disrepute in our society. Nicely put. How do we make all the different conspiracy groups band together to deal with the elite once and for all?
I don't know. Personally, I don't know that we can deal with these guys ourselves. I think that we are in over our head as far as the group. And that's why the cavalry is coming. Because they know we can't deal with these guys. What we can do is deal with ourselves and change the perspective we have about our own human race. We need to continue to move in the direction that we are all family. We just are family. And we need that consciousness, that awareness that we are family. As far as the moheads, jackals, and bozos, we're in over our head, and that's why the cavalry is coming, because they know, we don't think holographically. We don't have the treachery that these people have. We have empathy. How do you rationalize with beings that have absolutely no empathy because it is simply not part of their makeup? You can't. Okay, that has to be dealt with on another level. And that other level is the good guys. It's not us. As far as banding together, communication, talking. People are waking up everywhere. It's just amazing, and I'm so encouraged myself. How many people are getting it. 30 years ago when I started talking, I would talk to two people, one person. Sometimes no one would show up, and I'd go get a hamburger, because no one would show up. And many of the other speakers as well, very small crowds. Now they're, so many of them are huge. David Icke and Mr. Wilcock and so many of the others, Michael Sala and Rob Potter, and, all of these. There's just so many fantastic speakers out there, spreading the word. This is positive, and people are starting to listen, especially the millennials. They're getting it. And it's extremely encouraging. It's all good. I truly believe the outcome is going to be positive, but we cannot sit on our laurels. We need to continue to stretch ourselves forward, and reach forward, expand ourselves, take ourselves out of our own comfort zone, to stretch our own spirituality, to absorb more and to want to know more, okay, and experience more. So that's how I answer that.
Thanks. Yeah, I remember I went to see David Icke with my wife 20 years ago in Glastonbury. There was literally 5 people and a dog, and we were 2 of them.
In there. Us old-timers know all about that. And a kook, a louse, a liar, a fraud, a this and that, and da-da-da-da-da. Things I talked about 30 years ago, they're everywhere now. that's everywhere now, you know. And some of those things I was the very first to bring to light, and now everybody's talking about it, and now it's fact. So you just have to persevere. You just do. You just have to go
thank
for
you.
it.
Thank you.
It's been an honor and a privilege. It's been a royal pain in the ass, but it's been an honor and a privilege.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yes. Here we go. Do you feel? I'm asking many questions from Joanne, but she's they're just coming up. Do you feel there would be different vibrational timelines and realities running side by side, that those on AI and Dark Force timelines, being fear, etc., not seeing the higher vibrational timelines available? Yeah. So is there like plenty of other place to get to, but the people who are trying to create a single tyrannical timeline? Sorry, or am I just babbling? Shut up.
Well, I'm not sure that I exactly understand the question, but I can tell you that timelines are merging. We had one merge not so long ago, and it's all being done using very, very advanced spiritual technology. And if I could use an example of like a siphon. What is it you put loose tea in, and then you drop it into a cup?
An infuser.
Huh?
An infuser, it's called.
An infuser. Okay.
Tea bag.
What's happening using this technology from fourth, and I believe some of it is even as high as sixth and seventh. The technology that's being used to merge the timelines is that this diffuser is in place, and as this timeline B is merging into timeline A, which is the true timeline, the original timeline, it is diffusing that which is repetitive, and it's dissolving it. And that which is individual and singular is being allowed to merge into the original timeline. So we're not getting duplicates of crap, okay? But they have to do this in order to right a terrible wrong that was done. And that's what's happening. I don't understand it. I'm just a very simple person. I don't understand all the technical developments of that, but I do understand that that which already exists here is not coming back in itself again. Okay, so there won't be two assholes as opposed to just the one.
Oh, thank you for that. Can I press you on the terrible wrong that needs to be righted and what it takes to right the wrong?
Well, the terrible wrong was that civilizations fell, became non-existent, and tyranny ruled our galaxy in a horrible way. And it appeared like out of nowhere. It appeared like out of nowhere. It just came down. Boom. And in deciphering that, they were able to find key moments, mechanisms, events that allowed that event to occur. See, when it came down the first time, the AIs, they weren't very thorough. They left openings to the past. They didn't shut everything down. So the good guys, they went back into these portals into the past to find out exactly what happened. And they came back with the knowledge, and they began going back and forth, changing those events. And that is what you're seeing now, is literally, if you could assume the top, if you had a grill that has a top that comes down, all right, the tyranny had dropped. But they weren't thorough. Now the lid is lifting, and it's coming back up because they're changing events that have happened. And one of those events has to do with us and what we're experiencing, allowing Earth and humanity to evolve to another dimension, to another density, and 22 very specific, strategically located star systems are a part of this. We're one of the 22, obviously. So that's what happened. See, the AIs, they're very clever, but they can only copy. They can't create anything. They only copy stuff that already exists. Where those that have soul, we're very ingenious. We're very, very strong in creating new realities, new domains of knowing, as the A's would put it. Okay? That's what happened. That's what happened.
Thank you. So I think your word domains of knowing, your term domains of knowing, nowadays I think they call that a meme.
You call that what?
A meme. M-E-M-E. And they're generally like a photograph from a movie and an expression with the attitude that is coming from the photograph. It's a long story. I'll find
Okay.
something.
Let's get to the question.
But to the questions. Okay. Oh, yes. Well, what will happen? This is from Lauren. What will happen to those who do not make the shift? Will they just be stuck in the same situation that we are now?
Lauren, I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. I honestly don't know. I can ask. I'm not sure that Mornay would know, but I can ask the question. I personally do not know. I don't know. I haven't actually thought about defeat. So,
well, let's stay on the positive.
I will ask that question. It's a valid question. I'll ask.
It is indeed. Oh, right, yeah, here's a good one. Do we have Bigfoot DNA? Is there Sasquatch in our bodies?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
I'm not aware of that. That's not to say yes or no. I'm not aware of that.
Right, okay.
Unfortunately, I'm not the shall answer man. Only vintage people would know what that is. There's a commercial where he had all these answers about everything to do with everything. I'm not that guy. I don't know everything.
So, now here's an interesting question. Does Alex have any familiarity with the teachings of Scientology in its early days? If so, does he feel any of it started in truth, or was it always just a money con?
Well, I was never drawn to Scientology. Was never drawn to it at all, ever. And it was just not part of my path, so I cannot speak intelligently about it at all, because I don't know. So...
Okay, good. Moving on. If anybody, Arnaldo Lerma is a guy you want to listen to about Scientologists, and he was one of the engineers who made the machine. Anyway, okay. Planet X. What's the latest on Planet X? Nibiru. A few years ago, it was coming in thick and fast, and it's not here yet, but it's the same soon, isn't it, Alex?
I've been told that sometime towards the end of December, the beginning of January, we will see it coming out from behind the sun. It will be visible to the naked eye.
All right, something to
That's
look
what I've
forward
been
to over Christmas.
So let's stand by. We'll all find out together.
Okay. All right. Right. As we have, yeah. This is from Kerry. As we are the ones we have been waiting for, does Alex see the Dragon family and the global assets playing a role here?
Okay, the Dragon family, they're referring to the Chinese, some of the older Chinese families.
Yeah, the Ben Fulford reports and things.
Symbol of strength and honor, and that's the Chinese culture. Yes, I do. But again, money is a tool. And eventually, at some point, we will move through that and past that. I don't know when that will be specifically. But if you're referring to shifts in the markets and something that's honorable and cannot be easily manipulated to destroy people's lives and countries, yes, I see that happening. There is a great deal of effort behind that, because everybody's pretty fed up with the guys at the top. They don't even follow their own rules. So why have any rules, everybody's pretty sick of them, and I do see it coming about. But I also see a great deal of turmoil as the powers that be kick and scratch and claw, into surrender, So they're going to have to be dealt with harshly, unfortunately. And a reckoning is coming. I can honestly tell you that. And they know it, that a reckoning is coming. And they deserve every bit of it. They deserve every bit, of the reckoning that's coming. All capital letters. So that's it. That's my answer.
This is from Beck. Do you recommend humans use specific gemstones like tektite, moldavite, or monatomic gold and other elements to evolve spiritually and activate your DNA? How quickly can we activate our DNA? Days, weeks, months? And is there a mail order package we can order? Yeah, no, I added the last bit.
Mail order package. They're all tools, and tools are very helpful. But you have to remember, it is you doing the work. The tools only reflect that which is inside of you. So don't lose focus that whatever it's doing, it is only reflecting out or back at you that which you are and that which you think. It begins and it ends with you. Don't forget that. The tools aren't doing the work, you are. Always strive to empower yourself, not the tools. Okay? It's not outside of you. It's inside of you. It cannot be any other way.
Yeah, it says here, the Anunnaki are very good at masquerading as another race. How much of the current new information about aliens and extraterrestrials are actually Anunnaki deflecting what they do onto another race? Yeah, can you talk about the overlays that there seems to be an overlaying race that disguises everything. Is it just one, or is everybody doing it? Is everybody coming to the party with a mask?
The masks are actually being pulled off of everybody. No one is being invited to the party. No one is being invited to the party that is deceitful in any way, except for the group that's already here, and they've been quarantined. But their masks are being lifted as the shield around the Earth is being lifted, and holes are being burned in it. The stupid shield to keep us all ignorant. That is dissipating, so the masks are coming off. If you, on any kind of an intuitive level, suspect something not being what it is, then you need to ask more questions. You need to challenge it. You absolutely should do whatever it is that you do. I would say absolutely trust your gut at all times. Trust your gut. And if you don't know how to trust your gut, you need to learn how to trust your gut. But I'm not aware of races coming in. Well, we're this and we're that. All that shit's done with. We're now in the late innings here, folks, of the game. We're like in this seventh, bottom of the eighth, top of the eighth inning here. So everybody pretty much knows who all the players are. So, but if you don't have a good feeling about it, walk away. Just walk away.
Thank you. Just walk away. Right, there we go. No, that makes sense. I'm sorry?
They haven't come knocking on the door yet, so let's just keep doing some questions.
Yeah. Okay. Did you meet any Andromedans by name on the biosphere, and are you able to still communicate with them?
By name. They have symbols. Technically they use symbols. Okay? And no, only Mornay specifically is my only real contact.
Okay. When you say a symbol, this is a telepathic thing rather than a physical like badge that they're wearing or something.
Well, yeah, it's a holographic. It's a holograph that each person has as a symbol, and that symbol contains. It's like a resume. They would project that holographic symbol, let's say, to you, and you would have their entire resume right in there. Well, see, we don't understand that part because we're not telepathic, or most of us aren't. So we wouldn't know how to read it. But that's what they do, and it's a symbol. It's not a name, so it's a symbol.
Okay, so it's not small talk. So they don't get to know each other. It's bang, oh, hello. All right, okay. Okay, so there we go. Right.
Everybody has to be authentic. When you're dealing telepathically, you have to be authentic. There is no getting around it. You can't hide shit. You just can't hide anything. It's all or nothing.
Okay. That's a very good point.
Very uncomfortable. It can be very uncomfortable.
So, this is from Sai. Perhaps I'm missing something, but who or what exactly are the AI? Who are the reptilians, the archons, the Valons? And, there are all these names that are bandied around. Are they all the same thing? Are they the macrobes of John Dee? Are they, there's all these different names that we're getting. So there's the Valons who appeared 300 years ago, and according to the Akashic records from Chris Thomas. There's the archons from the Gnostic texts. There's the reptilians. There's the AI. Do you know who's who? Have they told you who's who and what's what?
Okay, if we're dealing with AI, I can tell you unequivocally virtually all of the archons are AIs. Okay? As far as the reptilians, some of the working class or warrior class are AIs. Most are not. Most have soul. They have just chosen a different path. And as far as the Valons, I'm not familiar with that group. But many of the Orion groups, they have soul. They have created AI bodies or devices that would work in very, very extreme, harsh environments to do work for them, such as mining, fixing equipment, like those that are in the Ring of Saturn. They have beings that work those things that essentially are machines. And what they do is they make sure that the machinery, whether it sits there for 15, 16, 25, 50,000 years, continues to work. And their job is to maintain it. They will have a form, but they are in fact machines. Artificial intelligence. And their program is to work and fix those machines. Other AIs have different things. It's complicated because we don't realize the diversity of life out there. We're babes in the woods. Most of this information has not been shared with us at all. We're starting to see some of it in movies now, which is good. So they're trying to tell us in their own way. But the scope of life just in our own galaxy is enormous. And there is all kinds of life there. All kinds. Things we couldn't even imagine. Where we would be like, no way. And yet it exists and it holds consciousness. Or it doesn't. It operates through a series of commands or microprocessors, organic microprocessors, whatever those are, whatever they look like. It wouldn't be technology we have here. It would be something far different that would represent a cell, but yet it is in fact mechanical. So the level of, there is no simple way to answer that question, only because some of the information is almost impossible to translate in English because our language is so limited.
Thank you. I can't pronounce this person's name. I don't even know. Have you heard of the race called the Jefok, Jefok? There is an inference in the Alien Race book that they are a peaceful race who met with JFK.
No.
No.
I'm not familiar with them at all. I don't know everything.
Yeah. So, this is from Björn. What is our prime object of defense in the close 10 years' time? So, I mean, in the next 10 years. I'm not sure. Basically, I think he's saying how can we defend ourselves in the next 10 years through what's going on? And it's not about defense, really, is it?
Evolve. We have to spiritually evolve. Focus on spiritual evolution, and focus on what you do want, not on what you don't want. Okay? Put your energy towards what you want, and you will change your frequency, which means the frequency of harm, the frequency of war, all that other crap, that frequency will not be part of your reality. Okay? We need to ascend out of this cesspool of crap. Okay? And everything is frequency, color, light, and sound. That's what creates a holograph. The solidity of what we know as reality in 3D. We have to change our frequency. If we focus on raising our frequency, all those other things will not exist in our reality. They will fall away. That's the only way to truly defend yourself, is to rise above it.
Evolve. From Lauren, you mentioned in the past webinars that 14 out of the 21 systems going through the same situation as us are now free.
Right.
Do you know exactly how they were able to break free, and has that number changed?
I have, as far as I know, the number hasn't changed, and I have been told that I would be given that. I don't have it yet.
And, right.
In other words, it's still on my to-do list. It's still on my to-do list.
Is there still a flood danger present for coastal Californians? This is from Reed.
The concern of flooding is the whole world. So the answer is yes. I don't have a date. I wish I did. But, I was told it would have happened a lot sooner, and it still hasn't. So I don't know what to tell you. Planet X, Hercopolis, whatever names they're calling it these days, that's a game changer. That is going to be a game changer. So we'll just have to wait and see how that all plays out. The more information I get, I will certainly pass it on to you guys. We're family. So I'll make sure you get the data.
Thank you. So, from Beck, Alex, related to the Dragon family, are China and Russia for or against the New World Order? Are Putin and Xi Jinping for or against humanity? Thanks, Alex.
Well, if you just take appearances, you would have to say they're not for the New World Order, and they appear to be championing humanity. The fact that they have taken stands against the corruption of the current monetary system and want to create something different says a lot about what their position is. And they seem very intent on doing that and following through. So at this particular point, I would have to say that they are for humanity, based on their actions.
So that we shouldn't be scared of Russia and China, actually, that they're trying to help us.
It's a shame. We as Americans, the only time we actually are safe is when, Congress isn't in session. When they're away, that's the only time we're safe, because they're not passing laws taking away our freedoms.
That's all they seem to do, isn't it? All right, so talking about weird stuff, the Hadron Collider. Now, some of my guests in last week have been saying that this machine is worse than breaking down. It's like drilling holes in the side of it and causing geysers in Geneva. There's like a 200-foot pile of water the other night. This beam burst through a sewer. I don't know whether you get sort of live updates from your guys. What have you heard about the Hadron Collider?
I haven't heard any of that information. I just know that they are not going to allow it to open up portals. It's just not going to happen. And that which is not meant to be here isn't going to come here. Okay? So it's an interesting scenario. There are so many things going on such multiple levels. And like I said earlier in the webinar here, this is a real-life game of chess, a multi-dimensional game of chess where the pieces are live but unaware. So I can't even truly begin to fathom how complicated it is. But if this device doesn't have man's highest intention, they're never going to allow it to do what they think it can do. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Bless you, no problem.
Yes, gotcha.
Okay.
Let's hurry up. Let's do one more question, okay?
Okay. This is a nice one to finish with. In the last webinar, you said you speak more about the day in the life of Andromedans. Can you talk more about the Andromeda school system? Do children actually go to a place for school with other children, or is their education immersed with their life? What a great question to end with.
Okay, my understanding is that they don't sit in classrooms where they're bored. Yes, ma'am. They don't sit in classrooms where they're bored. Whatever they do, it's all hands-on and it's experiential, which includes parks and meadows. And, yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I won't be harassed until the person shows up.
Oh, that's not. A person will show up to harass you in a few minutes. Okay,
so I can answer the question. From what I have seen, their education is experiential on all levels. They're not I've never once seen them sitting in a classroom. Most of the children that I saw were being taught whatever their lessons were in a park area. If it has to do with spaceflight or machinery, they are there. They are part of the crew. They are working all hands-on. They are free to ask any and all questions about anything. My understanding is that the children are taught everything that the parents know and more, because they understand that in order for this civilization to survive, they practice what is called the law of consistency. The youngest need to know what the oldest know, so that there is no loss of knowledge. And that the future generations, they are taught to exceed beyond the older generations. And it is not thought of as a threat or as the idea of control. But again, their society is not like ours here on Earth. Okay, it's different. They have different protocols and different relationships. But, and this I think would be very, very important when the mentoring comes in, so that we can understand, how could we change the things we do? If there are better ways, wouldn't we want to know? Of course we would. So, and that's the dealio. That's how that works. So, but I don't know specifically what the lessons were, because they were all she was talking to them telepathically, or he, as their instructor, was talking to them telepathically. I did not hear every single word. I wasn't privy to individual conversations at all. Pretty much Morene was in my head, watching my chains of thoughts and the processes and the emotions that I was going through, and seeing the things that were going on. because, when I first got on board the ship, I didn't see a lot of things because my mind, my subconscious, and my mind didn't recognize things. So there were things that I could see that I was familiar with, and other parts of it were just gray. I didn't know what was there. And over time, over a period of what I believe to be weeks, I began to see more and more and more as things came into focus, and I began to understand what it was that I was seeing. I was literally first grade. I was literally in first grade there. There were things that took me a while, time to even see for the first time, because I had no way of knowing what it was prior to that experience.
I can't say the name again. Harian. Were you allowed to socialize with other Andromedans? From what you said, I don't think the answer is yes. But did you meet? Yeah. Did you hang out? I mean, what happened? What
I observed.
Kind of activities you were involved in?
I just observed. I was in complete awe of my surroundings, and I was in a park, which I have said in the past, reminded me of some places in Southern California. And they had holographic skies where it would change from twilight to day to sunsets. And the whole time that this is occurring and I am in this place, I'm cognizant that I am in a spacecraft traveling through space, or just sitting, not far from the moon Ganymede in our own star system, and knowing that, Earth wasn't far away either, that it would take them minutes to get me there. I was pretty much in awe of just how incredible and remarkable life really can be. And, watching these children learn whatever it was that they were learning, there were some who came and approached me and put their hands out, or would make a gesture to me like an acknowledgement. But most of the time, Mornay was right there. He was mentoring me and making sure that I truly understood what it was that I was supposed to get out of this experience. And he and I did most of the talking. There was one incident with a woman that I saw, and I went someplace, and I was immediately confronted by that because I didn't understand. It's not that I did anything wrong. It's just that I was infringing on a protocol that I wasn't aware of. But hell, it was my first time on a mothership. I didn't know. So it was just little things like that. I was mostly the observer. And I was just trying to take it all in. And, for years, I wasn't sure what I would ever do with this information. There are still some things I don't know what to do with yet. Maybe in the future I will know more. I wish that they could just take 1 million people up there and say, here you go, guys. This is what it is. And then we all see it. You're all there for a couple of months. You absorb it. You know what it is. You know it's real. You've internalized it. And then send us back down here. And now we all have the same point of reference, regarding the experience, and the same point of reference of the knowledge that, yeah, this is real. This is what it could be, and it's remarkable, absolutely remarkable. I wish that. I do. I wish that. And I ask for that all the time. Because I don't want to be the only one. I don't. And I'm not, but I haven't heard anybody else coming forward and talking about it. So, anyway, next question. I don't want to ramble.
Well, these are your feelings, and I think many people in your position would feel the same way. You see, and it's your honesty that people value and love. And so it's not rambling. You're telling people your experience, which is overwhelmingly different, literally alien, from the 9 to 5, the going to the cubicle every week, every day. It's a very different experience, and to be taken out of time, where we are subjected to time day in, day out, literally, all of our words are connected with time. So to be able, and, the big pauses that you make when you're talking about things, they also tell the story of how enormous a thing you're talking about is. So, with that said,
we have 6 minutes left.
6 minutes to go. So, hey, Björn, how do we humans detect an AI? There's another good question.
I would think our soul would know. Now, my own personal experience, which was relatively short, was that I felt absolutely no connection whatsoever with this automaton or whatever it was, this creature. There was no warmth coming from it. And I just knew that there was no soul. Maybe it's because I was up on the craft with them. I don't know if that would be the same here on Earth. I've not run across. I have seen people without auras, with 0 auras, and I suspect that they're AIs. But I've not actually been really close to one here on Earth. At least not yet. So that's the only answer I can give you. I would think your soul would know. I would think that your gut, your intuition, which is your soul, your higher self, it would know. It would definitely know if you were in the presence of something that had no soul. I would think it would know.
Did you pick up any extra sense of a machine sense, or instead of talking to a soft human, you're talking to something hard like steel, or hard like wood, or hard like stone? Any of those qualities?
I've not had communication in that way with anything like that, so I don't know.
Nancy says, I heard that when we die, we should not go to the light, as it is a trick to recapture our soul to rebirth on Earth. Is that true?
Yeah, that's what I was told. Visayas was very specific. He said, you, of course, can choose to do whatever you want, but none of you ever turn around and look what's behind you. And when I asked, well, what is behind me? He said, freedom. Freedom of Earth. Freedom of the reincarnational cycle. So, that's what I was told.
Thank you so much for struggling through, being a real trooper with this. I know you're suffering from a cold, and you've been croaking a little bit through the... maybe I'll put on some flashcards or something when I do the edits. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch. Any last words, Alex?
Be strong, be brave. We're in this together. We'll come out of it. We will come we'll come out the other end stronger and better for it. And just keep focusing on what you do want. Don't focus on what you don't want. Okay? Be the observer. It's really important. Okay? Then you won't give your power away. I love you. Take care.
Five.
18th of December 2015. Alex Collier giving a webinar over Google. Apologies for the many and weird interruptions. Enjoy the webinar. Good afternoon, Alex. Happy December. Do you want to get going?
Hi, JP. How are you?
I'll be fine.
Never mind. Hi, everybody.
On you go.
I'm so sorry we're late. We had some obviously technical issues in the Highlands of Scotland. Before we start the webinar, I just want to say I'm in my apartment. I want to thank everybody for helping. During the move, someone at the motel gave me a couch, my only piece of furniture, and I wrenched my back taking it up 2 flights of stairs. So I have been down for 2 weeks. In fact, I even popped a rib, which I found out about yesterday.
Ouch.
From a chiropractor. So I apologize. In the next 72 hours, I will be getting back to all of you. As of this morning, I had 3,092 emails. It's gonna take me a little while. Hopefully most of it is just junk. But there's a lot to talk about, and I'm sorry we're late. Again, so let's just get going here. Gosh.
Well, where do you going to start?
Intervention is occurring on multiple levels, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to do some history today, as well as current stat. Now, there have been some questions that have come through James regarding Planet X and current updates. We're going to get to that, okay? We're going to get to that. But what I do want to share with you is one of the more important things, and that is in 161 BC, when the Archons arrived, they created an electronic fence around the planet that effectively blocked cosmic knowledge. And many oracles on the planet used that intelligence, that information, in order to share with their people, to provide wisdom to kings, to queens, to diplomats, barons, lords, leaders of communities, of nations, etc., military people. That pretty much began to shut down and was in fact shut down. And that was done by the Archons. I want you to know that sometime in the last 3 weeks, and I don't have an exact date or time, that fence is down. It is completely gone. It is down. And what's happening is that people are beginning to remember now not only who they are, but what their original intent was, and they're beginning to get information about what's happening. Now, what's interesting is that this is happening at the higher levels. There are many spiritual gurus, I'm sure, who were already tapping into the fence dropping as it was in fact dropping, and holes were being burned into it. And we've talked about this in previous webinars. Well, now the fence is down, and people are beginning to remember, especially on the higher levels, and this is causing a great deal of trouble, hoorah, for the powers that be. Now, today, in discussing the powers that be, I am referring to the Orion Consortium, the Reptilian Consortium, the Archon Consortium, and those humans who totally sold out to these consortiums. Okay? That's who I'm referring to. So I can just say powers that be, and you know who I'm referring to. So that fence is down. Now, this is important for two reasons. One, it's imperative to begin to create the space, the time, the domain of knowing, to be able to get this information that is coming into Earth, because it is coming from benevolent sources that are out there on starships, motherships, etc. It is coming from other planetary systems who are aware of our consciousness, of our situation here on the planet. It is also imperative to make space for it, because it's also coming from multiple dimensions above us, higher fourth, fifth, and from what I understand, even lower sixth density, that are trying to help humanity, because we're way behind the eight ball as far as time. We're the caboose as far as the other civilizations that have been freed. We're at the tail here. Okay, so the fence of forgetfulness is over. That's done. So it's now time to try to. Well, in other words, we are all free to think another way now, and to expand ourselves out beyond the boundaries of Earth, and send our intentions out. Well, it's now getting out. Okay, that information from us is now getting out. Our desires, our intents, and the information that's coming in is also coming in. So we can now allow it. We can be more acceptant of it. We can begin to trust and test it with more accuracy now. And this is a remarkable thing. This is a really, really good thing. And part of the consequence of this is that the regressive command and control power structure on Earth is eroding quite fast. Because their middle management and upper tier management structures are beginning to erode, because these people, these beings who, whatever they are, they now understand what's really been going on. And it didn't take long. I mean, they probably had their suspicions, but it wasn't confirmed until they started getting this information from off-world. And this is where they're having their issues, the powers that be. And this has to happen. This is extremely important. Because the powers that be, they simply refuse to have a change of heart, which is actually pretty sad, because, I mean, they could be great teachers for us. I mean, they already have in some levels. I mean, there's the old saying that good people bring joy and happiness and bad people bring experience. The knowledge that they could share with us about their structure, so that we and other evolving civilizations don't have to go there, don't get trapped in these systems of slavery, of becoming a natural resource for any race, would be invaluable. to evolving races. And no doubt that as we continue to expand beyond our planet and our solar system, we will be meeting evolving races, and we could share this knowledge with them as opposed to, suppressing them for the favors of the powers that be, which I know has happened. So we talked about on the last webinar about how the powers that be were trying to create a very, very low energy, a negative field of religious war. And specifically, they were trying to create the energy of the Middle Ages, where you had Jews and Christians fighting Muslims, and Muslims fighting everybody, and Christians fighting everybody, and including those who weren't Muslim but were Wiccan or free thought, Druid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's their agenda, and you're seeing two realities interweaving with each other, and you're going to see extremes. Something horrible will happen, and then something very positive will happen. This will go on until humanity chooses which reality it wants. Okay, now, no one else is in charge here. Okay, the fence is down. Humanity is going to have to choose what it is it doesn't want and what it is that it does want. And it is our intent, it is humanity's intent, its consciousness, its focus, that is going to choose which of these realities is going to win. All right? And that involves self-empowerment. Okay, that involves genuine introspection, because the pace of change is going to be insane. Things are going to be moving so fast and so quickly that in many respects it's going to take people's breath away. Now that the fence is down, a very genuine perspective on religions is going to come to the forefront. And this really, really needs to happen for humanity's sake. Because as much as a positive influence that some religions have had on humanity, according to the A's and other benevolent extraterrestrial groups, we should have left the religions behind 400 years ago or more. Okay, what needs to happen now is spiritual reawakening, where you reclaim your place in the universe, where you reclaim your essence. It is no longer okay. It is no longer appropriate for a government, for a church, for any alien group to tell you what you think about who you are. Okay? It is imperative that you decide for you who you are, where your strength is, and what it is you want to be. It is never too late to become who you might have wanted to be. Never too late. And now the opportunity is there. The universe, because the fence is down, the universe is supporting every one of you individually to take that next step, to become empowered. It's just a question of remembering. Okay? You don't have to think anymore like you have been. Okay? The old control structures and command structures, they are falling apart. Okay? It is now time to step into the wind. And what I mean by that is that the movement of intent, the movement of energy, of spiritual frequency is is coming in so fast to the planet that you need to step into it, and we need to go into the flow of it. And I don't mean necessarily that you have to jump in head first. Take steps. Take steps to move into the frequency. Test it. See how it feels. See where it takes you. But you simply will not be able to ignore it anymore because it's here and it's coming fast. All right? Like I said earlier, the pace of change is going to be remarkable. And many of you already know this. You've already sensed it. But, I am hoping that new people who are awakening, will get a piece of this information through multiple sources. It doesn't matter who it comes through. Okay, that you get this information and that you know what the change is about, and that you learn to breathe and step into self-empowerment, because this is what's happening now. The new humanity has to evolve. It has to step into itself, its power. Because you see, that's the piece that's missing here with the benevolence coming in and trying to, and shutting down all the regressive systems that have enslaved us on Earth. That's what's happening now. But we have to rise to the occasion. And I've mentioned this in several of the webinars. We have to step up our game and step into our power now, okay? Because they're not going to come in and rule us. No. That is not what happens here, okay? What happens is we step into our power and we begin to create with our intent what it is that we want, the reality that we want, how we want to raise our children, how we want our social structures to work. Ladies and gentlemen, none of us are newbies here. Okay, we all have incredible experiences through past lives in different civilizations, off-world and on-world. We have a knowledge of what works and what doesn't. We truly do. You have to trust that. You have to trust that you know, that you have the knowledge, that you absolutely have the wisdom to make this work. You do. And then just step into that spiritual flow, that flow of cosmic knowledge that is coming, that is bombarding the planet as we speak. Just step into that flow, and it will take you where you're supposed to go. You had an intention before you came into this life. You have an agenda when you came into this life. It is not to be screwed over. No one would agree to that. Okay? You have to step into your power now. I can't stress this enough. Okay? The one of the greatest tools that the regressive side used, the dark side used, was to separate us from each other, separate us from nature, separate us from humanity, separate us through religions, separate us through wars, separate us through languages. Okay, separation. And so everything wouldn't work. Okay? And the reason it worked for them is because they think holographically. They knew where to put pieces so that it would connect the threads. But at the same time, in the connection of those threads, it gave them control. But humanity is just this disjointed, dysfunctional sybil of a civilization, for a lack of a better word. And that's done. That is coming apart as we speak. Okay? Their structure, their ability to keep everyone in a fishbowl is over. And very, very soon, incredible archaeological things that have been uncovered in the last 25 to 35 years, or that have been suppressed for the last 25, 35 years, that have come to light, will be coming out. This next year is going to be phenomenal. the information that we're all going to be getting just from the Earth herself. Now, there are going to be some Earth changes. And I've asked Mornay about this, and in retrospect, he said, look, the Earth needs to shake off the energy of war, of anger, of fury, of depression, all the emotions that we have been carrying inside each one of us. She has to shake off. And she's going to, okay? She's been holding on to it and holding on to it. And now she feels that it's at a point where she can begin to really release this energy, okay? Because energy that she needs is now coming through to her. Energy that we need is now coming through to us. So we are now beginning to get in sync here. Okay, humanity and the Earth truly in sync. There isn't going to be any more separation. We're going to begin to feel a real sense of harmony with her and she with us. So, again, we have to go with the flow. All right? It is imperative that we go with the flow here. Now, God, I have all these notes, and I don't know that there is an exact way to share all this. In the last webinar, I shared with you things that DAs had said about being the observer. That is again, I'm being asked to stress that to you, to be the observer one more time, or not one more time. I'm sharing it with you one more time. To be the observer, to step out and not get caught in all the drama, because most of the drama is being instigated. Okay, it's those two realities, positive and light. Which one do we want? Do we want the fear, or do we want the positive?
Somebody kindly in the audience, and the audience is rejoining us as we speak, was talking about the Earth needs to release the energies of hate and anger and fury that is inside each one of us, and also now frustration. We will be in sync with the Earth, and then we'll be in harmony. So that's where you were when you dropped.
Oy vey. Okay. They're obviously very upset with us. This is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, and with or without our help. But I can tell you that 2/3 of the galaxy is rooting for us. They really, really are, because we have a very significant role to play, and we're just. And I've said this over and over and over again for years. We are remarkable beings. We truly are. Now, because the fence is down, you will be able to tap more into your higher dimensional selves. And this is where I was going before they dropped JP and cut him off. Or terminated the webinar, which is literally what happened. So, you will be able to access more and more personal data, more personal information, more personal experience, more of your own DNA wisdom from yourselves through this process now, because the fence is down. Now, I want to share a scenario with you. And I've been asked to share this because I'm planting the seed in your consciousness. At a time in the near future when it is obvious that the regressives and the powers that be have lost control and humanity has truly been freed, and we are able to stand on our own and be responsible for ourselves without being coerced to accept some higher authority. Benevolent groups will come down from different races, and they will begin, let me see, I have the exact words here. They will begin a briefing of Earth's true history. Using technology, they will absolutely show us the past. They will show us who in the past did what. And they will work in concert with humans from Earth to go inside the planet and remove the last remnants of nests and hives of regressive ETs. But before anybody begins this movement, we will all be brought up to speed. We will all be on the same page as to what Earth's true history is, who we truly are, what our ancestry is, our different races, who we're connected to, and we will be shown spiritually and societally where we were supposed to be. We will show where we are now and where we should have been, and we will be given the paths and the information and the knowledge, and to a degree some technology to get us to that place as soon as possible. We won't be given all technology because we are going to have to show steps of responsibility before they give us some technology. They don't want any regressions per se, okay? Because we are going to go through periods of real intense anger and frustration at what has happened to our race, okay? And how the wool has been pulled over our eyes. But these are all necessary. These all of these moments, these episodes, give us an incredible experience, an experience that few civilizations in our galaxy will have, could have, or would even imagine having. Okay? And I am assured at some point that we will be moving to a place where not only the experience, but the wisdom that we have garnered and gained from these experiences will move us into a place where we will be asked to mentor other civilizations. And this is not far off, ladies and gentlemen. I am not talking 1,000 years or even 500 years into the future. I am talking within hundreds of years where we as a race will be asked to mentor other civilizations. They will ask us to do that, okay? So as you can probably garner from this, we have a lot of movement and catching up to do. But this movement, this cleansing of the earth, of the remnants of these regressive groups that have been here and hiding in the shadows, this will be done in concert with other benevolent groups. They will be working with our military, our special forces, our geologists, our medics, to go into the earth. This will be a joint venture, and to remove this negative field from the planet once and for all. And there will come a point where they all have this choice now to leave on their own. There will come a point where that window is going to close. And when that window is closed, then the next steps have to be taken. Okay? And it will be, once we are all brought up to speed as to what has really been going on Earth, who has been behind it, I don't think there'll be anyone who won't want to volunteer to help fix, to remedy this negative influence that has plagued our race for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Okay, that's going to happen, and I'm assuming that we're still on. It says live. I don't have a picture, so maybe it's just voice. I apologize, but these things always happen. When we start talking about certain things, it's really quite remarkable that these things happen. Now, current stat: we have ISIS wanting to assassinate the Pope to destroy Rome. They're talking about using biological weapons all through Europe. And, of course, we have the Pope saying, well, I won't wear a bulletproof vest. We have all this drama. All of these characters on the stage are positioning themselves for the show of the millennium. Okay? Please be the observer. Know that almost all of this is being orchestrated to get your attention, your focus on the negative field. They want you to feed the negative field because that empowers them. Okay? This is where they draw their strength, and is through fear. We have to starve these bastards out of here. Okay? And now is the time to do it. It's got to end, and it ends with us. We just no longer will feed the negative field. Okay, if you step back and become the observer, you can choose where to put your attention. And ladies and gentlemen, the attention needs to be on what you want, not on what you don't want. We can't feed that beast anymore. The story of the two wolves. Okay, you don't want to feed the negative wolf. You want to feed the positive wolf. Okay, the one that's going to benefit you, benefit your family, benefit humanity. It is time to empower yourself to just do this. Current stat. There have been some things about Planet X. The other planetary bodies. There are many news sources talking about, well, we've uncovered this new planetary body and that one, and there's one just outside our solar system. Well, I'm not talking about the one inside our solar system as much either. Okay? I'm not giving you dates, but if there was no intervention. Now, the last time this came through, it was on the other side of the sun from where we were. This time, it's going to be on the same side of the sun as we are. And if there was no intervention, this is the probable scenario. Because people want to know. So, okay. I will tell you what the probable scenario would be if there was no intervention. Okay? It would cross over. We would do at least an 83 to a 96 degree rotation of the planet. As it passed at its closest point, it would grab one of our poles, probably the north, and it would drag us a little bit out of orbit, causing the climate and the surface to be cooler. At which stage our scientists would try to create another sun, which would be an ultimate disaster. Okay, but that isn't going to happen. None of those scenarios are going to happen. We will probably have some earth shaking and some shuddering, but there's going to be intervention. They intend to create a field, a gravitational field between us and this planetary body, this dwarf star, as it passes over us. Okay? We will be going through the tail of this comet, however, for over 5 years. There will be periods where we will be moving. The Earth's rotation will take us through the debris field. This is something to be concerned about, and I know that assets are in place, those that belong to benevolent extraterrestrials and those that belong to Earth or are Earth-based or Moon-based that are in preparation to help plow the road, to remove the debris as we pass through it. Okay? Because they know they're way ahead of us. Humanity on the surface is what's catching up now. So, but again, this is not to create a negative field. We are all going to be on the surface. We are going to see this event. Okay, it's going to be spectacular. It's going to bring incredible wonder. We are going to see brothers and sisters we didn't know we had stepping up, stepping in, running interference for us, watching our back, giving us an opportunity to thrive. None of this should be lost on any of you. Okay? None of this should be lost on any of you. How important this is, not only for humanity, but for you to understand and to know that, hey, we're not alone. And not only are we not alone, God, we are loved. Okay? We are actually loved. Even though we don't know them, they know us. And they know the struggle we've been through. It is imperative that you acknowledge this. And now that the fence is down, you begin to tap into the knowledge, the love that is being sent to humanity to heal, okay? And the earth as well. When all of this passes and the command and control structure is dropped and the separation, the artificial and separation structures that have been created to disempower humanity have fallen apart, we will be moving back into the laws of nature and the laws of spirit. Okay? And they are so interconnected and so aligned that it'll be difficult to know one from the other. But that is what's happening. Okay? Oh my God, I'm so excited. If I wasn't in so much pain at the moment, I would be just so excited about this opportunity that is just in front of us. Okay? But this is what's going to be happening. Many of you, I'm very uncomfortable, and I have been for a very long time, using the word channel. Okay? Many of you oracles and new people who are now beginning to have experiences, let's just say in the last 3 to 4 years, there'll be more and more people, old and a lot of young. And the reason the young will be focused is because their energy is so high and, for the most part, sort of erratic because they don't have a lot of experiences with this. But there's going to be a lot of mentoring of their spiritual energy to focus it more, to focus their intent, and to get them to clarify their intent so that this young energy, this new energy, this frequency that they have that is erratic at this point, is going to be used to create and to focus the planet to move in leaps and bounds to a higher consciousness very, very quickly. Okay, these new kids, they have the energy. They don't have the experience, but they have the energy. Don't be surprised here when you see major news media is going bankrupt. Don't be surprised where video game companies start to go bankrupt because nobody is supporting these things anymore. Because life is going to become our reality, okay? And let me explain what I mean by that. Everyone's going to be here, present, in real time, more and more of the time. We're not going to be focusing on distractions or the things that have distracted us. And this is imperative of the young kids. They're going to focus on them because, they're going to be inheriting the transition that we help guide them through, us vintage folks. Okay? Using our experience and our wisdom, we're going to be helping to guide them through this transition, as we go through it. And we're going to be able to calm them down and say, oh, listen, this is what you have to do. This is where you need to put your energy and your focus. Keep focusing on the goal. Keep focusing on what it is that you want. We're going to be mentoring in that way, like grandparents, except it's going to be the young people. Many of them are incredibly enlightened already. They will be also assisting and helping. The next 5 years are going to be absolutely remarkable, and that's the window that I've been given for this shift, this incredible shift, is the next 5 years. And, the pace of energy, the pace of change, and this is why I said it's going to be insane, because we're talking about like 50 years being crammed into a 5-year window of spiritual evolution, of conscious evolution, of totally dumping this old structure of what we thought was reality to create what really is going to be a reality that is going to benefit and nurture everyone from this point on to the future. There is obviously going to be some growing pains. There's obviously going to be learning curves. But, many of us wanted a project to do, and this is it. We've got our project. It's ourselves. Okay? It's ourselves. We are now the new project. And only good can come of this. Only good. And, let me just say this. When I go through the emails, folks, and the people who have helped me get my own place, I will be contacting you individually, and I want to personally reach out to you and talk with you. So I will be sharing my phone number, because I want to talk to you. I want you to know just how appreciative I am of this opportunity to not be stuck anymore, and what it means to me, my Cancerian birth sign self, to have a home. Oh my God, I so love you guys. So know that it's coming. It's just, wow, so much has happened and so much is going on, okay? But expect that here over the course of the weekend to get an email from me, and you can choose to contact me or not, and to talk with me personally if you want. I just don't want you to think I blew it all off. That isn't not what happened at all. No way is that what happened. So I just want you to know that up front, okay? I absolutely love you guys, and you're the best. You are absolutely the best. And I am so proud of all of you. And I am so proud of us as a race. Guys, we're going to be awesome. We are going to be so awesome. And all the news media and all the effing garbage that they feed us about who they tell us we are, none of it's true. You're going to be amazed at who you guys are, who you are individually. What anybody else says doesn't matter. It just flat doesn't matter. Okay? You're spectacular. Begin creating who you always wanted to be. And if you already are that person, make yourself better, make yourself greater, because that's all there is of you, is what you make of yourself. So let's just go for it.
Alex.
Okay.
Just want to say, in the chat room, everybody's going, love you, Alex. We love you. And actually, what you were saying earlier about how humans don't realize how much we're loved by our star brothers and sisters.
Yes.
You feel that too, because, in our conversations privately, you've often expressed how you don't feel it somehow, but you are very much loved by many, many people. And, there's Cosmic Gypsies, I'm crying tears of joy, and love you too. And, we just hope you all feel better soon with your back issues. They're glad you have your home, that you're loved. So you know that too. Know that you're loved, Alex.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. You're the best. You are absolutely the best.
You're even getting a digital hug from Belgium.
Okay, I'm down with that. I'm down with that. I'll do digital
So
hug.
it's really lovely. We'll hopefully get some stuff sort of piped into you. Now you've got a place. We'll get you some stuff. If there's anybody in Colorado who's got a van that can help, get Alex some stuff.
JP, there's something else I wanted to share, and this is something that was in some of the older notes. And I was, it was at a time where a lot of things were not going well for me in my life, and it was around that time where Visaya said to me, "The love that you withhold is the pain that you carry lifetime after lifetime." And one of my biggest questions is what is this all about down here? And in a very subtle way, Morane had said that, based on their observations, the lessons of Earth are about lessons in power. It's about how to use power. And the word power can also be substituted for create. We create our thoughts, we create our reality, we create our belief systems, we create the focused intent on how real to make it all. Those are actually all lessons in power. We also use those lessons in how to navigate relationships with ourselves, with family, with loved ones, with friends, with the world, such as a business environment. These are all lessons in power. And what we're supposed to learn is that in a very subtle way, when we have mutual respect, we use power less frequently than we normally would. Whenever we don't feel empowered ourselves, we use power more because we feel that it's necessary to use power to gain control, because we think having control over someone or something will actually fill that void, that non-belief that we have in ourselves, when in fact that isn't what happens at all. We end up abusing power. We end up creating a control and command structure, not only in our personal lives and in our relationships, but it then becomes mirrored in the world. And whether we have fed that intentionally or not, that is in fact what we have, or we did have. And it's only going to be through an awakening of that the real lessons of the Earth experience is about power, that we're going to be able to shift our focus away from command and control to empowering ourselves to create what we want. Not what others want, what we want. And there's nothing selfish about that. And I wanted to integrate that, and that's where I was going before they disconnected you the first time. And but I that was in my notes, and so I wanted to share that as well. Laying on the floor, looking up at the ceiling because my back's been hurting. I've had a lot of time to think about old stuff, and I think that's important. I think that's important that that we all reevaluate what we think is power, and what the definition of power is, and how we use power. And it's so subtle that most of us aren't even aware of the fact that we are using our personal power every day and in every way. And I think it's, and this goes for me as well, to be more cognizant about how we use our power and what we're using it for and how it affects others. So, with that, I'm open to you reading some questions if you want.
All right. So you've and did you cover? You've covered the topics that we said you were going to discuss.
Yes, and then some.
And then some. So
And then the next and in the next webinar, I will be going more into higher self-consciousness and connecting to that, and to tapping into DNA memory. I've been given a sequence of things to talk about in such a way, and that's what the next one's going to be about. It's about higher self-consciousness, connecting to that, reintegrating DNA memory, and that's what we're going to talk about on the next webinar.
Fabulous. Those are the really salient moment.
These are all self-empowering tools, and that's what it's about.
Exactly, and so this is like an educational sort of curriculum that you've been given by the A's.
We're being schooled. Yes, we're being schooled. So we're all back in school. We're getting some schooling.
Yeah,
from.
I'm not even 70 yet, so I've got a way to go.
Okay, you're just a young sprout.
Just a bean sprout.
There you go.
A human bean. Okay, so talking of age, the first question that we have is actually it bridges what was missing in the last webinar that got cut off, or that got lost in the mix, and that is the subject of timelessness. And the descent from timelessness. So can we start with that one?
Okay. A great question. That's actually a great question.
Yes.
Now, I only know about, I don't fully remember timelessness, but there have been experiences where I have been completely in a space of timelessness. And what I mean by that, where I never once thought about time. I was absolutely 100% in the moment. And those moments are when I was with Visayas and Mornay, or when I'm with Mornay, or when I was on the mothership for those 3 months. There was never, ever any thought whatsoever regarding time. I was literally in the moment, and even in the moment where my body got tired, remember I shared what I would have to take naps, which, of course was me sleeping because of my biological clock. Even those times, I would push my body until I absolutely had to settle somewhere and just close my eyes and go to sleep. And when I woke up, I was once again focused on what was it that I was doing in the moment. And what I mean by that is we are so conditioned to structure our entire lives around the concept of time that actually the concept of time is what tells our bodies to age. Now, we think it's because of certain DNA things. That is important. And yes, there is an element of truth to that. But it actually is the conditioning of time. The belief in the conditioning of time, that we have so many days a year, we have so much time to complete this, our lifespans are only this short. I mean, there's commercials and of things, at this certain age, these things happen to you. The medical society tells us that, medical things that these things happen at this age, and you go through these stages of life, and if you're a man, your life expectancy is 71 to 74, and if you're a woman, that's 78 to 86, I think it is, something to that, and that's what's being drilled into us. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all conditioning. That is conditioning to time to run ourselves out, to turn ourselves off, okay? To turn ourselves off. It's bullshit. Okay, it has all been a conditioned program to get us to turn ourselves off. And this is why, and I am probably not the person to do this, it really should probably be an extraterrestrial, whoever that is, a benevolent one, to teach us about timelessness, because they don't live in time. They don't wear Timexes. They just don't. They flip back and forth through time as oh my God, as if it's something of joy. And that's how they look at it. They see the experience of living as something of joy, not a hardship, not, I just got to get through one more day, or, another week, another dollar. None of that stuff. They have a completely different perspective of it, and they really should be the ones. But that's what I meant by that. And again, maybe we can all start together thinking about this in that way. Okay.
I hope you can hear this. When you talk about the 12 dimensions, is that as far as it goes? How many dimensions, parallel universes are there? Or are we talking infinity?
Okay. As far as the 12 dimensions that I'm aware of, that we all are co-creating together, that's what I'm aware of. It's just the 12. If there's more beyond that, I'm simply not aware of it. And as far as parallel universes, or I don't know how many parallel universes there are, I'm aware of parallel realities that feed off of an original timeline. And there were at one time 3, and now there's pretty much just the 1.5, because the other timeline that have the Nazis and all that garbage, that's fully being merged, into our present timeline. So one has been dissolved completely. So we're pretty much, we're 1.5, maybe 1.25 timelines, because that's all part of the healing process. That's all part of the mechanism of uniting all of our energies together and our frequencies together. Okay?
Last time you said you'd also talk about dreams.
A lot of people are getting information in dreams. A lot of people are traveling in their dreams. And what I mean by that is that they realize that they're in a dream. It's in Technicolor, or more colors than Technicolor. And what you need to realize is that you probably have guides with you. You might want to, when you realize that you're in a dream, ask for your guides to present themselves, or your mentors. Now, it could be a higher self. It could be other beings who are there to assist you in your spiritual evolvement at this point. But many, many people will be getting information in dreams. And what will happen is you will live scenarios in your dreams where you're guided in these dreams. And then in real life, somewhere down the road, a week, 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, you will begin to have those deja vu moments where, oh, wow, and you may not immediately associate it to the dream state, but that's what's going on. Some of you are moving ahead of your real life self here in dreams. You're projecting yourself into the future. Okay? You are testing your own personal strength. You are testing your ability to create by doing this. And these are agendas and things that you set up in the beginning. Many of you have been doing it all along. Others, this is going to be new to you because the fence has dropped. You're now getting more of your own cosmic self and energy. And you're going to be doing this where you're going to be projecting yourself through the dream state into the future. And as you learn this technique, you can begin to create, guide yourself to what it is that you want by using this technique. By being aware in the dream state to project yourself to where you want and literally living that in the dream and then coming back and physically guiding yourself to that point. If people want more on that, let me know, and I'll introduce, and we'll do a segment on that in the next webinar as well. It's fascinating. the dream state is just absolutely fascinating. Now, remember, when it's color, you're experiencing the true dream. You're physically, usually out of your body. If it's black and white, it's purely your subconscious running some stuff. Okay, so be aware of the two.
All right, that's because this is how do we know? So here's a question. This is from the hugger from Belgium. Do the Andromedans have animals as companions, similar to how we keep human pets, or do animals ever roam free on their ships?
Both. The answer is simultaneous. Animals adopt in their world. I'm not aware, on the motherships, they wouldn't have anything that was feral, something completely wild, that of course would be a harm to others. But the animals on their craft, particularly the mother crafts, I can't speak about the homeworld because I haven't actually been to the homeworld. Well, hi. The animals are in harmony with not only the nature of the ship, but the harmony of the people. And essentially what happens is that the animals choose to adopt specific beings for a specific period of time. Many times they will integrate with children during the learning circles. Many times if there's an adult who is recuperating from an injury or something that has occurred, whether it's emotional or not, and they are choosing to be out in nature, their nature, the animals will come and keep them comfort for that time, and then we'll move on. It's an amazingly symbiotic relationship from what I've witnessed, and it is not all that different from how cats and dogs integrate or have a relationship with us. Especially cats. Cats choose. They do.
Exactly.
Yeah, they choose. Cats choose. So it isn't all that different. Their animals are completely different than ours. They do have male and females, sexes. They do have a type of feline species. I wouldn't say that they have a canine species. I've not seen anything closely resembling that, but they have other things that are just so difficult to describe. They're different. They're really different. But they show affection nonetheless. Okay?
It's very interesting about the whole idea of, do they have the equivalent of a dog, which is a very like a loyal loyal companion, like dogs are. Cats are not so close to us.
Well,
do they have that kind of thing? But they obviously, we use dogs for hunting, so they don't do hunting, do they?
No, they're fruitarians. But they have this bird-like thing with long, gangly legs that, could sort of act like a dog, like a canine being protective, and it will position itself in front of something that maybe it feels is suspicious or alarming, or an event that's alarming. It will position itself instinctively in front. But there is nothing on Earth in any way, shape, or form that even resembles it. And it makes some kind of a squealing sound when it moves into that space. And it's ear-piercing. At least it was to me. It was very ear-piercing. So, it may act like a canine, but it's not in any way, shape, or form a canine. No.
Wow. Excellent. Thank you. You don't know what it's called, do you?
No.
Of course, because they don't have names, do they?
They have right. They have symbols, but not all the symbols translate into the English language.
Exactly.
They just don't.
Okay. This is a question from Marlon. I dream a lot with reptilians, dragons, and giant humans. We're always fighting, and sometimes I kill them. Are the Greys training me to fight them when the time comes? Does it have anything to do with the super soldiers and my labs?
I have many of the same dreams. So my response would be, yes, you're probably being trained, or you're remembering what you used to do or what you've done before in the past or in the future. I don't know that it's the Greys. I mean, if that's who's accompanying you, okay. Are they Greys? Are they Zeta Reticulans? I don't know. That part's on you. But I have many of the same dreams. Very, very similar types. And so I'm not surprised. Hoorah, you go get them. You go get them.
The Zenteans, Zeniteans have defined slavery as anybody who is unable to defend themselves. How do the Zeniteans defend themselves when faced with a hostile entity, meaning to do them harm, both if faced with this in person and if faced with this in space from another ship?
That's a great question, and here's what it boils down to. To my knowledge, and from what I have observed and what I've been told, the A's create such a positive field around themselves that type of energy almost is invisible to them. And to the regressives, their positive energy is so high that it's virtually invisible to them. They virtually almost never move into that arena unless they choose to lower their vibration and move into that arena for a specific reason. Okay?
Thank you.
It's energy. It's all about energy. It's all about frequency. Light, color, and sound is what makes up physicality.
Thank you.
Pretty simple, actually.
Now, Stuart Swerdlow has given some protection techniques. Have the A's given you any visualizations or anything like that to protect yourself with that you could share with everybody?
Actually, I was given one technique whenever I felt that I was alarmed, that I should see myself placing my physical self in the center of the sun, our sun, and just remain there until it passes. Because the sun's the highest frequency we have here. It's the generator of
course.
Dimensions. Yeah, it's our generator of dimensions. So place yourself inside the sun.
That's so simple, so beautiful. No need to worry about geometric forms. Okay. From James. In order to step into our power, to recreate our world, to install our divine intention, how more can we, as a joint effort, assist the new humanity to surface?
The most important thing is just to acknowledge your power. It all starts with that. It all starts with acknowledging the fact that you have power. Okay? That you've always had power. And then once you come into that realization, forgive yourself for ever thinking you didn't, and just move beyond it. Just move through it, let it go, and the rest will come. Okay? It's just acknowledging the fact that you have power, that you are power. That's the biggest lesson right there. No more powerlessness. It just simply doesn't exist. It simply doesn't exist. It's a fallacy. It's something they want, the powers that be want us to believe and to buy into, because that gives them control over us.
Yeah, I know there's a whole thing. Oh, you think you're above the law and all of these things. And people, it's that thing that you were talking about last week, the crabs. They was dragged the other crabs back into the pot.
Sure, because everybody believes you don't have any power, so why would they let him get away? Well, he's there to show you the way, to show you can get out of the bucket, you can get out of the hamster wheel, you can get out of the fishbowl, and free yourselves. Just believe you have the power to do it. AP, my time is up. I have to give up the room.
All right, Alex. So let's close this show now. I will call you in a few hours. Thank you so much for bearing with us with all these technical issues. We know it's often an uphill struggle. So once again, Alex Collier, thank you so much for this webinar, and we'll be connecting very soon and completing the rest of these questions. So everybody hang on, and we'll get them to you.
Okay.
Alex,
thank you, folks.
final words.
I love you, folks. Keep the faith. Remember, you are everything you've ever wanted to be. Just be it. It's time to just be it. You, me, all of us. It's time to just be who we want to be. Okay? Love you. Peace out.
Okay, so let's start with this. This is from Nicholas Fowler. In 95, you said it was less than 18% oxygen content in atmosphere. Do you have any updates?
I do not have an update on that. But, the more carbon dioxide there is in the atmosphere, the more trees can breathe and produce oxygen. I think the problem is that, we keep chopping down the freaking trees and, we're poisoning the ocean, which is a huge contributor to oxygen, the plankton and, seaweed, all of that. All of the plant life in the ocean produces oxygen. So, but I do not know the exact number.
Do aliens have anything to do with phobias, anxieties, bipolar, insomnia, etc., suicide and self-harm? Do they put implants to manipulate people, and can they put a jinn or a shadow being inside somebody? Why would they do stuff like that, and how can we take it off and protect ourselves?
Okay, well, that's a really good question. I'm not responsible for any kind of phobias or AKA mental illnesses. I'm absolutely not read up on that. As far as attachments and things, they're not aliens. Those are detached spirits or dimensional beings. And yes, they do attach and they can attach. That's what possession would be, like a demonic possession. What density being that is attached to someone here in third density and feeding off of them, living off of them. That is exactly what that is. But that's dimensional. It's not necessarily extraterrestrial.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'll ask Marlon's question. How can we possibly overcome all the greed for money and power that dominates our world? Big question.
We have to change our perspective on what it is. We have to change our perspective on not only what it is, but what it can do. We also have to change our perspective on what we are and who we want to be. That's how do it. If you don't feed it, it starves. If you change it and do something else, you'll become something else. So we just have to make a decision. That's what we have to do. We have to make a decision. If you look at, the power of greed, which I guess is an illness, and it isn't the money. The money is just a tool, okay? It's the idea of possessing it to use power over others. So again, we come back to the issue of power. Abusing power and not clearly understanding what power was meant to be. Okay, it was meant to self-empower oneself in order to not become a slave, not enslave others with it. It was never meant for that. But those lessons come up, and then there's those who won't accept their power, they won't stand in their power, and they allow themselves to become victims and slaves. So it goes both ways.
Thank you. So, this is from Catherine. Is the gift of the isness, is this the original intent they often refer to in defending sacred ground? Especially when they talk about how fear depletes you of the focus on original intent. And indeed, that's one of the things you were talking about in the main topics for this, isn't it?
JP, you totally broke up. I only got bits and pieces of that.
I'll say that again then.
Okay.
She's quoting from Morone. Oh, I see. No. We're quoting from Morone and the Seus, and something is the gift of the isness. And they're saying, is this the original intent they often refer to in defending sacred ground, especially when they talk about how fear depletes you of the focus on original intent?
Yes, exactly right. That is exactly right. Fear essentially saps your energy, your creative energy. Because what it does is it shifts the focus of energy on creating to worrying about something that isn't real or may not ever happen. So your focus goes to worrying about something that doesn't exist as opposed to creating what it is that you want. For example, and I believe they go on to talk about how we create weapons to make ourselves safe, or weapons of death to make ourselves safe. Okay? Look at the energy, the money, the focus that went into creating these weapons of death, like nuclear weapons, etc. God forbid we ever use them. You know, God forbid we ever use them again. So are they keeping us safe? No. They're keeping us trapped in a paradigm that says we'll never be safe. So therefore we have to create weapons of death. So now the weapons of death create fear because now we're afraid we will have to use them on someone else or they will use them on us. And there's no creative energy in that. That's all negative field. You know, that's all negative field. There is no positive field in any of that. So, you know how many schools it could have built? You know how many hospitals could have been built with one nuclear weapon? What it costs us to build one nuke?
With one jet?
I mean, it's just nuts. And we have what? 50,000 on the planet or more? Enough to blow up the solar system? And that's going to keep us safe? Okay. So we can destroy the solar system. Tell me how we're safe.
It's like they say in Hitchhiker's Guide, you know, what depends what you mean by safe, what your definition of safe is. Okay, this is a rather long question, but it's quite an interesting question, and everybody is going to be interested in this because it's all about sex. So,
I don't remember what that is.
Oh,
go ahead.
Yeah, it's mostly a question of nostalgia, really, these days. Okay, here we go. Andromedan sexuality. The Andromedans express in one of three genders, you say, male, female, and genderless. Do Andromedans pair bond for life, or do their personal relationship change as they age? Do they change their own mates, or is it pre-arranged? Are there homosexual relationships amongst the A's? Do male and female A's ever enter into personal relationships with the genderless A's? Do Andromedans make love for pleasure, or is it solely a reproductive act? The intent of this line of question is not to titillate, but rather to contrast the Andromedans' gender roles and sexuality against those currently practiced on Earth in order to provide a broader context. Thank you, Alexander.
Okay. I can't possibly answer all of those questions because I simply don't have the answer. I am not aware of the fact that they have one partner for their entire life. I do know that, and this is interesting, and this is sort of similar to the Mormons here, but Moroni had a brother who died, through some tragic accident, he then became responsible for his brother's wife and children, and he is a husband to the wife and a father to the children, as well as to his own wife and his own children. So that's pretty much what I know. Now, as far as the they're not necessarily genderless. Oh my God, brain fart. What are they called? Androgynous. But as far as the androgynous beings, I know very, very little about them, and very little information was ever offered regarding their station in society. I just know that they're real and they exist, and they're unique. That's what I know.
Homosexuality?
I know absolutely nothing about that. I don't know.
And do Andromedans make love for pleasure?
Probably. But I don't know that either. I had a moment with a woman, and in the fact that I just thought she was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen, I ran the scenario through my mind, and she picked up on it immediately. And I was reprimanded for having those thoughts about her. So I guess you can take that any way you want.
Wow. So that's something you can't do off this planet, or in a way, this is going to stop happening on Earth. Men undressing, what we say in undressing someone with their eyes.
Yes.
And it happens all the time. And you look at somebody, and you have all sorts of, you're doing all sorts of things with them, saying, would you like a cup of tea? Anyway, so, and of course they can.
Right. Well, she was clearly telepathic, and she clearly knew it was me. And yes, I was reprimanded for that act. So I mind my P's and Q's from that moment on.
I see.
Yes, I'm embarrassed to tell the story, but
No, but the thing is, Alex, that you're acting just perfectly human. You're doing what every other guy on the planet would do. Just like, and that's. I know it feels like it's kind of hapless, and I often feel like a Homer Simpson character in my own cartoon. So. I think on some level there is. That's
okay, well, just for the record, that won't fly off world. Okay, it doesn't appear that it's going to fly off world. So, at least with them.
Okay, so it's best to keep these thoughts, to the minimum, really. Because that's you have a better relationship with women as well.
I learned that whenever I'm in their space, I always focus on everyone's highest intent. And that keeps me focused in a very positive space as well. And I don't find my mind or my imagination drifting, as long as I focus on everyone's highest intent.
Oh, that's a lovely thing. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know where I got cut off, but the government, they really got a nerve. Here they turn on HAARP, they spray all this shit in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And then they say, well, the apocalypse is coming, the end is coming, we have to do all this stuff, you can't be in control, all of this stuff, and this is all shit they're stirring up. This is all stuff they're stirring up. And it's ridiculous that we take this crap from these guys, these beings. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't want to do it anymore. Let's talk about some very positive things. Alex has discussed using the Andromedan calling symbol before. Is there any other preparation, either physical, mental, or spiritual, worth doing towards having an experience on an Andromedan ship?
Well, my honest answer is this. Well, and I would always give you that anyway. I don't know why I said that. But my answer is this. It isn't the A's specifically, I don't think. I think if you're having an experience with a density being, you have transcended not only third density and fourth, but you have moved into a dimension that is predominantly positive field, real high spiritual energy. And I would think that that would absolutely be positive no matter what, no matter who you were with. Okay? Because that energy is not only expanding, but it completely nurtures and fills your soul with love. That's what I think. I don't think it's just the A's. I think it could be anybody.
I think that's a very good answer. You connect with your own self thing. Okay.
Yes. I mean, it just, that's what we're looking for. There are people down here, at one time or another in their life, they feel incredibly lonely. And I mean, here's a planet with 7 billion people on it, and we're lonely. But it has nothing to do with humanity. It's a longing for some other place, some other family. And I know a lot of people won't say it that way or they don't phrase it that way, but really that's what it comes down to. There's a longing for something that they can't put their finger on. And then there's some people who can do that, put their finger on it, they know exactly what it is. And that's what it is. They're on some level, they are remembering, what it was like before they fell into third density or fell into time. They remember that freedom, that expansion, that love, that constant knowing and feeling empowered. They remember that, because Earth is a tough school. It can be a really tough school here. That's what a lot of people are experiencing. On some level, they remember. And especially now that the shield's down, I wouldn't be surprised if more and more people start, tapping into that.
So basically,
that's what I think.
When somebody dies, they're not going to go through the whole reincarnation cycle again?
No. I mean, if they're born here, they're obviously, in third density. But if they choose not to go to the light when they pass and they turn around, they can direct their soul to go anywhere they want. They don't have to come back to Earth. No one has to get caught in the reincarnational cycle. No one does. Okay, that is a metaphysical blind.
Yes. Well, this is what
metaphysical blind.
Thank you. This is from Becca. Alex, when a soul is allocated to a body, is our time on Earth in that body determined at that point, or is that unknown?
If I heard the question right, yes. But the soul is not allocated. The soul chooses. Okay? They just don't strap you in a barrel and say, here you go. That's not how it happens. You choose. So, you choose. That doesn't mean it always turns out the way you want, because there's infinite possibilities. But, it's not like going over Niagara Falls in a barrel. You're not quite sure where you're going to land. It isn't like that at all. Okay?
Sometimes it feels... anyway, it felt like it.
Yeah, I do. It sure do. I know.
How is it possible that the Greys do not experience childhood? Were you talking specifically about the clones?
Yes, I am, because they're AI. They're artificial intelligence. They are grown. They're not birthed. They're grown, and they don't have soul. They belong to a hive mentality, and they have organic microprocessors, which they use for brains, which are connected to some kind of a telepathic system of communication, which they have amongst each other, like ants. very, very similar. So yes, they don't have soul.
Okay.
Which is why many of them don't, they simply cannot express an emotion whatsoever.
And that's the connection. That soul is connected through your passion.
Soul is connected to a body that has a nervous system.
Ah.
The soul connects to the body through the nervous system.
Interesting. So, in addition to this, a question from Nemanjik. How can I find my soul origin? Now, as you were saying,
I don't know.
This may be like, because you were talking before about like the veil of forgetfulness has been being lifted or has been lifted.
Yeah, yeah.
So
yeah,
have you got an idea that we can use to trace back and find out where our soul origin is instead of having to go to some psychic, which is a bit hit and miss?
Well, I would think that someone, let's just take this person, if I were speaking one-on-one with this person who asked this question, I would say you need to surround yourself with charts, star charts, or go out into evening sky, and you need to find out where you're drawn to. Where are you drawn to? Are you drawn to the A's or the P's, or, whoever because of the name, because you hear it all the time? Where is it that you're drawn to? Your soul knows this information. It has this knowledge. It just has to communicate this to you in a way that your ego gets out of the way. And that can be tricky, because we're all learning about that, how to calm the ego or even work around the ego. Because the ego is a defense mechanism. It is the body's defense mechanism here on Earth. So, that's a really good question. Other than what I've shared with you, I don't know. I don't know that I ever would have known if the Saya Setna told me. Frankly. I don't know that I ever would have known.
Well, that's information is power. And, he can tell you one thing that is the key to a million other things. Isn't it?
Right.
I mean,
but you know what? That's the journey.
Yeah.
That's the journey right there. And that's all a really good teacher does. Mm. He doesn't give you your answers. What he does is he puts you on the journey. Mm. And hopefully give you some parameters on which to be successful.
Which isn't always what you expect on Earth. Okay.
No.
Will the flu injection? This is from Jeanette. Will the flu injection interfere with those that have taken it in 2015?
If you've already been taking flu shots, I would do whatever I could to remove those heavy toxins from your body. It's the first thing I would do. And then I would never, ever, ever get another flu shot. It's a scam. Okay? And I'm just telling you straight out, it's a scam. After a certain age, it does nothing but poison the body. So that's what I would do. And I don't ever get those things. And I haven't forever gotten those things. But first thing I would do if I were her is I would go and find a way, some kind of a detox program that you can remove the heavy metals from your body from the vaccines. Like the chemicals, the mercury, all the crap that they put in those flu vaccines. And I would be diligent about doing the best that I could to remove those toxins from my body.
Andrei Martinov, please ask this. Are those people trapped on Mars awakening and starting to understand that the Earth is not destroyed? So there's a kind of assumption there about there's a story going on. So can you address the story and what might be happening to awakening?
I don't know. I don't know what the people on Mars have been told. I would guess that they're getting information now. I would strongly guess and suggest that they're getting very similar information that we are now too, getting about who's behind all this garbage, all this crap, and what's really going on. So, but I have not really focused on Mars in many years. So I've been really focusing on us here. So I will ask the next time I have contact.
Thank you.
I will ask about Mars.
Thank you, because there is a concern that, there are people who are employed, so to speak, but they were basically abducted and then schlepped off to Mars to become mind-controlled servants of billionaire playboys who have got their own gated communities on the North Pole of Mars, protected against the reptiles and the mantoids. But anyway, that's just a story. So, don't know how much of that is real. Yeah.
I get that.
Okay. And I think we'll wrap up with this final question, which is a lovely question. This is a question from Nancy. Could you tell us what planet do horses come from? Nobody's ever spoken about horses. Where are the horse people? And are there horse-faced people?
God, I don't know. I do not know. But I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to find out. I'll move that question to the top of the list. But I don't know.
Okay. And how about...
That's a great one. I mean, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there it is.
All right, here's another one.
There it is.
Chocolate. Is this the only planet with chocolate? Please say no. Please say no.
I don't know. I don't know if the coca plant is indigenous to other planets or other worlds is not, or not. That I don't know. I only know that chocolate was invented by Spanish monks. And that's what I know. And they used to give it to royalty because of its medicinal properties. And the really good stuff, the homemade stuff, has incredible medicinal properties to it. But that's all I know about chocolate. I'm not a big chocolate guy myself, because as kids, my mom would let us eat sweets. So I just never really acquired a big taste for it. But I'll ask. That's another one for the list.
Okay, all right. Well, that and cannabis. Because the whole hemp debate is hotting up. So it'd be very interesting to know, like, the history of hemp and cannabis and their attitude towards it. Maybe you've already asked them.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Thanks, JP.
I think we should wrap up here. Bless your heart, Alex.
All right.
Catch you soon.
Have a great Merry Christmas.